So, ladies and gentlemen, back at it once again. The drivers rolling out of the racetrack for our first wheel-to-wheel action of the day. KA100 Junior, our two flights, Flight B and Flight A. We split, of course, qualifying into the troop group, so full fields, but 22 drivers will transition in. That's the amount of drivers that will head straight to the main event. Top 22 go into the A main, the rest into the B main. Tyrone Kemper for Speed Concepts Racing. Very impressive here this weekend. Tyrone from Louisiana will start on the pole alongside Marco Samet in the Brandon Jarczak Crack Racing number 875. Max Cristia and Mateo Calderon will be on row number 2. Theo Salameo and Felipe Benito occupy row number 3. Ashton Moon, driver we saw win a number of races last year as a mini Swift driver. His first year here in Junior here, running for Speed Concepts Racing. He'll be alongside the TKG Borel driver Nico Katowski in the number 892. We'll wrap up the top 10 with Paralympic USA's Alessandro Truchot on the inside, Edgar Rodriguez on the outside of the 876, Martin Jaramillo and Joaquin Gorlero on row number 6. Julian Rivera on the inside of row 7, starting 13th alongside John McClellan, who did a great job from the first group of qualifying, able to work his way into the top 14 here in the order. Keith Lewis Jr. and Kai Mars on row number 8. Grayson Walcott and Juan Jose Paramo, row 9. Your top 20 drivers, rounded out by Sebastian Bodegas and Iago Lempen. Working back here further to Alex Miller and Valentino Monta on row 11. Luke Fedowitz and Arthur Barbe on row number 12. Facunda Hernandez, Ryan Most. There you go, back to top 26. The remainder of the field set there. The drivers now working their way into the staging lanes. Our first of 9 pre-finals for you here. Top 22 here are going to go to the A main. We are underway. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1. Oh, trying 3 wide, a couple plays, maybe even 4 wide, a bit deeper into the field. You wonder why we have some of the issues deep in the field. 2 wide up front, 3 wide in the middle, 4 wide at the very tail of the field. That's where we often see drivers having some trouble here through turn number 5. 1 dropping a wheel a little further back, not the full mass exodus to the outside of turn number 5 we've seen on numerous occasions throughout the weekend. Nonetheless, drivers settling in to get things underway. Tyrone Kemper Jr., I believe, out to the early lead here, trying to set the pace on the opening track around this 13 turn facility. They'll work their way now up into turn number 10. A couple of drivers looking to the inside. Again, a very enticing place to overtake, especially on the opening circuit when everybody's slowing down. 1 driver around with the yellow flag flying. Otherwise, we'll give you a top 10 rundown when they work their way through. There's a move a little further back, trying to get that job done to the inside of 13. Not enough of a rotation to get out of the corner with enough speed. Salameo potentially to the lead right now. Wow. Kemper had the spot at one point, but he has fallen back into P3. Salameo, Cristia, Kemper, Woon, and Truchot. A good start for both Julie Rivera and Ashton Woon. +3 for Woon, +4 for Truchot, and some contact further back. The 873 involved in that one there. That is Maddox Ruiz. He's involved with a couple of other drivers. Contact coming through turns 1 and 2, but underway with a great start. +4 on the opening lap for Theo Salameo.
Theo Salameo's Orsolon Racing Tony Kart only has a car length back, and then really this whole pack, you know, this is a different story from yesterday, Rob. How many races ultimately had a 2 or 3 second gap from one group to the next because of someone going instantly defensive on the first lap? And while there was a bit of jockeying, a bit of defense, a bit of offense, it's kind of a little more of one long string of go-karts. I won't call it a train because they're not all close and bumper to bumper and attached, but this is one of those races where if it's strung out like this, and you're in the case of, say, Marco Samet, those Ryan Norberg moments you talked about, those good drivers that maybe fall back but slowly pick them apart, you can kind of almost play it like hopscotch or leapfrog from one group to the next because they're only about a half second apart.
The one I'm watching in that particular vein is Tyrone Kemper Jr. You started on the pole position, you didn't get the lead on the opening circuit, you fell back to 3rd. You know you've got good pace. You were 2nd quick in qualifying. Now can you put your head back down and work your way to the front? Of course, this is Tyrone Kemper's opportunity here in the junior category. First year as a junior, running for Speed Concepts Racing, one of the top teams in the sport. The Louisiana driver there in the 834 has had a good weekend already to start off the 2025 campaign. And that's something we have to remember. This is for so many drivers, is that first weekend taking the big step up, whether it's junior to senior, mini up into the junior category for Tyrone Kemper and a number of the drivers here. You want to get out of the gate strongly. You want to feed the confidence and the momentum moving forward. Thus far, a pretty solid run so far.
Let's take a look at that quick replay of how the opening lap kind of spurred out here, presented by shopakr.com. Look at this moment right here. P5 to P1 in about 4 corners, first up to second, and then boom, down on the inside as Kemper Jr. just left that door about a lane and a half wide, and that was all Theo needed. He was able to get through to the lead, and he's held it since. So great start there for Theo Salamao.
Yeah, Max Christie able to follow Theo through there, and I'll give it up to Tyrone Kemper. He could have forced the issue, I think, a little bit there, trying to run the outside, but better to kind of check back and slide back into third. Better live to fight another day, another lap. He's now closed back up on Max Christie, so you can see that there he is there. Tyrone Kemper looking to see if he can't go back into P2. Would not be surprised to see a pass happen, potentially coming down here into turn number 5. He'll look to the bottom of the racetrack. Indeed, book it. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back to P2. He'll defend, cover down the inside over in turn number 6. Probably didn't need to do that. We'll lose a bit of run there, and you can see Christie, I think, saw it happen. Like, no, let's not let him pull away in front of us. Kemper, though, back into the second position.
At the end of the day here for both of them, they're in great starting spots. Either way, it's still just a pre-final, so keep it moving and stay away from the pack behind that could potentially drag you into a fight further back, because, you know, if you go from 2nd to 5th or 2nd to 10th, that's realistically 3rd or 4th to 19th or 20th. Yeah. So you want to be even more conservatively aggressive, if you will, than a regular pre-final, and Max Christie doing just that, saying, all right, I get it, you want to lead us, fine, but I don't want to go back any further, so I'll push you, just stop blocking, basically, let's go.
We talked about the qualifying and how good you wanted to do if you were in one of the slower groups. John McClellan was able to do a good job in qualifying, but currently he's the driver to watch on the bubble right now. 22nd position for John McClellan. He's right behind Facundo Hernandez and right ahead of Arthur Barbe. Barbe up 1 spot, John down 8, so he's kind of hold on to the spot here. That's the final transfer. Early still in the run. We're just getting to the halfway point here, but we'll keep an eye, of course, on the drivers right there on the bubble.
How about the driver on the move right now? At least the most movement inside the top 10. Julian Rivera's Orsalone Tony Kart, the man in 6th there on the 804. He's right 3rd in line here behind Marco Samet. Actually might be a little bit further back this lap. Went back a little as Alessandro Truccio goes by on Ashton Woon, but Julian Rivera started 13th. He was up 7. He'll drop back to now only up 5. But a march up the board for Julian. And as Tyrone Kemper Jr. gets another lap cleanly ahead of Max Christie, there's bad news here, Rob, and that is they're not making any inroads to the race leader. Theo Salamao pulled away a full 10th that lap by himself, and that's why we've got our cameras back here at this dogfight to get into the show. Look at this, Luke Fedowitz trying to fend them all off right there just on the bubble spot.
That's it. Fedowitz now, actually, he's in 16th. Manta 17th. John McClellan up a couple of positions. Bubble now is limping back in 22nd spot. So, again, we'll see, that was at least the last time they came by the stripe. That's not with the battle you're watching on the racetrack as well. Still, remain 5 more corners of the lap coming out of turn number 9 to see where they are here to complete lap number 7. 8-lap pre-final, so we've cut those down. Oh, contact there! Off the racetrack, that's the number 896 of Hernandez.
Facundo Hernandez on the AM Racing Team X-Prix now nearly ended up kind of boxed in behind the wall there in the hairpin, and Yago Lempin tried to over-under right there as well. Got forced wide. We've lost a lap here based on the aborted start, it appears, so we're only going to go 9 on the distance for pre-final flight B.
8. So 8. So we're cutting it down to 8 laps for the pre-finals, and 16 laps for the cadets in the mains, 18 laps for the other categories in the main. So we're going to cut a couple of laps off to try to shorten the day just a little bit.
That's right, Rob. Apologies there. Yes, 8 laps for the full-size classes in the pre-finals. That'll mean we'll be 6 laps for the upcoming micro and mini swift pre-finals as well. Look at this back up towards the front here on this last lap. Back and forth we go for second on back. Truccio, Jaramillo and company all there in the middle of it. This is an over-under move. Max Christie has gone to second ahead of Tyrone Kemper Jr. Theo Salamao comfortably wins the pre-final B. Here's Christie, Kemper, second, third. Truccio, Ashton Woon there, 5th, ahead of Felipe Jesus Benito and Marco Samet. And the battle for the transfer. Well, John McClellan's moved up a ton after going way back on the start. He was there with Luke Fedowitz, as we saw. Yago Lempin was 22nd, now up to 20th. It was Juan Jose Paramo. Now he moves forward, and the first man out, unfortunately, it'll be Alex Miller, about a second back from Eli Steinbruck, pending course, post-race penalties,
unofficially,
and all other penalties that may hit. But here's how they cross the timing loop at the end of the 8-lap pre-final. Theo Salamao, Max Christia, Kemper, Truchot, Woon, rows 1 through 5. Which side of it will come down to who is faster, and the best lap by Theo Salamao. Rob, what's going to be the time to beat?
Yeah, 56.470 for Salamao. That'll be the quick time right now. Again, whichever winner has the quicker lap, those drivers start on the inside. Salamao, Christia, Kemper, Truchot, Woon, your top 5. Truchot really the big mover of the top 10 plus 5. Started 9th, got his way up to 4th position. Did get a confirmation from SuperKarts USA that it will be 8-lap pre-finals for all the categories, even the cadets as well. Just to reiterate on that, 16-lap for cadet finals, 18-lap for the remainder of the class. So we're going to cut enough time off to very likely save us a half an hour, although we are on, I believe, on schedule right now still, which is great. Yeah, 11:40 scheduled start time for the KA Junior Flight A, so we're right on time right now. Indeed, on a Sunday, we want to make sure we are able to finish as early as possible so people can get packed up and back on the road. Nonetheless, a great run for Salamao there, and a good recovery, I think, too, for Tyrone Kemper. Not able to get back by, but indeed, here's the incident we had with Hernandez, some contact coming into the braking zone of turn number 10. He ends up looping and going off. He was in a transfer spot too, Xander, so he will go into the B main.
And, you know, he was close right there with, I believe, Paramo, but really it was the Nash Motorsports 872 right behind that kind of had the contact. There was no room for error, no room for a hiccup with how close they were tire to tire. And that last little tap, well, at the same time, the rear tires touched too.
Yeah, agreed.
So I don't know if I can even put the blame on the car behind. I don't think it was the Nash machine. Was that Arthur Barbe?
Arthur Barbe, yeah.
On the LN cart. So Arthur Barbe right behind there. That's going to be a long look, I'm sure, by the officiating room, because that is probably a decider of someone going into the A main or going to the B. Luckily for us, we don't got to make that call.
I was just going to say, yeah, not my problem right now, for sure. And indeed, the SKUSA officials will have a look at that. As we know, the cameras all around the racetrack here, part of the marshalling system, the SuperKarts USA competition. Orsalon Racing sponsoring our KA 100 junior category here this weekend. Flight B, Xander getting set to go. Already Theo Salamao with a great run for him. A good start. Went from 5th to the lead on the opening circuit. Comes away with the race win. Now we've got the drivers in Flight A to see how it all shakes out here as well. Top 22 to transfer the rest, as we said, into that B main. Travis Pettit, fastest driver in qualifying, is going to start on the pole position.
Travis Pettit and Max Weiland, 2 drivers returning from the junior ranks last year, along with Alexander Vanchev, who will be slated to roll off 3rd, all trying to take up the mantle and become the new heavyweights of the division, with the likes of Enzo Vidmontien, Chase Gassi-Lee, Sebastian Garzone, and more graduating up to the senior and pro ranks. But there's plenty more where that they have come from that are also looking to make that leap forward. Edward Kennedy right there in the 869 Energy. He could definitely make some big moves here this weekend. One of the younger drivers, I think, towards the pointy end of the grid. So keep your eye on the Energy Corsa America's driver there, rolling from the outside of row number 2. Long grid to watch as they slowly file out. 30 plus once again. Let's take through the rest of the lineup, beginning with row number 3 here, Rob.
Yeah, we've got Drew Jensen on the inside at the 858. He'll start alongside Tristan Murphy. That is 5th and 6th. Row 4, Augustus Toniolo in the 838. And Isaac Malkiewicz in the 879.
Back to the final row inside the top 10. You've got Valentino Santien on the Parolin, Victor De Allen car on the AM Racing Team X3. New homes for the pair of those 2 drivers, and then Isaac Payne and Gabriel Balog back on row 6.
Jose Halfin was in the middle of the fight all day yesterday in the RPG Cosmic. He'll start 13th, deeper in the field alongside Mateus Fortunato. Colin Laney was one of the big movers in the main event, one of the hard chargers to work back up in the grid. Laney's going to start 15th in the 884 alongside a new Speed Concepts Racing driver, Jensen Michelke.
Row number 8 has Cole Medeiros' RPG Cosmic starting on the inside, and Santiago Duran on the outside for the AKT Racing Team. And the final row on your screen for row number 10, it's Ruben Gutierrez and Emerson Lane. They are safely in by only 2 spots to start this one. Sebastian Cortez and Matty Grace will be the final 2 starting on the inside of the bubble.
Yeah, drivers looking for maybe some chaos early to try to get some free spots. Alexander Savage and Ciro Flamini starting on row 12. Harry Cunningham, Arturo Aguillon on row 13, David Morales, Jackson Elefante, Rodolfo Levine, Leo Da Silva, Antonio Flores, and Kyan Iyer, the driver, looking again for chaos. You got to have some issues there to be able to move forward. Hopefully some issues for those guys to be able to move forward. But again, you don't want to wish bad luck on anyone. Everybody's got to dig in. But chaos always seems to happen a little bit on the opening laps.
Final race before a short break in the action, a well-deserved one for the hardworking SuperKarts USA officials and our Kart Chaser camera crew and production crew. They have done a great job bringing you all of the action so far. It's time for one more race here, pre-final, Flight A. Travis Pettit on the inside in the green and white, Max Weiland in the blue and orange on the outside. Here we go, boys and girls, we're racing to turn one.
Nice start coming into the tram lines for sure. As I said before, 2 wide, 3 wide. Oh, that's not what you want to do. You can't drop a wheel on the outside there. They get progressively wider as they work their way to the tail of the field. Really good run through the opening line. You can see the guys further back covering off the bottom of the racetrack. The leaders coming through running more of the racing line. Top 3 drivers were lined up nicely here with Pettit getting the early lead right now. There's those top 3. They really handled the opening couple of corners well, Xander. They did not push each other coming through turn number 5. That's allowed them to get away cleanly.
Now out of that grid corner, let's look at the gap here. What is it exactly? I'd mark it at about a half second maybe for that group, but I think it's going to be even bigger for 7th on back side. Kennedy going to the inside to kind of fend off a charge. Looks like we've got at least most of our field through the opening circuit. Isaac Malkiewicz there on the 875 Barrel Art right behind Kennedy. What'll be the gaps across the line? It'll stay even for the front group, about a little more than a half second, about a second from 3rd to 4th, and about the same from 6th to 7th here with Kennedy and Malkiewicz.
I'm going to throw this out there. That chaos I talked about not happening here on the opening circuit. A couple of drivers up a couple of spots, but deeper in the field, Cortez and Grace both getting 4 positions. For the most part, nobody getting any big spots. The only guy really dropping was Santiago Duran. He lost about 8 spots. He may have been that driver who dropped the wheel coming out of turn number 2 there, turn 1 and 2. Otherwise, drivers did a pretty good job here on the opening circuits. Max Weiland, though, he did fall back, started on the outside of the front row, got shuffled back into the 6th position. -4 for Max. There he is there. Put your head down, go back to work.
As the field goes on down into the hairpin for the first time, you have to go way back to see anyone down on the low side there. That's one of the Alessandro's Racing CRGs making the move all the way outside the top 20. It looked like, so that might have been back towards the transfer zone. 2 laps complete though, 6 to go. Is the gap going to open? It'll actually about probably hold even from Drew Jensen to Augustus Toniolo. It will open back to Malkiewicz as he had to get by Edward Kennedy, so that cost them a little time. De Alencar about a second back from them there in 9th, but pretty calm up front here for your front 3, Rob. You
remember we had the interview with Alexander Vanchev. Alex talked to him a little bit. He wanted to not make those mistakes. He said he made a couple of mistakes yesterday. His idea was, listen, I'm going to eliminate those errors. We've got good speed. I'm going to get a good result here in the pre-final, and he's doing that right now. He's not putting a ton of pressure here on Travis Pettit. Understands that, hey, maybe the 3 of us can pull away, even with Drew Jensen behind him as he is. Drew just went purple, by the way, from P3. But then those 3 drivers right now have about 1.1 second on Augustus Toniolo. And that time by, really, Jensen was quicker, so they were able to hold that spot, although you know that Toniolo will have his head down trying to reel him back in.
Augustus Toniolo on the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic is trying to maybe get a little help from the likes of Max Weiland. Weiland's on the way. Toniolo is making up ground himself. I mean, he did pick up a 10th there, but Weiland and Valentino Santillan are still closing in even further. In fact, Max Weiland, last time by, big time lap out of Max. That was fastest overall, 56.89, about a 10th and a half clear of Travis Pettit, and way more than the rest of the field. Big lap.
Yeah, he's got Santillan right behind him as well. You can see them there rolling up here in 5th and 6th. There's Weiland there. There's Santillan right there again. Bigger gap back, as Xander had said, back to Isaac Malkiewicz there. But again, the Magic Kart driver of Max Weiland up on the wheel, trying to see if he can't reel in Augustus Toniolo. Toniolo, I'm sure, would love to have a little bit of help to work his way forward. A little bump there in the back would be nice. A little bit of push. But right now, Santillan sitting right with Max Weiland. That, again, is 5th and 6th. Pettit, Vanchev, and Jensen still holding the spot. None of those drivers elected to make any moves down into turn number 5, but it's still Toniolo closing in ever so slightly. In fact, 3/10 quicker last time by. Toniolo's turn. to go purple. As he's the fastest driver, he just cut almost a half a second out of that gap between third and fourth.
Look at this here for the young Brazilian last time around. Now he becomes the driver that everyone back outside the top 10 are hoping wins this race. A 56.522. That's a lot of promise here early on.
I'll swap the suit over for us again as well. He was wearing that Tony Kart suit yesterday. I think he's got the RPG suit on now. Indeed, there he is there, the number 838. That's Augustus Toniolo, who is in the fourth position. He was quicker by about 0.3, I'd said, a 56.8 to a 56.5 for Toniolo. He'll come back across the line here to put lap number 5 in the books. Does he continue this march forward? Does he stay purple in the 838? And indeed he does. Another 0.2 of a second quicker to within a half a second of Drew Jensen. Toniolo still the fastest driver on the racetrack.
There's the 807. Cole Medeiros actually looks to be Racing Edge Motorsports colors potentially for Cole here this weekend over with Kevin Monteith and the Canadian-based group. 22nd. About a second and a half up the road from Jackson Elefante's Rocket Racing Company.
That's the bubble. That's the bubble there for Cole Medeiros. He's 22nd. Final driver to transfer here. How much room did he have last time by for Medeiros? He was 1.6 seconds ahead of Jackson Elefante. So Cole Medeiros had a really rough day yesterday. Looking to potentially transfer in. Just going to run clean here in that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic number 807.
Here's a look at him kind of by himself, though. That's the only bummer. He's got no one else he can kind of throw to the wolves, and we'll keep a tab on his lap times as we now have hit 2 laps to go if anyone's close enough to catch him.
And I'll say this, Cole lives very close to me. He lives in Ayr, Ontario. I'm in Cambridge, so very close to Cole and I. He's actually both living in the same city, so I'm kind of rooting for him to have a good run here. Fellow Canadian, fellow Ontario driver, and fellow Cambridge resident living out in Ayr, just a little community a little outside of Cambridge, Ontario, where I'm from. So best of luck to him to try to get himself into the A-main.
Down the backstretch with a lap and a quarter to go. Look how close Augustus Toniolo finds himself now, having gone by Travis Pettit, having gone by Drew Jensen. It is Alexander Vanchev at the lead, and now RPG 1 and 2, TV Kart back to third. Magic Kart in the mix along with the Parolin of Valentino Santillan, 6 drivers deep. If these two work together, they'll lock out the first 2 spots, the first 2 rows at least. We'll have 2 blue and pink machines on one side or the other, but that's if they can work together. Let's see what turn 5 looks like. Vanchev goes about center track. Not overly defensive, but not opening the door for his teammate either.
Yeah, I think Toniolo, who was running there fourth for a while, is like, listen, if I get up to second, I've just done my job, right? I've advanced my way forward. I'll be on the second row for the main event. I got a race car that I know I can battle with. He's still got the fastest lap with a 56.204. So for him even to come home second and preserve that RPG 1-2 would be key. Pettit trying to work his way back to the front. Here comes a potential move to the inside. Drew Jensen looking back. Max Weiland's going to go to the inside of Jensen. Maybe some crossover here indeed. Jensen and Weiland. Weiland not happy with the way that all played out. Top 3 pulling away. They're going to be side by side. He may lose another spot here coming to 13.
Oh, man, from hero to zero. Max Weiland up to 4th, back to 6th as Vanchev scores the pre-final win over Toniolo. And then Travis Pettit and a little gap back to them. Look at this massive midfield scrum. Who's going to get 7th to the line? Victor Day Allen car on the AM Racing Team X-Prix inside the top 10. Kennedy, Jose Halpin, Isaac Malcuit, and the transfer spot goes to Isaac Payne and Cole Medeiros as they send, I think they may have lost someone in the last couple of laps.
Indeed,
there.
Yeah. Fortunato potentially.
Oh, yeah.
He fell back to 30th.
Great catch there, Rob. Yeah, Mateo, and that was on the last lap. Mateus Fortunato lost about 4 seconds or 5 seconds on the final circuit. And I think he went from right in the middle of it to maybe going to the wayside. Bummer.
Xander, can you imagine the drivers or the teams on the sidelines, right? For RPG, for TK, or for the TV Kart guys, for Nash, watching that battle in the last couple of laps. Like, guys, whatever you do, we don't need any pushbacks. We don't need any drivers off the racetrack. We want to transfer through because that last lap maybe a little more exciting than they would have wanted coming through turns 10, of course, the 11, 12, 13 combination.
Absolute pucker factor, no doubt.
Exactly that.
But thankfully, it's all worked out for those 6 up front. They're safely into the A-main. They'll be starting in the first 12 spots. Which side of the track they'll be on? Well, the best lap for Alexander Vanchev was a 56.58. And what did we have for the fast lap of Group B that ran just before? I think that beat it with our Group B winner. in our Orsilon Racing Tony Kart colors. Of course, Theo Salamao. No, 56.470.
Ooh.
So Salamao will start on the pole. Had it gone the other way with Augustus Toniolo, who was flat flying a 56.20. If he would have won, it would have put them on the inside. But by following his teammate there, he goes from potentially on the pole to fourth. It'll be Vanchev on the outside row, and it'll be Theo Salamao on the Orsilon Tony Kart leading the 44 car field to green later this afternoon.
Xander, we're at the lunch break.
Yeah.
Just realized that.
Yeah, it's definitely flown by the day already. So let's let our crew take a little break as well, folks. Here's the last few results. Thank you all for tuning in so far. We'll be back shortly. It looks like we're right about on schedule here, Rob. So when will we be back?
I really like Alessandro Di Tullio.
He was the driver to beat, besides Norberg, arguably a little bit faster than Norberg. Reigning Pro Tour champion Hannah Greenemeyer is back. Since May of 2021, the team has yet to lose an X30 Senior main event.
Jeremy Fletcher was your quickest driver 3 out of the 5 sessions.
Only the second driver ever to win 2 races at one Supernational, and he is, I think, going to be a force from the get-go.
Jeremy Fletcher is off in the final turn.
You're all over the place, out of control.
He's up at least 15 spots, if not 20.
How about 25 spots so far, Xander? That's unbelievable.
He has had his moment in the spotlight. Round 1 for the Supercars USA Winter Series 2 years in a row, and unfortunately has not been able, after everything is settled, to go away with a checkered flag. But unlike last year, this year he's got an opportunity to right the wrong.
Alessandro Di Tullio has failed post-race engine tech inspection.
Alessandro Di Tullio up front. Redemption from yesterday.
when it comes to North American pro karting, the 125 Pro Senior class is just insane. I mean, you cannot find in another form of motorsport 20 to 25 drivers week in, week out with the ability to qualify in the top 5, to race for the win anywhere you go in terms of both equipment and ability. The depth of talent through the field is just massive. You have IndyCar champions, NASCAR champions come and run against these guys year after year, and they find themselves just happy to be inside the top 10. Kyle Larson, NASCAR Cup Series champion for 2021, ran 15th at GoPro Motorplex of the US Pro Kart Series. I mean, this class has so much competition. It is so tightly packed. You could qualify on the pole one day. You could come back the very next day at the same racetrack, qualify at the same time, or even just a 10th or 2/10 slower. All of a sudden, you're 22nd because the field found that much more pace. And that's before we even get to the racing action, which is unreal.
Earlier today when we woke up at the hotel, obviously torrential rains coming in. Those of you may on social media have saw how much rain we had in the paddock, 1 foot, 2 feet in some areas. A wild day morning to start this weekend.
We're right down by the coast. This is the southernmost town before you get into the Florida Keys.
Yeah.
So you are right at sea level. The crew here has done an awesome job, obviously, clearing the racetrack out. We only were delayed maybe about an hour and 15.
Ryan Norberg, defending 3-time consecutive SKUSA Winter Series X30 champion, will not be back in action here this weekend. In terms of the big names, Rawlson Performance Group does still have a lot of guns in the field. Reigning Pro Tour champion Hannah Greenemeyer is back for a full 2022 campaign this year. Since May of 2021, the team has yet to lose an X30 Senior main event.
One of my friends was telling me he was watching LCQ and they said, oh, Hannah's in here. Hannah doesn't make any mistakes.
Tulio working on his second full senior season. He's kicked it off here. He was the driver to beat, besides Norberg, arguably a little bit faster than Norberg on day 1 of the Sunshine State Karting Challenge that I was at. And he's a guy who doesn't get a ton of seat time. I talked about it on the previous show. He's super, super impressive when he does. He was able to test a little bit this past weekend and a lot at the Sunshine State Karting Challenge event where he won on Saturday.
I really like Alessandro DiTullio. He's been fast everywhere he's gone in the last year, and now we're coming to, a series that at a track that he is experienced at, that he's had a lot of success at in the past. So I think he'll be good. And honestly, I got my eye on Jeremy Fletcher. Nobody said Jeremy Fletcher yet. Again, kid that's got some laps there. Hell of a racer. I raced wheel to wheel with him 2 weeks ago, and dude can race you, clean and hard and aggressive, and he's not going to take any shit.
X30 Senior, group number 1, about to be on track next. This one I think is going to be exciting. Obviously with happy hour yesterday, we got a huge turn of events when it came to weather. Some of the drivers may have got bumped back, not where they wanted to be optimally. But now with group number 1 about to go out, I think this is going to be probably one of the more exciting qualifyings we're about to see here this afternoon.
2 groups in qualifying, divided in half. Nearly 40 drivers strong for X30 Pro Senior as we typically find them. The first group still to come is your bottom half from final practice. The second group, your fastest half.
Jeremy Fletcher was your quickest driver 3 out of the 5 sessions, 3 out of the 4 that he was at least in, since he didn't compete in the final practice yesterday. So a driver to watch here with a dry racetrack now here for qualifying. Fletcher getting held up there across the line. Won't like that, but he still is at least halfway decent with an opening lap of a 48.710, a 6.56 for Benoit. The number 320 Parallel and Alessandro DiTullio jumps up over Thomas Nevo, who is in second. As they all jump up the order. Paul Bocuse to second, DiTullio to fourth. Mateus Morgado, your quickest driver in his return to race out. X30 Senior Prefinal, Mateus Morgado, Paul Bocuse, your front row coming in the tram lines. Looking, green flag and a lot of the field at the end was not able to get lined up, so that's going to make turn 1 a little bit cleaner. It's also going to, we got 2 together. somehow they all going to make it. But again, about like 25th on back, they weren't even up to the line. Everyone was slacking single file for the last second. Look at this driver off. Jeremy Fletcher is off in the final turn with what looks to be a mechanical issue. He is done. The 322 rookie hotshot who dominated practice day is out with a blown chain. And here he comes, DiTullio looking inside. New leader, Alessandro DiTullio, able to get by on Thomas Neveau, and he takes over the top spot as they head through turns 7 and 8. And out of the final corner, checkered flag, DiTullio, your winner here in the pre-final.
Good job, Ali.
I was so sad when I heard it. I thought it was just...
You bounced like 8 curves on that first lap.
Yeah.
You're all over the place. Out of control. Settle down, man.
I only got, what, 45 go-karts?
That's all? Piece of cake.
Yeah, what do you mean don't trust me? No, I don't trust you. There's a big old lake right there. I think you need to wash. I don't know, 30. I didn't get to go there. I think you can't catch it. Alright, you ready, Dalton? Yeah. Whee! Backstage! I didn't make a lap.
She says, yeah.
What happened? I think the gear bent and like broke off bolts, so the chain came off. And I didn't even make a lap, so I was on a DNS.
Describe to me how you're feeling about going from the back.
I mean, I'd rather obviously be up front and have a good position, but at least I'll have fun this weekend. Where's this guy? I don't know, I guess you're moving up a spot.
Drivers into position to get things underway, into the staging lane. Time to go racing. Green, green, green. Everybody diving to the inside of the racetrack through turn 1 for the first time. It's senior racing. Get your elbows up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get at it. 3 drivers collected on the entry into the corner. The rest of them trying to fight their way through.
Greenemeyer fights through the mix. She'll pick up a couple spots, moves herself into the top 5, and it's not been the best weekend to start here for the national #1, but she has definitely found some pace here in the final.
In the front running 2 drivers over 2.5 seconds ahead of John Burke. So this race quickly becoming a 2-horse fight between Eduardo Villa and Alessandro DiTullio.
We were keeping our eye on the 322. He's up at least 15 spots, if not 20.
How about 25 spots so far, Xander? That's unbelievable. We said to keep an eye on Fletcher, who's going to start at the very tail of the field. He has already got by Cicero. That's 13th for Fletcher.
I think at almost any point, DiTullio probably feels like he can throw a dive bomb and take over the lead. He just needs to make sure that he keeps himself there and doesn't pull that trigger too early.
Started 41st. He's up into the 10th position already. What a great drive here for Jeremy Fletcher. DiTullio pulls the trigger, dove it to the inside of Villa. Now here's the thing. Can he pull away and grab a victory for Peril on the USA? He looks good coming down the back straightaway. It's been a tough run for Alessandro DiTullio, but he'll start off 2022 with a SKUSA Winter Series victory. DiTullio scores the win in X30 Senior over Eduardo Villa. Mateus Morgado in 3rd, Hannah Greenemeyer 4th, Jeremy Fletcher, who started all the way back in 40th position, ends up 7th, up 32 spots.
Big production for all of us here for the
chaser for all the drivers and mechanics that were like, you know what? I don't care if I'm big flooded. I'm going racing in Miami today to kick off the 2022 season. Yeah, that's a lot of work being done by a lot of people. For us, I think the no red flags was a big thing. Really good racing. Caesar got rid of the pushback bumper. And there was, you know, goods and bads. People were for it, some people were against it. They were worried about the opening corner. You know, that the pushback makes the start. We had really good start. One little incident there at the start of X30 Junior. Otherwise, everybody's evenly green in 1, 2, and 3. I thought the racing deserves some respect there as well. They had to care of each other. Use it with the video marshalling system. We know they dropped the hammer on a couple of things already.
Dude, I want P5 so bad. My buddy up in the I thought you were going to
32 spots. That's pretty much all right. Good job.
Just the first lap of 17 spots. No 10 pit spot. Nice drive.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I just need to get through the like fast 90s. That's where Morgado would just like pull me, and I couldn't make it up. Like it was hard.
Breaking news from the tech area, we have just received word Alessandro DiTullio has failed post-race engine tech inspection. He has been disqualified from Saturday's main event, and Eduardo Villa is your X30 Pro Division winner.
Category, a lot of fun to watch. Eduardo Villa with the win, Mateus Morgado second, and Greenmeyer rounding out the top 3 on the podium today.
We've got the potential front coming in from the east a little bit. We'll see what happens. Hopefully that'll stay south of us right now, but there is a potential for some rain coming in from the south. We can see how it plays out.
Made a pretty big mistake on the first flying lap of qualifying, put in the barriers in 1, but was able to still get some pretty good laps in, qualified 12. Didn't have the best pre-final, struggled a little bit with chassis and engine, but final we made a lot of changes and it proved to be the right ones. Missed tire pressure a little bit, but was able to go from 13th up to 4th, and then a little disqualification in tech put us up to 3rd. So good points recovery for the day and hoping to do better today on Sunday.
We started off with P4 in quali, then P1 in the pre-final. And then the final went well. We were P2 just saving tires, and then we were able to get P1 with 5 laps to go. Build a bit of a gap, and yeah, cross the finish line P1 on track. And then unfortunately we couldn't pass tech with the squish, something in the engine. So yeah, we're just gonna go for it again today.
That was a hell of a run in there.
I got held up once or twice, that was about it.
And then when that big gap showed up, man, I thought about 30 points.
I still got top 5 though.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get a better pre-final.
We are lined up. It's time to go X30 Senior Prefinal racing.
Thomas Navu for Trinity Karting Group, spooling him up. Green, green, green. Last pre-final of this weekend's schedule, and a great run, a great shoot out of the gate for Navu. He goes P1. Everyone else trying to scrap behind. Elbows up here in X30 Senior. They've got to get through 4 and 5 before it's all clean and green. But here comes DiTullio again. He wants some redemption after that technical DQ yesterday. He wants to stand on top of the box at the end of Sunday.
Yeah, he has had his moment in the spotlight. Round 1 for the SuperCarts USA Winter Series 2 years in a row, and unfortunately has not been able, after everything is settled, to come away with a checkered flag.
Hannah Greenmeyer, your Pro Tour champion, national #1 up 3 spots already. She goes P5.
He's proving that it wasn't that it was any kind of cheating infraction on the motor that was the reason he crossed the line first. Right now, he is simply the fastest driver, and the Parallel USA team, they could not be more thrilled with his performance as they go down the back for the final time.
Last year, trying to put on my GoPro. You can hear. I think I remember that. Yeah, I was like watching him put me on the wall and face. I went out. He put me in the wall.
It's like sprinkle. Okay. So it's gonna be water. Like I can breathe normal.
Like we were sitting on the grid for a day and it started downpouring.
Yeah, I know, sure.
Good luck.
We are ready to get some X30 main event racing going on. Rob, we've been treated to great racing all day. I don't even know what you could say more to hype everybody up because the fences are lined, the stands are filling. It's main event time.
Yeah, it's time to get these pro X30 drivers out onto the racetrack. This is going to be a lot of fun. Of course, the pressure from the first round of yesterday only boiling over now to Sunday's race. It's final race of the day. Green, green, green. And into turn number one. How do they fare through turn number one? A couple of drivers, a little bit of side-by-side argy-bargy. Otherwise, everybody clean and green coming out of turn number three.
Jeremy Fletcher is out again, this time with the 318 machine. That is, he had a poor start, Fletcher did, and now he has gotten tagged together with Donovan Bonilla. Can Alessandro DiTullio get redemption? It's been a year on coming for DiTullio. We thought he got it yesterday. He got the checkered flag, got it taken away in post-race tech inspection for an engine infraction. He's looking to redeem himself today and finally officially score that main event victory. And Hannah Greenemeyer, I've said it for, I mentioned it to her a few times and talked about it on Kart Chaser and plenty of our other streams. She's been roughed up for this pace she had when she broke out onto the scene in 2017. Got no love year after year after year. And it wasn't really until last year she was finally feeling and being able to push back in the right way that kind of started to get her respect and force it on these guys, and she's now got it.
Up front, though, DiTullio, as we said, looking really strong as the leader. Redemption from yesterday, the winner at X30 Senior, Alessandro DiTullio.
Don't drop me in the mud.
Oh, that's it. Don't want to.
Nice. Jump on in 2 for 2.
Hey, I did that too. Stop. You're pushing me.
No more.
A well-deserved victory. Put your hands together for Alessandro DiTullio. What a performance to run up front there for DiTullio. So much talent in this X30 Senior category. An absolutely stacked field of drivers, and Alessandro put on a great show here today for Parallel USA. Put a show on and worked his way forward. So impressive to be able to get that race win. 2.615 seconds, the margin of victory. Excellent drive. DiTullio, Morgato, and Naveau, the drivers on the front row, or rather on the podium here today. Great job. And folks, that caps things off from this year's SuperKart USA Winter Series opening weekend here at Homestead. What a great day it's been. Kudos to all the guys from Kart Chaser for putting on a fantastic broadcast. Xander Clemens and his entire crew, tremendous job. We're done here, folks, from the podium. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you back here in February.
Hey, Valentine, be your way. Wait, can I have a hug? No, I don't. I don't want a hug. I didn't give you a hug yesterday. I don't want no hug. You are the...
Is it for real?
I don't know. It's on Hood Video, so who knows?
I don't know if that's true.
Welcome back after a short lunch break here, but well-deserved for the hard-working crew that puts these 300-plus entry races on. We're ready for another massive grid here. Blake Nash, Kai Hunter, the front row, Ty Fisher, Frankie Mossman, the same 4 contenders from yesterday in the first 2 rows, but after that, things have been shaken up a little bit, Rob.
Yeah, we'll see if Salvador Della Vecchia and Sebastian Garzon can dive in. Remember, Garzon had to come from way deep in the field. I think he was like 40th all the way up into the top 6, top 7 in the main event yesterday, so he'll look for a better pre-final here to set up a nicer run, potentially to a race win this afternoon. Raheem Alibi was very quick as well, as we know, starting 7th alongside Leonardo Scorpioni.
You've got the final page just quickly populating here, folks, and even then there's a few more afterwards, but we're already into the tram lines. You can see the carts behind the screen, ready to go. Kai Hunter in the blue and pink on the left. In the blue, black, and yellow and green, Nash Motorsports Machine, it's Blake Nash. Here we go. KA Senior is green to turn 1, and Blake quickly wanted to get to that bottom side here.
Yeah, remember what we saw yesterday when he got kind of hung out to dry on the outside, got shuffled back. He was 100% looking to the right. 4, 5 drivers involved in an incident coming through turn number 1 and 2 already. Back to turn number 5, a Sony Kart driver shuffled way off to drivers left over the grass as well. He'll try to come back on. Otherwise, up front again, that was a really solid start there for Blake Nash, diving from left to right. Not sure exactly where he locked in, but Kai Hunter does get the lead off the whole shot.
Looks like he kind of got in behind Mossman, but I don't know if something happened between the pair of them and Kai Hunter or what. Hunter got a massive exit out of turn number 6, and you can see that gap is still holding here down the backstretch as they're 2 and 3 wide behind. Is that going to lead to any chaos in the hairpin? Looks like a little bit of bottling up on the exit, but I think the field's going to survive that portion of the lap, although again, we did lose 5 in turn 1. Let's see if it's going to keep us under yellow when they hit the timing loop this time.
Once they cycle through, we'll try to pick up those 5 drivers that did have trouble in the opening circuit to give that to you across the line. As we see, Hunter with the lead by 0.6 of a second. Mossman, Nash, Fisher, a Scorpioni, your top 5. Right behind a Scorpioni is Sebastian Garzon. Della Vecchia 7th, Hernandez, Wheeler, and Alibi, your top 10. Drivers falling to the tail of the field, Maxime Barron, Luis Saruth, Gustavo Gameras, Ibrahim Din, Dominic Carroll, and Ivana Richards as well, potentially involved in that turn 1 incident.
Keep your eye on yesterday's front runner, Jose Carlos Hernandez there. He was on screen for a split second. 8th across the loop last time by, trying to march forward as he runs right behind another one of those Kart Republics. That's Salvador de la Vecchia on the Chad Dawkin Racing machine. Henry Wheeler, the number 3 plate from last year's Pro Tour, lurks onwards as well. It's been kind of a quieter weekend for the PSL driver, to say the least, but he's in the top 10 at least. So he's in a top 5 row starting spot for later today.
Yeah, it was Wheeler and Garzon who had to come from so deep in the field. I think they were all the way back, I believe 39th and 40th or something like that in the main event yesterday. So again, try to do the opposite, let's put it that way. Try to have a nice clean run here, knowing that they have the pace to get themselves into the top 10. That's one of the keys to these pre-finals. Yeah, you want to move forward, but if you start doing some low percentage moves, those high risk overtakes, you can find yourself on the outside looking in and really just trying to scramble to get yourself back forward. It was a little bit of chaos and some penalties that allowed Garzon and Wheeler to go as far as up they did yesterday. They would rather have clean runs. That was a nice little early turn in for Ty Fisher, making the move to the inside of Blake Nash.
And right before he pulled the pin to do it, Blake turned around and didn't just tap his helmet. As we see Mossman take over the lead, he kind of did a calm down motion with his hand, and Ty waited for Blake to look back forward and then dive bombed him. That was hilarious.
I do love that quick turn in, right? Everybody's kind of going to go in late. You want to get the turn in on the hairpin to get the kart to rotate. He just turned it in really quickly, went right to the apex. Yeah, not going to be any work going back and forth between those two guys, at least for the next couple of laps, until Fisher can potentially re-earn the trust of Blake Nash.
Again, going on back, I feel like we've hit it quite a bit, but this massive rookie class that we haven't seen this many rookies, top-level rookies, joining the senior ranks in about 2 seasons. This is part of that kind of transition period. You see some drivers kind of go in, fly under the radar. Some maybe make a big bang, and others are kind of pushing back as the veterans in the senior class are pushing at them to say, no, I'm not just going to bow down to you every time that you want me to wait. I'm faster, and I'm going to go. And Ty Fisher's doing just that here with another move as he gets by Kai Hunter.
I really like when the junior drivers would come in, even though they know they have the pace, show a little bit of respect, at least something for the drivers who have been there for a while, or at least show the effort to try to earn the respect of the top drivers here. That was a super clean move for Ty Fisher going to the inside of Kai Hunter. He didn't use him up. He didn't drive him off the racetrack. He got it done, got to the inside. Kai checked up a bit to tuck right back behind. And you can see right now Nash has been able to get through as well. Ty Fisher doing the best he can to make those passes clean, to try to earn the respect of the top drivers in the category.
And again, it comes down to being able to perform after the pass. I think that matters the most, right? If you dive bomb someone and then blow the next 3 corners, that's going to do nothing to help your reputation. But if you pass someone, even in the case of Ty, right? Blake wanted him to wait behind him, push him forward. Ty said, no, I'm going by. But at least since he's passed Blake Nash, Blake hasn't had an opportunity to go back in on him. Ty's pulled away, and if I'm Blake Nash, if I'm at a level-headed point, I'm going, okay, fair enough, you were faster.
Yeah.
I can respect that.
I was going to say, he's legitimately faster than me. I understand he made the pass. I'm going to set, maybe I'll use him. I'll see if I can't work with him. If he's able to get to Mossman, we might as well do it together. And indeed, there is the driver pushing forward right now. Ty Fisher was quicker than Mossman last time by almost 0.2 of a second. He's cut the gap to less than 0.4 of a second on paper. To be honest, it's about two, maybe 3 kart lengths through the sweeper of turn number 7.
So as they go up and over the curbing here, I think Frankie Mossman's going to have company in a hurry, and more than just the 3 of them. Leo Scorpione's been quietly latched on to the back of that group. He'll maybe pick up a spot here. Kai Hunter through. Blake Nash looks like he'll fend off Leo. He'll only lose 1 spot, but here comes Garzone as well.
And Xander, just to remind all those of you tuning in here to Kart Chaser, we were 10-lap heat races yesterday to try to get the show done a bit earlier. We're 8-lap heat races and 18-lap main event, so only 8 laps. That means 2 to go this time by.
It's crazy how much momentum can swing with just 1 pass move there. Leo Scorpione couldn't get the job done to follow with Kai Hunter. The next corner lost that 5th spot to the rookie Garzone. Up front, Ty Fisher, a lot of momentum in the right direction for the TV kart. He's all over Mossman, and I think if it's not in this next sector, it'll be at the end of the backstretch that either Frankie blocks or Ty goes. Let's see, is it right here? Little narrow from Frankie, not too much. Swung back out a lot as they fight again behind, but here we go with a lap and a quarter remaining. Ty Fisher's gonna go, and he'll take the lead.
Same pass he made on Blake Nash. Right now, Mossman on the outside. Can he come across the bow? No, he's thinking about trying to get back in to be able to hold off Kai Hunter, and he does. He's able to get back to the inside, coming through turn number 10 and 11, and 12 rather, back into 13. Ty Fisher, now your leader. White flag will fly for the driver who is one of the standouts at the junior categories of the Super Nationals, leading right now the pre-final for KA100 Senior.
And now if you're Ty Fisher, you've got to unfortunately park the bus on the bottom and not allow yourself to get shuffled off the groove as they fan out behind him and stack up. He's going to make it through turn 6 cleanly, half a lap to go, trying to chase that pre-final victory. Frankie Mossman, talking about momentum, did a good job to kind of block Kai Hunter's momentum forward and neutralize the situation to keep himself in second. He's still now, because of that side-by-side gutsy move to go through the chicane, having a chance. Although, credit to Kai, he got a better exit out of that corner. He'll take over P2, Mossman back to 3rd. And I think it's about sealed up now.
Yeah, I think Fisher's going to be the benefactor here of Kai Hunter. Decided he wanted to go back to 2nd. He made a race of it coming out of turn number 9, the little 8-9 chicane as they come through the final couple of corners. Ty Fisher going to find himself a pre-final winner here in KA100. He'll start on the pole position for the main event this afternoon. Kai Hunter rolling into the 2nd spot. Frankie Mossman 3rd. Carlos Hernandez back up again right now. Juan Carlos back up into the 4th spot. Blake Nash ends up 5th. Sebastian Garzone 6th. Look at Scorpione. He was 5th a couple laps ago. He loses spots to Garzone, Della Vecchia, and Alibi. Scorpione ends up in the 9th position ahead of Henry Wheeler.
Again, like I say, I think it's so much about forward and backwards momentum on the racetrack here, because Leo Scorpione was riding 5th there, like you said. He hesitated or maybe couldn't quite pull it off, wasn't in the best position as Blake Nash lost the spot to Hunter, and that just kind of opened the floodgates to go the wrong way. Garzone got by, and then after that, you're just kind of playing recovery mode, and he ends up 9th.
Xander, really interesting to me here. You think about Ty Fisher's early career as a cadet driver in Micro and Mini. We watched him, work his way forward. He had some good races, but always seemed to have some bad luck. Would get shoveled off the racetrack, whatever it may be. It seemed like throughout last year, of course, into the Super Nationals, where he really kind of broke through and positioned himself as one of the top drivers, right? We saw him as no doubt a potential winner at the Super Nats in Junior this past November, but he has kept up that momentum, has come out of the gate strongly here as a debut, as a rookie in the senior categories, and very impressive here en route to a win to grab that pole position for the main event.
Love to see it for Ty Fisher as he embarks on his first USF Pro Championship season later this year, going head-to-head with some of the best in the world. Kai Hunter, one of the top talents coming out of the UK right now, and P2 to Ty.
Some of the big movers there right now. Finninga Bailiff plus 11, started back in the 27th spot, ends up in 16th. Michael Boyadzis, who started outside the top 30, 40-30 started. He goes up 14th into 29th. So Michael Boyadzis under the top 30. A couple drivers with big moves. And indeed, as I said, Bailiff almost into the top 15 after starting back in 27th. Nonetheless, a great run for Ty Fisher as he wins by 0.4 of a second. A little help there, as we said. Kai Hunter battling it out with Frankie Mossman coming through 8 and 9. Didn't allow Mossman to do the over-under to try to beat Fisher down into turn number 10. Fisher, nice little win there. He'll start on the pole alongside Hunter for the race this afternoon.
Looks like we've about got our Coastal Link custom printing recap here ready to roll in a little bit, but at the same time, there's a lot of racing still on deck, so just to update all of you, KA Senior is now wrapped, so that's our second class in the rotation with their grid sets for the mains. And next on the racetrack, it'll be some of the youngest superstars, the Micro Swifts, but back through it. A pretty clean start up until back here. 5-car pile up down in turn number 1, and then this was fun to watch here. Ty Fisher said, no, I've got the speed, and I'm going. Right by on Blake Nash first. Then the leaders started to duke it out. Frankie Mossman to the point over Kai Hunter. He had a lot of speed early, pulled away, and that allowed Ty to, again, kind of follow in his shoes, go by Hunter there in the infield S's. And then right here for the lead with about a lap and a quarter to go, the rookie able to get by on the California native. And then just was holding the bottom like his life depended on it until right here when he finally kind of got that battle to break out for P2. Hunter with a great move to get out there. Look at Brad Madgman trying to find a hole high, low, and around as well as that De La Vecchia.
Yeah, that was a look at the issue there for Scorpione as well, right, when he got shuffled to the outside. Really just couldn't position himself as everybody dove to the bottom. He got hung out to dry on the outside. And again, there was that shot as Ty Fisher able to come away with a big victory.
So a nice job there to conclude the action for the moment with AKT Racing Team. KA100 Senior. Again, Micro Swift is on deck to roll here in a little bit. Then it'll be time for the X30 Juniors to head onto the grid. Pro X30, K100 Master, Mini Swift, Pro and Master Shifter, and then back through them all one more time on the weekend here at Orlando Kart Track. And as Rob's been mentioning as well, we've got a quiet moment in the paddock. If those aren't, if you haven't already, looking to follow along with the event at home or to keep yourself kind of in the know about what's going on here on property, Superkarts USA new for 2025 has their official WhatsApp channel that pushes out all the updates, lets you know when results are provisional, when they're official, and as well any updates like lap counts today being shortened by 2 laps across the board in the mains and just matching the mini and micro distances in the pre-finals. So yesterday, mini and micro, 8-lap pre-finals. The full-size classes did 10. And today, they are going to be all at 8 laps, and the mains 16 and 18 laps in the split. Let's go down to one driver that'll start on the pole for his main. Ty Fisher is standing by with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Ty, class, debut in senior. You're on pole for the final. How does that feel?
I mean, good. Definitely a lot different compared to junior. Everyone drives smarter, more aggressive, and definitely more competitive, which I like. New feeling, more to learn. But yeah, starting pole for the final, which will be good.
After that race, you gave me a couple of good tidbits on how the track's handling right now. What can you tell us about how it feels?
Definitely pretty grippy. A lot warmer than yesterday, so the track might get a bit greasy for the final. But right now it's running good, fast lap times, and there's no water on the track like there was yesterday, so the track's running pretty good right now.
Thanks, Ty.
Thank you, Alex.
Back to you, boys.
We'll be seeing that young driver run the USF Pro Championship this year with Zanella Racing in the USF Juniors category, but man, really making a statement here. Xander coming out of the gate to start the 2025 karting season. Micro Swift drivers rolling out on track for their 8-lap pre-final. Lennox Lockhart and Molinaro, the 2 drivers who put on the show yesterday on the front row. Marcelo Flores and Hudson Howard will be on row number 2. You'll see Dutch Westbrook starting the inside. Row number 3, P5 for Westbrook alongside Mason Brody in the 272. Row 4, Logan Areta on the inside. Brody Stoffel on the outside. We cap off your top 10. Leo Simoni starting 9th. Aiden Go looking to launch from the outside of row number 5, P10.
Outside your top 10, you got Dominic Nagel on the inside there in the 252. Ajax Capitan Garduno on the outside in 12th, and then Danny O'Gara and Mateo Gomez on row number 7.
Grayson Power starting in the 15th spot inside of row 8 alongside Isaac Carvalho. Zev Goldschok and Cesar Baratas will be on row number 9. Jack Katowski, birthday boy, 8 years of age today. Jack Katowski started 19th alongside Iker Alvarez.
Moving on back beyond your top 20 here, as they have, unlike the full-size classes, given us the time to talk a little bit further down in the field, as it's a slow pace lap while they exit that back hairpin. Let's go to row number 11. Leandro Ramirez on the inside, Dylan Smith on the DRT Racing Machine on the outside, Micah Porter and Samuel Chavarri on row number 12.
Row number 13, Liani Schiavo will start on the inside, 25th alongside Miles Wilton. Enzo Ramos and Matias Diaz on row number 14.
Back on row number 15, Liam Francisco on the inside, Charlie Skrapowski on the outside.
Nice work on that.
I'm going to hope that
was
right.
a tough one.
Skurzapowski, maybe there's a Z in there.
Skurzapowski?
Yeah, we'll call it Skurzapowski. I say that a few times there, and then I think we'll get it in the routine. Roman Machine and Franco Schiavo there, son of Luis Schiavo, former Masters and senior driver. He's got both of his kids racing here this weekend, and we've got more behind him, but we're ready to go for the first try. And this is going to get the green, but I think they were a bit uneven, and in fact, it's going to even hurt more. Hudson Howard up in the air for a split second there as they all kind of fan out through 1 and 2.
Yeah, like I always said, single file in front, 2 wide about 4 rows back, then 3, then 4 wide at the very back, right? Everybody diving left and right. Look how wide they are coming here into the turn 5 corner deeper in the field. Everybody getting through cleanly thus far. So nice job here for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. We've cut it to 8 laps for all the classes to try to gain a little bit of time. We're staying on the schedule as it was a very clean morning run through the rotation through the schedule. We hope to stay the same way. We may end up going ready racing before it's all said and done, but right now we're still on the schedule and the drivers doing a good job getting out of the gate.
Yeah, knock on wood there. The Micros got a better start at least than what they had yesterday, but still a bit shaky. So Mauro Nario on the Orsolone Parolin able to get the jump into the lead. Here's your yesterday's winner, Marcelo Flores, in that 4th spot behind his teammate Hudson Howard. Oh no, we got big issues here coming out of the hairpin. 3 cars together. Francisco is one of them. The other are 2 of the Sodis, it looks like. We'll wait for those drivers to unfortunately fall down the board. One of them is going to be, actually I thought one might have been Mateo Gomez. He just faded to the teens. But it was 2 Sodi drivers and then Liam Francisco, from what I could tell, coming out of that back hairpin, Rob. And we've got another one off in 1 and 2 as well that our cameraman was trying to catch for us. So there's carnage at the end of the opening lap and the start of the second.
Yeah, I thought I saw Aiden go up top in the top 10, but actually he's all the way. He's a DNF as well. Miles Wilson, Liam Francisco, and Eliseo Tosti, potentially the drivers involved here right now. But again, up front, we're talking about that Mauro Nario out to about a 0.3 of a second lead. But hey, it doesn't take long for things to change their way up in this category here. More racing up front. Look what we got up front right now.
Lennox Lockhart to the lead in the 242. Your pole sitter has Hudson Howard behind him now in the JHTD Kart Republic. Then he's got his teammate in Marcelo Flores lined up right there as well. Here's Hudson looking for the lead. Oh, yellow flag. And he's trying to bail out of it, it looks like. Smart move there by the 249 of Hudson Howard. Saw the yellow, jammed on the brakes. I think Lennox was fully intending to give it to him. And, well, unfortunately, Hudson will pay the price, but at least he can fight back as long as he doesn't end up squeezed there in the middle.
Yeah, look at a little action here. He, as you said, kind of got out of it there to not pass under the yellow, but he has been gobbled up by a number of drivers who kept on the power. Everybody else kind of was able to stay on power and hold their spots. It was Hudson that had to kind of get out of it because he was ready to complete the pass on Lockhart for the race lead. Otherwise, he has dropped back to very likely 4th or 5th right now.
Yeah, so he just made a move on, it looked like Mason Brody, and I think Brody's going to lose another spot here. As to the inside goes Dutch Westbrook. Moore trying to go. That looks like Leo Simone, and Brody Stoffel tried to follow, couldn't. So he'll get sandwich between those 2 KRs. And then behind, Brody, nope, he doesn't want to keep it a sandwich. Brody Stoffel to the inside of Mason Brody, side by side behind him. All the while, new leader, Marcelo Flores to the point at the end of lap number 3.
So again, a little bit of excitement here for the first half of the race. They'll work their way out of the 1-2-3 combination through 4, back over to turn number 5 here now. Finally starting to stretch things out a little bit up front. Flores, Lockhart, 1-2. Nario back into the 3rd spot. Howard, who fell back, goes to P4. Stoffel was right up in there, but he goes back to 7th now. So a lot of action here early on. Nobody making any massive moves. Dylan Smith up 6. Who else we got? Oh, Batista Bassi up 12 spots, 36 to 24th. Just a little look deeper in the field. A number of drivers who are making big moves here early on.
I will say, at least on screen, the hard charger, it appears to me, is Dutch Westbrook. He just went up to 4th now, getting around Hudson Howard's Kart Republic. And behind Hudson there, Leo Simone lurking on, has a gap now out back to Brody Stoffel and crew. But Dutch Westbrook in the Bennett, P4 for the 233. Up the road to Marinario's, only about 3 more tenths, and 1 more pass. He'll arrive as the 2 to go signal comes out. So I think we are maybe 1 lap off. Or are we doing 6, or was that the halfway signal?
No, yeah,
that was halfway.
We're doing 8. I confirmed with Tony Leone it was going to be 8 laps as well for the cadet category, so that would have been the halfway mark.
Yeah, I see that now here. And Likens had me confused for a second. Then the blur that we got him on screen. There you go. Thank you, Turn 1 cameraman Jerry, rubbing it in. He got it right. I got it wrong. Not surprised at all about that fact. But well 4 down, 4 to go.
Well done by Jerry there. So indeed, this is the lead group. You can see we've got the gap a little further back. One lone driver by himself there in the 7th position. That'll be Brody Stoffel. More racing here further up. That's a move now into the 4th spot as we're just chilling out here, having not been able to finish this race.
Well, you know, get your airtime any way you can get it, right?
I love it. That's going to be a screenshot for sure. I see a meme or something coming from Kart Chaser before this weekend's all said and done. How was your weekend in Florida? I just chilled out.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I will say, Marcelo Flores and Lennox Lockhart, they could be chilling here about a second on some change up the road, but they're looking to battle it out. Lennox back to the point there in turn 5. You saw he was trying it in turn 1, kind of backed out, bailed on the move, and 2 corners side by side has been enough to erase what was growing to a near 8-tenth margin down to back probably about 4 tenths to Marinaro and crew. So Nario, Howard, and Leo Simone. I don't know what happened to Dutch Westbrook. He was right there with them, and as we were kind of bouncing around in that last lap, and maybe it was down here at the hairpin, because he was on the charge towards Nario, and now Dutch finds himself nearly 2 seconds away from the lead.
You saw that run down into turn number 10, a little crossed up there under the brakes. Oh, we got a big instant coming out of turn number 10. They blocked the apex, and there is a number of drivers involved. They climbed up on top of each other. Yellow flags flying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 helmets at least in that group there, trying to pick up some of the drivers. The 215 involved, the 292.
Dylan Smith, Katowski, the 272 involved as well. Oh, man.
272, Mason Brody.
So that's pretty high up. Mason Brody, I mean, he was at one point in the top 10. That's about probably the early teens on back.
It's literally falling back from 11 on back. That was 11th on back, Xander. We've got Mateus Gomez now up to 11th. Leandro Ramirez up to 12th.
And wow, look at that. The officials have gotten them clear. That was 12 karts, a complete log jam, and while the yellows are still flying, which means Marcelo Flores,
nice.
I don't know, that would be tricky to see if that's going to stick, that pass there on Nario, but kudos to the SKUSA officials, the Orlando Kart Center crew as well here this weekend. The combined effort, goodness gracious.
Thinking Dominic Nagel, Matias Diaz, Dylan Smith, Mason Brody, Grayson Powers, Logan Areta, and Jack Katowski all involved in that one.
Big shake up in the lineup now beyond your top 5 rows. So, and we're still shaking up the top 5 rows to that point as well. Lennox Lockhart starting to pull away, trying to get a pre-final win here. Put himself on the pole for tomorrow. He's got a good gap back to Flores. Flores as well should be safe now back to Marinaro. And I don't know if there's more carnage in the hairpin as the camera was starting to pan, but at least for Lennox on the Velocity Racing Sodi yesterday, he was in this spot before, leading at this point in the final lap of the main, and I think the pre-final on the other end kind of battling to get the lead, but wasn't the first of the checkers. He's got enough of a gap, he should be safe. The fight's really on for 3rd, though.
Yeah, Nario, Howard, and Simone lining things up for P3 as Lennox Lockhart out front. Here they come back through. Hudson trying to look to the inside. He will make the move to the bottom of the racetrack. Look who's going to come out with it. Might be Leo Simone going to be an actual full benefactor on that, as those 2 J. Howard karts are going to be side by side coming across the line. Lockhart gets the win, I believe. Flores in the second. I think Howard, Flores in the second. Howard, Simone, Nario.
Yeah, Simone got alongside him, but that little dog leg kind of coming down the front stretch, it breaks the momentum of anyone with a crossover move in that last turn. That's why it makes those completed crossovers look all the more impressive, like what Frankie Mawson was able to pull off yesterday. So Howard ends up third, Simone fourth, Nario fifth, Dutch Westbrook sixth, Brody Stoffel, Zev Gottschalk, Isaac Carvalho picks up a handful of spots there. Quite a few, 17th to 8th for Zev Gottschalk, 16th to 9th for Carvalho, 13th to 10th for Danny O'Gara, and then you look to the early teens, some major shakeups there. How about the name we were struggling to pronounce?
Skrzapowski.
Charlie Skrzapowski. 14th from 30th.
Yeah, Alvaro Madero's up 24, 40th to 16th with all that chaos. Batista Bacias is up 19 as well. A number of drivers further back getting a lot of help after 10 drivers or 12 drivers involved in that incident over in turn number 10. Nonetheless, Lennox Lockhart, he and Marcelo Flores again flexing their muscles. They've got the pace to go for a race win this afternoon.
All right, let's take a look at the replay of how this stack-up happened. So right at the front, Mason Brody kind of gets turned, and then everyone was expecting the line to go. And, I mean, this looks like a traffic jam from the Orlando interstates rolling through at a rush hour. I mean, look at the hand signals of everyone going, why'd you run into me? Why'd you run into me?
Yeah, they all just dived to the bottom of the racetrack, right? So they're trying to get all the carts here. Look at the SKUSA corner worker said, come on, get through here so we can go to work.
Oh, man. And then here, what a great job by the entire crew. All 4 of them hustling to clear the track, and then there come the leaders. And then here's the moment where, unfortunately, Marcelo Flores, there was the yellows there. They didn't have the yellow out in the corner, but the yellow approaching. So when that yellow zone ends, I'm not sure on the rule, letter of the rule there. But, again, another one of those calls I'm happy Rob and I aren't making. We're just enjoying the show here for the micro. So sadly, that means a lot of cleanup is on the way. We're going to take the moment to step aside following that Coastal Link recap here that we've got, of course, on deck as well. That'll be coming up. So good look at the AKR.com replay. Even still pretty close on time. We'll see you on the other side of this break and a quick word from our partners.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others.
Kart's onto the racetrack now here for X30 Junior. And the outlap just getting underway. We missed out on them being released off the grid. So I believe there was a bit of an issue for our off-pole man. The Rawls and Performance Group Cosmic driver, Fionn Shee, report coming from Alexander Searle down on pit lane, slow to fire off. So he's going to be hustling to get into his spot to join his teammate, Alexander Vanchev, there on the front row. Rob?
Yeah, indeed, right on schedule, too. We talked about the fact that we may lose a bit of time. No, bang, they rolled exactly when they were supposed to at 12:55. Augustus Toniolo starting on the inside of row number 2 in the 7:38 for RPG alongside the Magic Kart of Max Weiland.
Moving back to row number 3, Kit Malofsky on the Energy starts alongside Tristan Murphy's Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart, Javier Chaparro, Ryan Gandor, a full RPG lockout of row 4.
Yeah, then we've got another RPG driver in Jose Halfin in the number 736, and it's the driver from Speed Concepts Racing, Sarah Bradley, starting on the outside of row number 5, to Jose Schirmer and Travis Pettit on row number 6.
Felipe Benito, Benham Abernathy, row 7. Palacio, Thermalaswamy, Edward Kennedy, Sebastian Rist, David Zhao, Rocco Simone, your top 10 starters for the 37, getting ready to go green here. And we've got a few out of line. I don't know if this is going to be good enough. It will be. We've got him. Oh, man, did Alexander Vanchev hang it loose there in turn 1.
Trying to get some rotation? Well, you did it. Had that thing really rotated and almost around. Luckily, the drivers behind him were good enough to not get into the back of him. Everybody clean coming through the opening couple of corners. Not too bad here through turn number 5 as well. Leaders have already single filed. They're through 6 into the sweeper of turn 7, back to the 8-9 combination that'll lead them back onto the straightaway over to turn number 10. A little bit of racing a bit further back. Couple of Speed Concepts racing drivers ready to line things up just inside the top 10.
Down the back straightaway, 1, 2, 3 here. Vanchev to looks like Augustus Toniolo, and then Kit Malofsky with a good start on the Energy there into 3rd. Fianchy's gone back to 5th. Max Weiland in the middle there in the 4th spot as they all jump the curb through the S's and round that final turn to put 1 lap in the books. Vanchev leading on home turf here with a flurry of blue and pink behind him.
Yeah, no doubt about that. A lot of RPG livery behind your leader, Alexander Vanchev, started, of course, by Augustus Toniolo, Fianchy, Jose Halfin back there in 5th and 6th as well. And again, the early laps just settling in. Remember, guys, just 8 laps. We've cut 2 laps off both the pre-finals and the finals to make sure we stay on time to cap off this Sunday action, round 2 of this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clements here in the KC Broadcast Center, and Xander's been a good opening couple of laps here for Alexander Vanchev. We interviewed him earlier today, and what he said was he wanted to limit the mistakes he had made on Saturday. If he does that again like he's doing right now, we may see him on top of the box.
Now, one factor that I haven't gotten to mention, I think probably enough today, but we definitely touched on it yesterday, was that all this grass and dirt, it's still pretty soft and a bit muddy off the racetrack. When the back of the pack goes off, the first driver to hit it like a snowplow, the race leader. You saw Vanchev weaving the tires both on the run into the hairpin and the run out of it, trying to keep his tires clean so he doesn't miss his braking marker or blow past the brake zone and turn-in point. And again, talking about minimizing mistakes there, taking that extra bit of caution here. That was not so much to warm the tires up. They've got that on the straightaways, but he was cleaning them off. He must have seen some marbles, some rocks, some dirt kicked up from someone or another further back in the field going off the circuit, and a veteran move there from the junior driver.
Had a good look there. Tristan Murphy in the number 711 RPM machine back there in 7th, not in that lead group of 6 right now, but not that far back. Obviously, we've got a number of different karts in here. We've got the RPG drivers. We've got the Energy as well for Belofsky. You got the Magic Kart for Weiland. Murphy trying to get another one of those machines up there to dot up this RPG grouping that is a big part, a majority of this top 6.
Through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, all about 2 car lengths apart. No big dives yet. Max Weiland looked, I think, the strongest out of the 6-pack we've got up front last time around, and indeed he was the only driver, or actually he was not the best. I'll give that honor to Fianchy and Jose Halfin behind him, but 55 flat for Weiland. 54 nines apiece for 5th and 6th. They're closing in. Here's Lucas Palacio. You can see pushback bumper deployed, unfortunately, for the 705 Kart Republic, but he started in the middle of the mid-pack fray. 15th, he's up to 10th. He'll lose some spots with that penalty, though.
Fastest driver on the racetrack as well. He had gone purple last time by. I was going to say, able to go +5 to get himself into the top 10. It hasn't been I don't think, the result that he's been looking for here, and it's kind of returned to U.S. competition. A lot of European racing lined up for Lucas Palacio here in 2025. Of course, announced last year that he would be part of the Williams F1 program as a driver development pilot for that operation in F1. We'll see what he's able to do here throughout 2025, but the return here to the U.S. To start the 2025 season. We have not yet seen him up in the top 5 and battling for the race win.
So your top 6 are still about a second to a second and a half spread apart. Kit Belowski starting to fade towards Max Weiland a little bit further. But Augustus Toniolo is also kind of fallen back from the race leader, Alexander Vanchev. Remember in qualifying, it was 3/10 from second to 15, but it was 2 full tenths from first to second. Vanchev's had the field covered based on the lap charts, and it looks like we're seeing that in action here visibly now, coming to put 5 laps complete, 3 to go.
Yeah, Alexander over 2/10 of a second faster than Toniolo on the last lap, a 54.5. He does a 54.4 this time by to Toniolo's 54.445. So actually Toniolo the same pace. He was able to stretch a couple of tenths on that last lap, but equal 54.4s for both of those drivers. A little quicker than Belowski's 54.5, Weiland and Shee's 54.6. In fact, a 54.6 for Halfin as well. So the leaders, not surprisingly, inching away 10th by 10th.
And for Tristan Murphy, the next, the pack back, on the other hand, not nearly as calm. Look at that. There was another move, I think, in the middle of it with Ryan Gandor and Lucas Palacio trading the 9th spot. So Felipe Benito in that mix, and then there's finally a gap from him. So you've got 1st through 6th on screen, 7th through 10th in a 4-car pack behind them. All of them headed to the line for 2 laps to go this time by. Can Toniolo close back up? I think he was a little better, but it wasn't a lot better. 300ths better than his teammate in Vanchev last time.
Lucas Palacio a little further back. You talked about the fact of potential front bumper activation there, but he is digging his way forward. He's up into the 9th spot right now. In fact, call it 8th. He's able to get by Tristan Murphy, and now we'll go after Ryan Gandor there on the number 725 RPG machine. So Dave Palacio, one of the drivers on the move right now. Not the fastest driver on the racetrack as he was midway through his last lap of 54.3. Only a 10th off of Toniolo's purple lap.
Down the back straightaway, Max Weiland about a car length up on Fianchi. Car length back from Kit Belowski. He's been trapped there for a minute. Palacio's gone all the way to the front of this group. So maybe with a protest or an appeal on the bumper, he'll be able to keep that 7th spot. But if not, around in front of them. Oh, that might give him the gap he needs.
He's going to say he might get the gap after that.
So that was Gandor going for a spin there. I don't think he was trying to pass Palacio, just kind of misjudged the gap. And now, with nowhere to go, Javier Chaparro faded back. He got around both of them. Tristan Murphy loses time, Benito loses time, and Palacio gets 2 seconds, almost 3.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see what happens here when it's all said and done. Of course, those drivers lost a lot of the momentum coming forward. They're definitely going to lose a little more on this lap here as well. This is the final circuit, though. We'll see whether or not Palacio's going to get enough of a gap if indeed they can't protest and get that front bumper pushback overturned. Otherwise, Vanchev's done a great job. 4/10 of a second last time at the line. No one close enough to get the job done here right now as RPG still runs 1-2 with Toniolo running in the second.
Out of the last turn, flawless for all 8 laps. Alexander Vanchev will keep the perfect streak alive here for Sunday. Pole and qualifying, pre-final win to boot. And down to the rest of the top 10, no major changes. Here's a fight towards the end of it. Gandor's gonna leap up 1 spot there. Check out this last lap battle in the middle of that scrum there. That's the 721 around William Kim, it looked like also. Rocco Simone, Cole Medeiros, right around 20th or so. Sebastian Rist there in 721. That was actually around the upper 20s, fighting to get into the top 25. Lots of good scraps through the 37 driver field. 35 crossed the line to finish, going back to Benicia Sparrow with a DNF and 1 DNS in this one. So a relatively good attrition rate. The other one that we lost, Jackson Elefante, out on the opening lap, it appeared. So here's your top 15. Vanchev, Toniolo, Belowski, Weiland, Shee, Halfin, all kind of in lockstep and stuck in the gaps between each other. But this was a short run, 8 laps. They'll run 18 in the final. We know that could potentially allow some shakeups and movement when you get a little more tire deg and the kind of peaks and troughs of the bell curve for tire pressure of who hits it right when they peak. Here's the back half of your top 30 as well, going back to Benham Abernathy to 16th here. Rob, any big movers or notables there?
I actually pulled off that result. Let me jump back on that one again. My apologies.
Well, to be fair, there wasn't too much now looking at it on my end. I will give a big shout out Ethan Sky Manuchek, probably the only one, 36 to 18th. So that's a big leap forward. The rest up about 5 or 10 apiece. A few moves forward. nothing too crazy.
Yeah, true show up 10, like you'd said before. I think he and Manchester coming in together. Mateus Romalo up 13. So a couple of drivers, but for the most part, you're right. It was 1, 2, 3 positions either way. Even in the top 10, it was Palacio with the biggest jump, +8. Started 15th, ends up working his way up into the 7th spot. So again, the X30 Junior category brought to you by Speed Concepts Racing. That pre-final done. It'll be the RPG front row for Vanchev and Toniola. But these drivers getting set to go right now. Colin Lloyd for Speed Concepts Racing. Pro X30, their pre-final could be up next. Xander, what do you think? Drivers getting dialed in and ready to go here and to roll off. This driver's ready to go for sure. Austin Garrison in that number 6 machine. A better starting spot. Not, I think, as good as he would have wanted to be. He's going to be 11th, rolling out just out the outside the top 10, but significantly better than we saw him on Saturday.
Same goes for the driver behind him there, rookie Enzo Vidmontien from 13th on the Jay Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. If history tells us anything, and I say recent history as in the previous sessions today and yesterday, that inside lane is a safe spot to be. Remember, Joe Turney nearly got to the lead from 5th off the start of that pre-final, so it's very possible both Vidmontien and Garrison could be in the top 10 by the end of the opening circuit.
Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg will be on the front row, so we're talking like the outside line is Norberg, Lloyd, Galley, Ramos, Alibi. Those are the drivers who will start 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 10th, and they'll be really working their way to get themselves turning back into the inside line, as you said, when the green flag flies coming down into 1 and 2.
Keep your eye on the driver that rolled off tail end Charlie there, Jacob Kolar in the number 33 Vice Racing Kart Republic. Long road forward here for yesterday's pole sitter. Talk about complete 180 from perfect starting spot to the last starting spot. It's a Kart Republic again on the front row, though, with Joe Turney, as mentioned here, top qualifier over Ryan Norberg. And then row 2, while Colin Lloyd is on the outside, Caden McQueen, solid quality effort on a backup frame, P3.
Jack Lloyd and McQueen on row number 2. Jensen Burnett and Olin Galley on row number 3. It'll be Burnett on the inside in the number 18. Galley and the CRG on the outside in the number 41. Paulie Massimino for Brandon Jarczyk Crack Racing in the LN Kart number 5. Starting on the inside, row 7th position, inside of row 4. Diego Ramos for PSL on the Barrel National number 3 on the outside, P8.
Numbers 48 and 49 for positions 9 and 10. James Overbeck and Raheem Alibi conclude your first 5 rows. And then Austin Garrison, a veteran, on the inside of rookie Amador Martinez for row number 6.
Mentioned that Vid Montien would launch here from 13th. He'll start alongside Marcelo Tortato on row number 7. Bernardo Gentile and Luke Welcome on row number 8.
Final few rows in your top 10 overall. Top 20 starters. Laurent Legault, Brian Garcia, Lorenzo Kaufman, and Quentin McPherson here for the top half of the field. Now let's take a look back at some of our further back starters like Henry Lepard, Tiziano Rosso Orcel, and find your favorite ones. Check out Chase Gassiet-Lee, the rookie who had a top 10 run yesterday, rolls from 40.
Yeah, a couple drivers from deeper in the field. They're going to have to put their head down to come forward. We'll keep an eye on the 13, Gassiet-Lee for sure. And again, as we've said before, Jacob Kolar in the 33, right at the tail of the field, starting 43rd. Nowhere to go but forward.
Here we are. Joe Turney in the white and orange on your left. Ryan Norberg on the blue and pink on the right. Pro X30 Prefinal action is underway down to turn number 1.
Let's see what happens to the outside line. Norberg's going to get through cleanly, I believe. A couple of drivers making contact. Overbeck gets hammered as well. He'll go back a bunch of spots. Couple of drivers into the grass on the outside of turn number 1. So quite a bit of chaos mid-pack on back. It looked to be like Overbeck likely with the biggest hurt as he got held up a little bit and lost a bunch of spots. Overbeck, you can see right there in the middle of the chaos coming through 5 and 6.
Yeah, it was Jensen Burnett from 5th that got turned in front of the field on the inside lane. It took Paulie Massimino, Overbeck there right in the middle of this group here. He's back into the teens. He's going to try and send it on the 76 of McPherson as down the backstretch. Little defensive driving from Colin Lloyd there. Here's Paulie, it looked like on the inside. He's in the middle of the fray. Lower, probably mid-teens for him. Here's Diego Ramos. Talking about the sneaky Brazilians. Got himself a couple spots on the opening lap. So has Garrison. They'll cycle to the top 10 as Joe Turney leads to Ryan Norberg and a gap to Olin Galley. And Ramos will get closer to his fellow countryman with a move there for 6th.
As they shake down, we'll give you some of the movers and shakers. Guys that went up, guys that went backwards. +3 for Olin Galley, +4 for Garrison. Drivers falling back. -5 for Burnett, -6 for Massimino, -13 for James Overbeck.
Ryan Norberg now to the point there with that move in turn number 5. He said yesterday he did not want to let Joe get away. He was just going to try to get in front as soon as he could, but he also respected the game. He said he didn't want a white line. He wants to beat him on raw speed. Joe, the same. A lot of respect between these two, but it's been a lopsided battle when you go off the result sheets, and right now it looks like another head-to-head fight is looming in the pre-final as Olin Galley lurks about a 1.5 seconds back with rookie Colin Lloyd on his heels, and a dogfight, a slugfest back there for 5th. Check this out coming across the line. We got pairs at 2, and then this group right here. Oh, Alibi sending it on the veteran Garrison there in 1 and 2.
It was Caden McQueen who was already on the defensive coming out of turn number 9 over to 10. He was down to the inside of the racetrack already. You can see him leading that group right now. That's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th on back. McQueen, Ramos, Garrison. We know Alibi went by Garrison there. Amador Martinez in that group, as is Jensen Burnett, and Enzo Vidmontien.
Kudos to Jensen Burnett for recovering the way that he did off that opening lap. Oh, big send from Amador. Oh, Amador Martinez gets you some right there in front of the cameras and the fence line by the grid on Garrison.
A couple drivers making moves to the inside of the racetrack as well, coming down into turn number 10. I believe that was Burnett in the number 18, getting himself up another spot as well. Again, lots of aggressive action outside the top 5 here. Let's say outside the top 4. 5th, though, for Caden McQueen. Kind of got that position locked down right now. Got about 3 or 4 tenths on Diego Ramos, but a lot of really aggressive racing outside the top 5.
Let's check on our update there as you saw Luke Welcome ahead of, looked like Sathvik Sarathi. Vidmontien, big time send, roots Garrison out of the way, sends him into the weeds. Austin Garrison going in the absolute wrong direction now.
Xander, how do you like this? 3 laps in, the guy who started at the very back of the pack, Jacob Kolar, +20. 23rd. He got 7 karts essentially a lap. He's already to 23rd. Kolar from dead last.
Well, as Garrison tries to begin the recovery drive, he's got one of the CRG drivers defending in front of him. Here he goes to the inside to go back. James Overbeck trying to go with him. Not quite going to happen for the 48 as Vidmontien and Paulie Massimino have a little gap. That is the 42.
Tortado.
So that is Mateus Tortado there. Here's Norberg and Turney. Joe Turney taking a little bit more of a conservative approach to this pre-final, letting Norberg lead the way, but staying right on his heels. Keeping our eyes as well on Paulie Massimino and Enzo Vidmontien. The reason neither one of them were up in the top 10 in the results yesterday, they had a little moment together. Enzo ended up with the DNF. Paulie got the incident responsibility penalty. Looks like, though, they're going to stay clean here on Sunday. Paulie now has gone by the 93.
That's Massimino up into the top 10 right now. He'll go 10th. Vidmontien back into the 11th spot. Single file order, as we have said. Jacob Kolar a couple of more spots. He's up now into the 21st position, right with Chase Gassi at lead. So both those drivers who started deep in the field now flirting their way into the top 20. Gassi at lead 20th. Kolar in 21st. They're only a second behind Lorenzo Kaufman now.
Here's Kaufman going at it with Satvik Saranthi. There's Kolar. Jacobs got another one right by on Kaufman there. And here's Enzo Vidmontien again back on screen to the 59. Just behind him, starting to close in. Looks to be the man in 12th. And I believe that's going to be Bernardo Gentile. Up front, oh, we got a fight. Here we go. Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg, side by side in the sweeper. Norberg's got it back.
I love the fact that Turney's more than happy to run the outside there, trying to do the over-under. Coming out of the corner there. Away he goes up the straightaway. This battling to allow Colin Lloyd to get a bit closer. In fact, a little bit of a cover down the inside. Middle entry line there for Norberg, and Lloyd's loving it right now in the SCR machine. He's closing back up from P3.
This is incredible stuff from Colin Lloyd on his Pro X30 debut. What a run this weekend has been for the 93 as Turney's got a nose down low. 2 to go, and JT takes over.
8 laps, as we said. That's 6 laps done. 2 laps remaining, and it's Turney back up front. Lloyd has arrived on the scene, though. It's a 3-driver battle up front, and Olin Galley and Caden McQueen looking to be part of the action as well. 1 point, Turney and Norberg able to pull away cleanly, but this little bit of racing they've had over the last lap has brought more drivers into the fray. Turney leads back over to turns number 8 and 9, climbs the curb there with the left rear. Norberg on top of Colin Lloyd looking to take advantage of this.
Joe's going to go low. Ryan will go even lower, then kind of think better of it. Tuck back high. Check out Olin Galley, veteran, trying to set up Colin Lloyd for an over-under, but quickly drug the brake there to not let Caden McQueen through. And again, Diego Ramos continues to lurk back there in 6th. This time by 1 to go. Lloyd kind of bottled that last turn. He's going to block for 3rd, and that's going to give Norberg an opportunity.
I was going to say, Lloyd was almost out of the seat coming over the curbing there of 11 and 12, and then Cade McQueen now trying to see if he can't get by Olin Galley. So everybody getting aggressive. Norberg's been given a little bit of room right now. Galley has a look to the inside, coming to 5 to maybe make a little bit of a move on Colin Lloyd. Not enough. It's going to be a 2-driver battle at the end. Does Norberg have anything for Turney?
Joe Turney continuing to cover the bottom side. Colin Lloyd's now gotten some room as Olin Galley goes defensive back for 4th now. McQueen all over him. Ramos there. Alibi is there. Turney's going to go center track down the backstretch. Norberg's close enough if he wants it. Turney will cover it off, but not go too low as Galley has McQueen around the high side. Ramos to the inside. Side by side further back as Turney continues to block. Final time to the last turn, Rob.
Yeah, big move to the inside. Norberg's going to try to do the over-under. They got a pretty good run out of the corner. Side by side through the kink of 14. Coming across the line. Who's going to get it? We'll see when they come across here. Officially looks like potentially Norberg. No, it is Norberg by 11 thousandths of a second at the line. Norberg less than a 200ths of a second, 11 thousandths, as he's able to nip Turney at the line. That's the best over-under we've seen out of Norberg. Tried it yesterday in the main event, but was able to get the run, as I believe Turney maybe a little over aggressive in terms of trying to block down to the inside of 13.
I can tell you it was one specific moment, and it was on the exit of the corner at that kink when Ryan, having that local knowledge of knowing that he's going to have to go the long way around, if he could just pinch him to get Joe to pop in the air for a split second and hit that skinny inside curbing on driver's right coming out of the last turn before the straightaway, it'll break his momentum enough. And watch this here on the replay. Over-under right there. He hits the curb. You don't think he's got it. They're dead even. And there, that one little clip with the right rear tire was just enough to break the momentum of Joe and allow Ryan to win the run to the line here. So once again, last turn, Joe did a great job. I don't think he overcooked it too much. Maybe a tick.
Maybe a tick.
You know, there as he kind of washed out. But watch right here. Boom.
Yep.
Just that little bit over the curb is enough
Yeah,
That's a couple
Is it
hundredths.
worth 11 thousandths of a second? Exactly that. That's how close it was at the line. Maybe a couple of hundredths gets the job done. 11 thousandths of a second for Norberg. He'll hold on to that spot. He will have the pole for the main event. He and Turney 1-2. They'll flip-flop the positions on the front row. It'll allow him to have the inside. Turney will have to work from the outside. Colin Lloyd, very impressive to third. Olin Galley in the fourth spot. Fifth, Caden McQueen. Sixth, Diego Ramos. Raheem Alibi had a really good run to seventh. Amador Martinez was aggressive as well. Burnett in ninth. Look at Massimino, 10th spot. Tough one for Austin Garrison. Started 11th, dropped a couple of spots. And Jacob Kolar from 43rd, Xander, to 15th.
Unreal stuff from this kid here. The kid from Key West picks up the most spots we've seen of anyone so far this weekend. Although it was only a one-spot gain, it was enough. And as far forward as he could go, Ryan Norberg is standing by with Alex after winning that pre-final.
Yesterday, Ryan, you told us in the pre-final you might have used up a little bit too much tire heading into the main. You think you did the same thing here?
No, I mean, we definitely stayed underneath everything this race. Joe let us get out early and just kind of sit in the front, and so use that to my advantage and just not burn the front tires up when you follow. It just eats the tires up. And so then when he got out front, I didn't really want to let him get away. I knew this race was shortened yesterday, so it's like, and even though it was halfway, it's like one more lap and now we're at 2 to go, so I just tried to get back to the lead. He had it with 2 to go, and then he started blocking, and it really at that point is about just trying to manage, you know, if I can over-under him on something and then also not lose to the chasing pack. And so we were able to kind of manage the blocking enough to where it wasn't so slow. But then once we got going, it was, yeah, I was able to over-under him at the end there, which is good. So, yeah, pre-final is done, so on to the final.
I know you're a driver, Ryan. You like to lead, but judging by that last lap, you're able to get around Turney doing the over-under. Say that happens in the final. Would you rather be leading or being second in that situation?
Obviously, it's always better to be leading. You can control the race a lot more. The only reason I knew what to do there is because he did it yesterday, and I could just, you know, I knew he was going to overslow a little bit. So I just gave myself a little bit more space than I did the day before, and there it was. So, yeah, I mean, I don't like him coming down to that much. You know, I didn't even think I won, to be honest with you. When you guys gave me the cone was when I figured out that I had won. I thought he had beaten me. So, yeah, I mean, we can do it. We just got to put it all together.
Good job, Ryan.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Xander, listen, that's a good example of how 11 thousandths of a second is not really visible from the driver's seat, right? You're not quite sure if you've done it or not. That is super close. 11 thousandths of a second at the line for Norberg. And again, good opportunity for him to show what he's got and what he could do potentially in the main.
Look at this. Again, all the drivers kind of getting bottled up behind Jensen Burnett. Like you said, biggest loser was James Overbeck. Great call there, Rob. And then here, the first lap going into the hairpin. Few moves there. Paulie was able to get back one spot. But right off the bat, Ryan Norberg taking command of this race, as he said, likes to be in the lead to control the race. And so that allowed him to control his own destiny and lead it for a good bit. We went further back and found a heap of battles. Austin Garrison, unfortunately, too slow to fire off. And he was just fresh meat for the entire field. And then right here is where things really went sideways for the number 6. Kind of got rooted off the bottom by Enzo Vidmontien and then roughed off a little more. That lost some more ground for him. Then we were able to check back in as the leaders right about when they were starting to kick off, maybe about a corner or two too late. Joe and Ryan once again side by side, this time with Colin Lloyd being the Speed Concepts racing machine lurking in the background.
Yeah, indeed, you saw the fact that Turney tried to get inside of turn 6 and then the outside of turn number 7 wasn't quite enough. This is where he was making that move, looked over the shoulder while still making the move to the inside. He'll take over the lead here. Norberg, of course, slotting right back in, but then things started to get exciting near the end of this one here. You can see Norberg putting a lot of pressure, trying to line him up to see what's going to happen on the final lap.
Caden McQueen there, you could see, was almost able to get by Olin Galley that time. He couldn't, and that was enough to force Olin to start to defend. So this was the run, of course, to the line, though. Side by side, drag race, and 11 thousandths of a second. That's what it looks like right there here at Orlando Kart Center. And you can see the celebration for the boys in blue. Ronaldson Performance Group stoked about that one. Let's go down to pit lane while the next class begins to roll with Diego Ramos' solid and consistent run to the top 10. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. Top 5 here for Diego Ramos in the pre-final. The best result you've had pretty much all weekend. We spoke before the pre. You said, listen, we're struggling with the chassis setup. Do you think it's coming back towards you now?
Yeah, for sure. I felt better in the race. We, like you said, we were struggling a bit to find a good setup. Always missing a bit, but like now I felt more comfortable. It's still a bit to improve to win, but we're gonna do our best. Now we're starting in the front for the final. I will do my best.
What can you tell us about how the track has progressed throughout the day in comparison to yesterday?
I mean, the track is pretty much the same than yesterday. It's just a bit more hotter now. That makes the track a bit greasy. But I think for us, when it was cold, it was a bit more difficult. I don't know with the kart setup, but now when the sun, the car felt better, and I hope continues like this so we'll have a chance in the final.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
That kind of tracks with what we've seen with this racetrack over the couple of visits we've had to it, and that is as it heats up, even just a little bit, and as these current iteration of Avinco and MG tires coat the surface, it kind of, again, coats it, doesn't embed itself in grip-wise. It almost becomes more slippery, more greasy, and just like kind of a film-type layer atop the surface and gets them sliding around.
Drivers of KA100 Master onto the racetrack right now. AM Racing Team, the sponsor of the class. Franco Crivelli, yesterday's winner, has been really the dominant factor throughout the weekend thus far. He'll start on the pole once again alongside Nicky Coelho. Much better starting spot for Nicky. He was 7th in the pre-final yesterday, worked his way up into 4th. Ends up coming into the podium yesterday as well. Off-pole starting spot for the Franklin Merlin driver.
Now going back on to row 2, Rafa Matos and Miguel Mir. They were close to Coelho, but all of them still a couple tenths to find to get to Crivelli. Nico Rivas was kind of the end of that pack, and then Paul Elefante, best of the rest, a few more tenths back. He'll start on the outside of row 3. 15 cars in total for your AM Racing engines. KA100 Master. Franco Crivelli has us together and underway as they head down to turn number 1.
One driver I'll be watching for here is Scott Carapoletti. Oh, contact there. That was Falcone. Falcone.
Oh, and he collects Gerstner. Gerstner involved as well. Falcone was obviously trying to get around Nico Rivas for the 5th spot. Falcone rolled from 7th, and there's more contact there. Junaid Dean, Scott Carapoletti colliding. It's chaos to kick off the KA Masters pre-final.
Yeah, turn 2, turn 5, issues for drivers, and that has put it's Matos now right there on the rear bumper of Crivelli. So Rafael Matos able to get away from that chaos behind him. He'll go into 2nd. Here's your lead group. Coelho now runs there in the 3rd spot. He'll be the replay right now of the start, Xander.
Yeah, look at this. Just lots of pushing and shoving. You can see, though, Falcone, unfortunately, he won't have a lot of ground to stand on to try and say he got shoved there. He had a big amount of daylight behind him.
Yeah, he tried to make a move to the inside, and he was getting to the inside of Rivas, as you said, but it was just one of those kind of wheel-to-wheel contacts where he was kind of leaning on Rivas. The minute those tires touched up in the air and around, he went. He needed to give a little bit more room, and indeed, I don't think you're going to see any kind of a change there, maybe even a penalty potentially for Falcone coming through there. It has shaken things up, as you had said. A number of drivers, waiting for them to come around. I got a couple of guys, so Falcone's down to the back. Rivas hasn't been able to finish. He's done. Stanescu's coming through, but Rivas, Dalbon, and we did not get a start from Charlie Fonseca. Not sure what happened to Fonseca there in terms of him not being able to make it to the start of this race. We'll see him in the main event this afternoon or not, but Fonseca, no starter. So indeed, 14 drivers took the green flag, but Xander, only 12 getting back around to see lap number 1.
Not a great start for sure for KA Master. For the smallest class on the weekend here, they've been pretty clean, to be fair, to this point. It had been a solid run of Franco Crivelli yesterday in the final, in the pre-final, looking just like this. Rafa Matos and Franco going at it. They're at it again here now with the sun out, although Rafa says, let's work together. We'll see if that holds, and we'll go side by side down to Alex with our hard charger from that Pro X30 pre-final, Jacob Kolar. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Jacob, I'd say it's been an up and down weekend. You had the pole yesterday and then some bad luck throughout the races. So how would you kind of describe how the weekend's gone this far?
I mean, pace has always been there. Just like you said, bad luck. You know, qualified on pole, got the lucky gamble with the tires, and then went into the pre-final, got a little roughed up. Nothing to worry about. Just had a little bit too much front grip. Fixed that problem. Then went to the final, all good, and then around 4, didn't know the motor mount broke, and all the bolts just came out, so the motor was loose. Sorry, and every time I hit the chicane curb, just got looser and looser, and then 2 laps to go, chain popped off. And then same thing today, qualifying, flat tire, and then now luckily made up a bunch of spots, so we'll see how it goes for the final.
In that pre-final, you made up some spots, like you said. It's hard to really get a gauge on where you stand because you're passing so many guys, but you think you kind of have it all figured out for the main?
I think so. We were pretty fast, and, you know, I think we're probably second fastest with all the passing, so I think if we're by ourselves, get a good run, we might have a good chance for hopefully a top 5.
Good luck, Jacob.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great, hard-working young man there in Jacob Kolar. He and his dad Jerry obviously gotten a bit of that cartoon anvil here with him this week.
I was going to say, like, just hearing him kind of detail everything, you're like, no, not really. No, a flat tire, seriously? Oh, you know, like, just everything kept happening. Nice to see the bounce back in the pre-final, though. Hey, 40-something to 15th, that is a massive recovery. It's going to allow him to potentially battle for a spot in the top 10. You never know what could happen. It could be a top 5 as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long race, right? Yeah. They still have 18 laps for them, so 10 additional laps, more than double what they just ran in that pre-final. He picked off 30 of them. So to pick off a few more, especially if the positions hold where he gets to start on the inside lane. I mean, hopefully they don't get turned for 5th like that pre-final start, but if it's a clean inside lane start, I think Jacob Kolar could get into the top 10 by the end of lap 1, and like you said, you just never know.
Best race we've seen so far this weekend for the drivers of KA 100 Master. Ramos leading Crivelli with Coelho right there as well. Not that far back to Miguel Mir. This again has been kind of the top 4 drivers. Mir, you can see just a little less than a second back as well. Paul Elefante still runs in 5th. Scott Carapoletti moving up a couple of spots. Kim Carapoletti, his brother, up 6th. So they currently run 7th and 8th right now. Scott Carapoletti about 1.3 seconds behind Junaid Din last time by, though quicker by 0.2. So he's going to run out of time. He's going to have to have better pace. But Carapoletti getting a couple of spots would put him to the inside of row number 4 for the start of the main event this afternoon at the Holt Station.
Which is a good recovery considering he basically got all spun out. Junaid Din from the tail end to get up to 6 is a good way to navigate the parting seas. But for Scott Carapoletti, he gets by him. He's about back to, again, neutral. And that's still on the 3rd row. That's the good part about the smaller class here for K Master. There is some more room for error, right? Rafa Matos, not that fantastic in qualifying, and only took him a lap to be able to get right onto the heels of Franco Crivelli. Nicky Coelho, not a great start from the outside lane, right back in the thick of it. Miguel Mir having to lose a little ground in the opening few laps. He didn't get trapped in a battle and multiply that loss to the lead. He was just all on his own pace-wise, and now that they've fought a little bit for the top spot, well, Miguel is closing in on that Orsilon Tony Kart.
He went purple last time by as well. Mir 57.342, fastest driver on the racetrack. He's got it down to less than 0.7 of a second. If you recall, I think I said 1.3 or 1.4 a couple of laps to go. So he's the driver moving up here. And again, I said before, we said this yesterday, there really is a front-running quartet right now. Matos, Crivelli, Coelho, and Mir seem to be the drivers with the pace to run up front. Now, Crivelli did dominate the action yesterday once we did eventually get to the wheel-to-wheel racing. But right now, again, just like Norberg trying to stay in front of Turney, I think Matos trying to make sure he stays in front of Crivelli so we don't get another breakaway from the Inter-MS driver.
Well, here goes Crivelli on cue. He doesn't want to give Rafa the chance to pull that and move off. So Franco, with a lap and a quarter remaining, takes over the point. Matos has to be careful about those fades low and then the opening back up. Yeah, that's
I don't know.
He knows the rules as well, although albeit it's a bit different. Again, remember when we had the double Summer Nats in 2020 and Bo Barfield's debut took more of a car racing approach where it's more reaction than it is about the movement left to right.
Enough, yep.
And then over time it's kind of shifted back in collaboration with the paddock and the rest of the SKUSA officials to go, look, it's reactionary blocking is going to draw a penalty, but also opening up for the corner. And again, for those kind of watching along, the emphasis, as simply as I can break it down on the rule, is you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want to block the inside, you don't get past, you're not going to be able to have a good wide apex and arc to the corner. If you want a good exit and a good arc for the corner, you run the risk of getting dive bombed. It's either one or the other, and trying to do both, well, that's going to draw a penalty.
Yeah, great explanation. Exactly that. If you're gonna commit to the block, you got to commit to the block, right? You got to stay with it. To the defensive run to the inside. All right, now Matos most definitely looking over the shoulder, right, racing in the mirrors right now. Coelho, I think not that he's not comfortable to run where he is, but the minute this has happened, Crivelli pulling back away. Because to be honest, you can see that Matos is racing more in his mirrors than he is racing looking forward. And again, with the checkered flag flying, Crivelli takes the win by almost a second, pulling away over top. Battle further back here, though, coming across the line. That'll be potentially for the 6th spot as Carapoletti tried to get by Din.
Just comes up shy,
he
about
does.
a half 10.
600th, no doubt about it. Almost got him at the line.
Yeah, he was giving Junaid all that he had and could take and then some.
So what do you think? Would you rather start inside of row 4 or outside row 3?
Ooh, yeah, that's another good question here.
Right?
I mean, again, inside of row 3 was a dangerous spot, and that kind of took outside row 3 wide, where this race 5th and 7th. It's actually 2 races in a row now, 5th and 7th colliding. So I don't know. I thought the inside lane was pretty easy and pretty safe in the last 2 sessions. Once I pointed that out, have proved that way wrong. So
indeed.
At this point here, I don't know. Survive. We'll find out in the next 2 pre-finals here. Micro Swift, Pro and Shifter, Pro Shifter, Master Shifter on the other side of this break here. We'll see you there.
Brandon, why are there all these charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our second round of the SuperKart USA Winter Series here from the Orlando Kart Center. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clemens. And as you can see, smoke from engines over on the grid as we get set to move into the next category that is on the docket here. We just saw a solid run for Crivelli, get another win in KA100 Master. Xander, we've got the drivers in Mini Swift lined up for an 8-lap pre-final to set the grid for the main, set to go this afternoon at around 5:05.
Rookie standout Zane Burgess, newly signed Andretti Global Development driver. P2 yesterday, pole award today in qualifying. He starts alongside Aston Wyatt, who also is still hunting for that premier first national win here in the States. He had a very close call at the end of the 2024 national season. He'll join him on the front row ahead of Royce Vega and Colton Schneegenberg.
On row number 3, Santiago Orioli on the inside, another one of the micro drivers moving up to Mini here this year. He'll start 5th alongside Wynn Godshot, while Cameron Johnson and Jaden Francisco will occupy row number 4.
Row 5's got Supernats champion yesterday's winner, Benja Fernandez on the inside of the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. Enzo De Janeiro for Parolin on the outside, with William Vitor and Brandon Shore right behind them on row 6.
Keep rolling back for row 7 and 8. Colin Berghofer and Maxwell Macha starting 13th and 14th respectively. Jake Manalillo alongside Simon Klein on row number 8.
Nicholas Mose and Luca Becquerel make up row 9 with Colton Bruck. Sebastian Piemonte starting 19th and 20th. The final drivers on this page, but again, it goes back a whole lot more. 40 plus once again here, this time with the Mini Swifts. Paxton Romero, Nico Salazar, Dominic Gaddis, Esteban Roach on rows 11 and 12.
Yeah, you got to go back a little further to some of the drivers that need to work their way forward. Number 1 being Liam Nakawati. He was one of the drivers that was in the fight yesterday. All the way back in the 40th position, Xander, for Nachawati.
Long road up there for Liam Nachawati, and again, I believe that was probably because of that GoPro coming off DQ from Quali, so that puts him to the tail of the field in position number 40. Any other drivers that got behind him? Well, it looks like the only other one would have been Kai Johnson, the 157 Sodi. Don't know if he'll be on track here for this one, so maybe just a full grid of 20 rows, 40 drivers strong. Aston Wyatt on the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport colors, and it's yellow and black and white Sodi USA by Velocity Racing and Andretti Global colors for Zane Burgess.
Little Gamebridge sponsorship on there. A big supporter, of course, everything that happens at Andretti Global. Great opportunity there for Zane Burgess with a fantastic association with one of the biggest brands in American motorsports.
Here we go as the 40 Mini Swifts are onto the racetrack, onto the tram lines, and into the start box. But too early for the young guns on the front row, and that will send us around for attempt number 2. And will that take a lap away from the already short 8-lap pre-final to make it 7 is the big question.
Yeah, I would expect we're probably going to see a 7-lapper now. They'll count this as one of the laps of the 8 right now. Again, more of a focus today on staying on time, trying to get this day done per the schedule. We got a little bit off yesterday, not only due to a lot of pickups, but we did have that one red flag as well for a driver that was injured, but was luckily and thankfully able to walk away from the incident that happened just below us here at turn number 4-5.
That, and then you couple in the scale line as well, with only one scale for 300 plus drivers here at Orlando Kart Center. That's a quick backlog that we had to put a pause on certain morning warm-up sessions and delay them by a couple minutes just to clear the racetrack out of all the gaggle carts there. So that plays a factor in for sure. Oh, check out the little bit of gamesmanship here with Aston Wyatt and some of the other drivers too. Look at them forcing each other kind of into the marbles in the sweeper here, staying nice and close. I don't think Zane minds at all. He's got a whole straightaway to weave him back out if he needs to, but they've got the field to an absolute standstill now on this backstretch.
I'm getting too old for this, Xander. It starts to get my anxiety up. I want these guys to get at it and get themselves back around to where they need to be.
So a slow formation lap for the Team Bennick Mini Swift drivers here on what will we expect to be now a shortened 7-lap pre-final. And what a run it was yesterday for Zane Burgess to run up into the podium. But Royce Vega, a much better starting spot for him here on Sunday, getting that inside lane. And Rob, you and I were joking about it after that last one. I don't know what's safe now, because I got to imagine at least half the field smoked their clutches. So hopefully Miami East and West are stocked up on pads before we get back here for February. A big, big smoke cloud here from these two. Zane waving behind saying, okay, these kids are playing. Look at this. You know, Micro and Mini, at least they are both having a good time today.
That's it.
We have had some memorable moments, and we're not even to the mains yet.
Just cruising around here. Weren't able to get the start. Let's have some fun. Again, like I said, this just gives me anxiety. Let's get around here. Let's get going. Let's get on the throttle. Again, Zane Burgess going to just crawl him around here right now. Aston Wyatt there, as we said before. The drivers will work their way out to turn number 13, back to the kink 14 here. You don't need to whoa them up. They're slow enough as it is. Here we go, back into the staging lane. Zane, let's see if we can't do this again. Pre-final for the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. Aaron Likens likes this one. Call it green, 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 racing. Down into turn number 1, but a little bit of an over-under there. Maybe some contact. Royce Vegas going to come through, but look at the gaggle of cars further on back.
Santi Orioli, Cameron Johnson, Enzo De Janeiro, I think got through it safely, but look at the big gap from 5th on back. Orioli is through to 3rd. Aston Wyatt, the up-pole kid, back to 5th now. Big gaggle there. It all started as Zane Burgess went into the corner, and he kind of didn't expect, I think, that many karts to be shoving him wide. He nearly lost the lead, saved it ahead of Royce Vega, but then Cameron Johnson on the Team FMS Merlin from 7th, I believe, got turned, and it was just downhill from there.
I don't know how Burgess was able to hold on to the spot. Here's a replay of what we saw at the start. You can see a little touch there to the bottom. Burgess is going to run way around the outside, stays on the throttle. The 105 getting collected there as well. You see a couple more here. That was, is that Benja?
Benja, yesterday's winner, the Supernats champ, and yesterday's winner, Benja Fernandez, involved from 9th. 7th, Cameron Johnson turned around more as well. Let's see how they all shuffle when they hit the timing loop here. 1 lap complete at speed, 2 down officially. And Burgess and Orioli, it's like a micro race from a year ago. This time, Santi's got the upper hand with a great over-under out of turn 2.
We have got ourselves a really tremendous group of young rookies who have moved their way up from the micro category, immediately making their own impact here early on. You can see right now Burgess is going to get a bit of luck here, I think, because they're really battling hard for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's going to give him probably 6 or 7 kart lengths. Coming out of 6 over to 7. A lot of breathing room for him right now. Benja Fernandez goes down to 33rd position. Yesterday's winner just got, his day just got very, very difficult if he tries to back it up this afternoon.
Oh, Aston Wyatt trying to drive Callan Berghofer down into the marbles here. Callan's going to hang tough. That's going to put him 3 wide. It was the peril in there on the outside. I think that might have been Ramirez in the 184. Still going at it. Yellow's behind them as well, as one's got turned. One of the Benix is around in that hairpin as Berghofer and Wyatt continue to battle, and that's going to allow the top 4 to break away. So Burgess, Vega, Orioli, and Schneegenberg. What just happened for 2nd, too? I mean, they're changing all over the place.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action. Drivers really diced it up. A little bit of contact further back as well. A number of drivers have done the haymakers, have thrown to the inside, have really shaken things up. You got the lead pulling away, but again, Orioli, Vega, and Schneegenberg, the next group. Colin Berghofer, we saw the battle he was having with Aston Wyatt. You go first.
Vega's off. Orioli was following Vega through 6 and kind of shoved them both off and into the dirt. Colton Schneegenberg down to 2nd. Sorry, Rob.
No worries. Just looking at some of the drivers who have fallen. We saw so much action early. Cameron Johnson down 21. Enzo De Janeiro down 16th spot. Win Godshock down 26. He started 6th spot. He's in the 32nd position. And again, Benja Fernandez, like we talked about, falling down the order, but he's looking to try to fight his way back up as well. What a crazy start to this one. Opening couple laps, but will likely, Xander, remember, be only 7 laps, having not got that initial start.
Side by side out of the last turn here for Aston Wyatt and Royce Vega. Berghofer again, now 3 wide. Vega's in the middle, put a hand up to shrug to one of them. He's going to get squeezed. He'll bail out of it. Smart move from Royce Vega. Sadly, he's going to be the one to pay the price, but at least all of them can continue, and he'll still be in the top 10.
Yeah, the price for continuing through that corner was losing 3 or 4 spots indeed, right? He had to give that up, otherwise it was going to get really ugly. Here's one for you. Who's the fastest driver on the racetrack? Well, it was Benja Fernandez. Now it's Cameron Johnson. Both those drivers 26th and 28th respectively. So those drivers involved in the incident early are the ones turning the biggest, fastest laps right now. They're not battling. They're passing guys left and right, trying to get themselves back into potentially a place they can attack from in that 18-lap main event this afternoon.
Once again, Berghofer and Wyatt going at it down into the hairpin. Now Luca Becquerel's going to take advantage on that Ursula and Parolin. Callan going, hey, push me, let's go together. And the fighting has allowed probably a more 5-second, maybe 6-second gap up to the top 3 or 4 cars. Berghofer still frustrated as he's won the battle. And now Becquerel versus Aston Wyatt right there. Is that Vitor? William Vitor, the 113, 3 wide. Oh my gosh. Somehow they're still alive here as they go into turn number 5 with nobody off quite yet. Vitor to the inside with help from Vega. They'll go by Becquerel.
All bets are off for another one of these pass or B-pass kind of situations. I will correct myself, not an 18-lapper, 16 laps for micro and mini in the main event. So they will have a race that will be twice as long. 8-lap pre-final, 16-lap main event. Look at these kids just literally going at each other right now. No one at all working together. If you can pass, you're making the move. No one really slotting into position. Orioli just turned the fastest lap in the 1:06, so he's back up on it here right now. But the battling we're seeing further back, 4 wheels off for one of the Jay Howard cars further back.
William Vitor taking a rough ride through the dirt there. He'll lose another one, another 2, another 3.
Wow, indeed.
The hits keep coming for William Vitor there as the 172 Orsolon machine of Sebastian Piemonte picks up the pieces. And so all the movement around, check out all the spots up and down for the field. Dominic Gaddis up 14, Becquerel up 13, 9 up for Berghofer. The only ones that look similar to where they started are the top 3.
2 laps to go, and Fernandez up to the 27th spot. He's trying to work his way forward. Cameron Johnson back to 23rd. Again, both these drivers trying to see if they can't get themselves back forward. Remember, it's a 4-race championship, 1 drop, but you'd like to use the drop with your worst race that's not a DNF or not a deep finish. Both these drivers trying to get themselves back up into the top 20 to potentially attack in the main event to get back into a lead group.
Side by side down the backstretch here, Vega versus Becquerel, looking for an over-under for the Bennett driver. I don't think he'll have the momentum to do it. He's going to run out of steam. Aston Wyatt going, what are we doing here, boys? But the truth is they're racing to the white flag now, and as they head out of the final turn, there's not enough time to go back and run up to Callan Berghofer. They're going to be fighting for the scraps of 5th. Vega to the inside, Wyatt looking way high. Becquerel will open up, and that's going to hurt him another position as Aston finds a hole through.
Yeah, but big one for Royce Vega. Remember, he is the guy that backed out of the craziness for a bit there. He's got himself back up into the top 5, and you could definitely challenge from the top 5. It is Burgess, though, out front. White flag is flying. Last lap in the pre-final here for Zane Burgess, an 8-lapper for the drivers in the Mini Swift category. Schniegenberg's been really impressive, working his way up to second. Orioli, Berghofer, and now Vega, the top 5. Final lap to set the grid for the main event.
Down the backstretch here, Zane Burgess about a car length ahead of Colton Schniegenberg, who has tracked him down 2 to 3 tenths a lap. The Team GWR Tony Kart is so close. I think he's just going to run out of laps, barely. He'll get right to the rear bumper, but in Zane Burgess with a run. Can he hold it to the line? Yes! Burgess collects the pre-final win in Mini Swift.
Man, so much momentum coming off of 2025. This amazing announcement with Andretti Global, and he continues to roll. Zane Burgess second yesterday, wins the pre-final today. He will be starting on the pole position. Look how crazy it is at the very end coming across the line. How did those guys do? Liam Nakawati, 28 spots for Nakawati, 40th to 12th for Liam. He definitely got lucky with some of the wrecks up front, but Liam Nakawati all the way up into 12th. What else we got? Benja Fernandez ends up getting up into the 22nd position. Cameron Johnson, last lap was a rough one. He fell back to 25th. But Benja Fernandez, who's down in the high 30s, ends up getting himself back to 21st? No, 22nd for Benja Fernandez. Work to be done still, Xander in the main, but a pretty good recovery after the issues he had on track.
So for Benja Fernandez, at least he won't be all the way dead last year, unlike, unfortunately, a few of the other drivers that failed to finish. Only a couple really ended up actually not making it around back to the checkers. 40 crossed the line. But like you said, Rob, it's still kind of bittersweet for Benja there as he's not featured on our top 15 screen here at the end of it all. Big move forward for Jaden Francisco. Dominic Gaddis moving up the board quite a bit. Maxwell Machin again. Liam Nachawati, what a fantastic drive forward for that young man.
Plus 28, coming from 40th up to 12th position. Nachawati putting himself back where he needs to be to potentially fight for a podium finisher. You never know when things shake down. He's starting 12th. He could find himself as the race leader sometime during the race here.
Here's Nick D'Andrea on the Velocity Racing Soda USA Pro Shifter entry. We're getting ready to go for our final pre-final of opening weekend for the national karting season and the road to Las Vegas, with Supernats 28 on the docket at the end of our stretch in November. We kick things off here in Florida this year for the first time at Orlando Kart Center in January, and what was a bit of a chilly and a bit of a wet start for round one yesterday has turned into a sunny and finally a bit warm afternoon here for round number 2. Main events are going to roll directly after Pro and Master Shifter. As Rob mentioned, it may go to back-to-back ready racing. For now, at least, it will be on the timetable as we're still bang on time, and it's time to bang some gears. Got the engines fired here as they release off the grid for your Pro Shifters. Master Shifters will go right after him. And it's a repeat from yesterday, but the gap is closer from Danny Formal to Mateus Morgado. Less than 700ths split the two.
The driver starting in that third spot, really has been one of the most improved drivers here on the weekend, I think, Xander, with Alan Isambard. Again, on that OTK product, they've been working hard to get it the way he wanted it. He's improving through qualifying. He'll start on the inside of row number 2, third spot for Isambard, alongside Gavin Bailiff, who's just hoping both of the hubs make it through to the end of the weekend here today.
Row number 3's got Juan Acosta, who also is hoping to make it to the end of the day in a different way. He and Anthony Martella collided on the last lap of that main event last night. Acosta was unable to finish, and Martella had the bumper get ripped off and took him to the rear. So Acosta's got a better starting spot today even than where he was a day ago. Justin White on the other end ended up on the podium. Rolls from the outside of row 3, trying to get back to position 3 there. P6 for the 32.
Vincenzo Saraceno and CJ Bowman will be on row number 4. Martella, we talked about him rolling off now from 9th alongside Ashton Henkel. Evan Hagberg and Scott Presti. Presti could be one of the drivers in the Masters category. He's selected to jump in with the pro guys. Has had a really good weekend so far at the number 26.
Moving back to row number 7, Nick DeAndrea, as we saw on screen there. The Sodi driver had a scary moment in yesterday's pre-final. He'd like to make it to the checkers unscathed here in today's pre-final. He starts alongside the Isambard Performance Motorsports entry of Sebastian Hasbun, Charles Gauthier, Daniel Paras on row 8, and then the final driver in the pro shifter field on the grid, Gabriel Holguin from 17th. Snitchy Barnes and Tyler Gilboa turned laps in quality. Lucas de Longchamps did not, so maybe they'll move him forward, and it looks like they have. So the two master shifter drivers at the back of the field, de Longchamp, not sure if we've got him. We've got everyone else. And we're in the boxes and ready. Pre-final action. Pro and master shifters away. Who gets the whole shot? Another dead even start for the Bureau Arts there on the front row. And Isambard looked like he lost out to Bailiff, who then now has Acosta going wide there in the chicane.
Into turn number 5 for the first time, a little further back, and see the driver struggling to get the cart pointed back down. More chaos deeper in the fields. The front 5 or 6 drivers able to get away super cleanly. That's the Masters drivers. You're kind of right in the middle of that fray as well. When you get a good launch, you're right there with the tail end of the pro category. Isambard's going to go to the inside, stacks it through turn number 8 and 9, and he's able to get by Mateus Morgado. Morgado's going to force the issue to the inside. That's going to be an over-under for Bailiff. He's going to get a little bit of help. He'll go to second. 2 drivers off into turn number 9 rather.
That looked like the 45 of Gabriel Holguin, and I think that was the 27 of Lucas de Longchamp, but not sure 100%. As Morgado, another miscue for the number 1 plate. So out of that last turn, while we cut back over to the crash, something happened to Morgado, and he looked like he was able to put one over on Isambard in the hairpin. He's now back into the 5th spot, and Danny Formal is already 2 seconds up the road from these guys.
Yeah, Formal, you can see well out front there right now as Bailiff getting into the position. Sadly, in the Masters category, we only have the 2 Masters drivers right now, Skitchy Barnes and Tyler Gilboa. No start for Bargeri, Martinelli, or Quiones. Not sure why those drivers running just on Saturday, not here on Sunday. Shame, as we had 5 drivers. We're down to just 2 now in the Masters shifter category, but thankfully a great group of 18 here in the pro shifter class. Danny Formal out comfortably to the lead. Gavin Bailiff able to take advantage of the chaos, the little battling there between Alan Isambard and Mateus Morgado, as has Justin White as he puts himself right in there. Morgado back to P5.
Yeah, Mateus Morgado had what he thought could have been a pole lap in qualifying, but the shifter linkage failed him there. He struggled on an upshift at one point in the lap, and that's where he said he lost time, and we've seen that time and time again for him, where whether it was the actual part or himself having a bobble, getting up through the gearbox at points. He's gotten around Justin White now. I have to maybe guess that was what hurt him coming out of the last turn on that opening lap, but we'll wait and see if we've got a good, better angle of what went down with the Pro Tour champ.
Xander, you and I talked about the fact that we kind of rely on our guys on the ground to help us out with the information. You and I locked up here in the booth just outside of turn 4 and 5. Obviously, Alexander Searle's been giving us some good information from pit lane, but David Cole, as we know, out on the track as well. He gets onto the grid when he can. He filled me in that Alan Isambard, we've been talking about him being on an OTK product. there's OTK, but it's a cosmic wheel. He's saying he's on a Maranello chassis right now. So indeed, Isambard potentially based on David Cole's intel on a Maranello. So not the OTK we talked about, another Maranello out there with Saraceno and Justin White.
Well, that's the fun of being on a works team like Rocket Racing Company. You're not tied and forced to run any specific manufacturer. They've got Kart Republics under that tent. They've got OTKs. And evidently, they've got a Maranello shifter.
Apparently, yeah. So good insight from David Cole there. And again, Alan Isambard's dialing things in. Regardless of whether it's the OTK or the Maranello, he told Alex yesterday that they've really been working hard to get the thing comfortable. It was not good out of the gate. He's obviously really improved the overall balance of the platform he's got here this weekend. Strongly now into that third spot, continues to put the pressure on Bailiff, and I think it wasn't for the fact that Morgado tried to get by early, he wouldn't be into second, they wouldn't be back where they are third and fourth right now. Bailiff, as you saw, was fully able to take advantage of those two drivers getting together over in turn number 10.
And, you know, he's eating into the gap on the big guy. Danny Formel probably starting to take care of the equipment and slow things down and manage that gap. You mentioned the great Gary Carlton doing the same thing, getting a 2-second margin and kind of slowing the race pace down so he takes care of his stuff. Well, I'd have to imagine that might be what the 37's doing, but it's maybe a little too early to eat up as much as he did.
It was a half a second last lap. Very interesting. Morgado's going to go to the inside of Isambard. He'll try the over-under, not enough. So Morgado's got his way back into third, Isambard fourth, and White fifth. But yeah, it was a half a second. A 50.9 for Formal on lap number 4, 50.4 for Gavin Bailiff. Maybe taking care of the equipment, taking care of the tires. He did have a 1.4 second lead. Remember, it's a shortened race, so there's only 3 more laps to go. We're working lap number 6 right now. 50.6 for Formal, 50.3 for Bailiff. He closes down to 1.1 seconds. But even if he's on his bumper coming across the line, it still would be a victory. He could be just taking care of the tires.
Right now, Mateus is rooting on his manufacturer-related teammate to go and fight with his actual teammate for the weekend. Gavin Bailiff is his only hope right now to try and keep himself from meeting a perfect weekend in February to secure the championship. Again, Danny Formal unconfirmed for what his 2025 schedule allows, but I know that if you're leading the championship, it's really hard to get a driver to miss it. He was absolutely gutted that he could not continue his points lead after this stop here in Orlando last year on the Pro Tour. As we see White and Isambard going at it. Justin White able to complete the move there for fourth, but you know, Danny wanted to win that Pro Tour title so bad. He was ready, and ultimately it didn't come together. It led to him finding a home at Sodi for the Summer Nats, only to injure his ribs on practice day, and then we didn't get to see him at the Super Nats. So finally back again, and you're leading the championship. It was a 20-year streak of him making all these winter tours. I have a feeling we might see him in February if today keeps going good.
Yeah, you know, you go back to the days when he was in some advertisements for Rotax. Rotax for life, I believe, was the tagline for young Danny Formal. He's about 9 or 10 years of age back then, running in the cadet categories. Again, like he said, he's been racing this program for 20 years now. He is leading the way, and in fact, you look at the top 8, it is all either Burrell Art or Maranello. Formal, Burrell Art, Bailiff and Morgado, Burrell Art. White now Maranello. We've been told now that Isambard on a Maranello as well in 5th. Martella, Burrell Art 6th. Maranello for Saraceno in 7th. And now with Henkel going back a couple of spots, that's allowed the Orsolon driver Acosta on the OTK to get himself back up into 8th. So top 7, all either Burrell Art or Maranello.
Indeed, it's the Supernats fight once again here. These two brands absolutely solidifying themselves as some of the top shifter kart chassis in the country and in the world. But for now, the driver who missed our last big shifter event in November to go race in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Finals, Danny Formal will secure the pre-final win in Pro Shifter over Bailiff and Morgado. Justin White 4th, Isambard 5th. It's the Kart Republics, they're 8th and 9th of Acosta and CJ Bowman. And here they are leading this big group. Did they get around another? No, they'll stay there. 8th, 9th, 10th. Back to Henkel, Nick D'Andrea, 11th.
Really good run for Anthony Martello. Really the only driver to make a lot up. Bailiff got a couple spots. White got a couple spots. But Martello was started from 9th, got himself up into 6th. So he'll be on the outside of row number 3 alongside Alan Isambard for the 18-lap main event this afternoon. Good run overall for Danny Formal. Once again, a little bit of chaos behind him. He leveraged that, didn't put a wheel wrong. We talked about the fact that he pulled away nicely. A 49.9 was his fast lap. He cruised around the last lap at 51.1. So 1.2 seconds off his fast lap of the last circuit brought it home to a 0.6 of a second victory.
Yeah, I got to think he was just kind of playing with him a little bit, trying to manage that gap, not overcook the tires or overwork the equipment, and probably his body too. I mean, I know he's mentioned it many times that he's been a bit bruised up, a little bit out of karting shape here this weekend, but he's not showing it when it comes down to the speed. He's been phenomenal yesterday and today. Heartbreaker there for Louis DeLongchamp, not making it out of that first lap. Neither did Gabriel Holguin, and let's see how it happened. First, this kind of wild start with Morgado going backwards quickly, early, and oh man, Gabriel Holguin nearly up and over. Big save for him. DeLongchamp there.
I don't know that he was involved in that. Was it? It looked like he's slow. Here's the accident that happened here. The contact as Morgado tried to take the move to the inside of Isambard. They pushed wide at the entry, and that allowed Gavin Bailiff to go to the inside to take that spot.
Again, it looked like Morgado had either popped out of gear or he couldn't find the gear coming out of the corner, lost the drive off, and then had to spend the rest of the race making up for that. Then, of course, as Isambard had that great start, went the other way, started falling back, tried to fight where he could, but fellow Maranello driver Justin White got the better of him, took fourth.
That was a really nice pass to the inside. You can see Isambard trying to roll back on the bottom, but White had better run out of the corner, was able to give him the room on the inside of turn 2, and then beat him to the left-hander of turn 3. Just a really solid overall run there for Justin White, moving himself up a couple of spots.
Definitely a scary moment for Gabriel Holguin. I think what took out DeLongchamp was the way he got popped in the air was off DeLongchamp's left front tire. And that kind of impact with how much it shot Holguin in the air, I got to think it probably was what broke DeLongchamp's front end going to the corner. I mean, check this out there. Yeah, see?
Indeed it was. Yep, you're right.
Right on the front end of the 27. So takes both of them out. Quick whip right there from Alexander Searle, who's a man in our static shot at the top of the grid. And, you know, we haven't had a moment to kind of explain what's looked a little bit different about Orlando Kart Center, but that replay is a great excuse to do so. The new catch fencing in part of the FIA Grade A rating requirements that Andre Martins has been continuously trying to upgrade the track facility and on-track circuit portion as well to meet the ever-increasing demands and expectations of the U.S. paddock. And part of that catch fencing is kind of like the NASCAR safer barrier system where you've got the chicken wire on the front, you kind of have this overhanging bar that connects it, and the wire has a long wire that runs both on the top and the bottom, so you can't go through the top or the bottom and break through, but the actual bar that the fence stops at is a foot back, so the chicken wire can kind of catch and absorb the impact, very similar to those plastic Scribner barriers that we see at the Supernats. But stop at a certain point, and that was a great testament to it right there. You saw Holguin kind of go forward and then rock back a little bit, but not a harsh concrete barrier type moment.
You might have caught the shot there on the right side of the screen. Tom Kutcher, Superkarts USA owner and CEO, on the grounds now here on Sunday to start the Winter Series for 2025. There he is right there as Danny Formal will roll that number 37 across the line. A little bit of pleasantries between Danny and Tom. And then there's Mateus Morgado in the back as well. Danny Formal on form here right now to start this Winter Series. There's no doubt about that. He did complain early a little bit about the ribs, and he's talked about that a lot over the last couple of years. I think he's just getting soft doing all this Lamborghini racing. But the bottom line is, you race these hard, you hit the curbs hard, you're going to beat up the ribs, and he's had injuries with the ribs before. They're obviously not 100% anytime he gets behind the wheel.
No, I mean, that's another thing, too, with the rib injuries, right, is, you know, especially if you come back a little bit prematurely, you get that scar tissue to develop.
Like every karter does.
Yep. You're so eager to get back, right?
Right.
I mean, you know, again, Danny, prime example. Hadn't tested in a while, wasn't planning a race, got the opportunity to, okay, yeah, I'm in, I'm going, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
but he's making the most of it again. Top of the leaderboard since the drop of the checkers yesterday. In the main, all the way through qualifying in the pre-final today.
Great weekend for that driver as well, too. Gavin Bailiff, man, for TKG. And, of course, they moved to the Burrell Art program here for 2025. Got everything swapped over between the Supernats and now, and he has really been great throughout this entire weekend. They worked hard through, of course, Thursday and Friday, getting everything where they needed it to be. Obviously, Friday really dug in hard, found some pace. He was good near the end of the day, and Gavin's really been a top 3 driver. I think he lost what would have been a locked-in podium with that hub failure yesterday. He's trying to battle back to see if he can't stand on the podium here in 2020, rather in the second round of the series.
Hands down, Gavin Bailiff, I think, is going to continue to make more strides forward here towards the likes of his now chassis teammate, Mateus Morgado. This year, both of them are going to be down with Alexander Searle while we await the command for the KA Junior B main. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Mateus, I'd say it was a hectic opening couple of laps. How would you kind of sum it up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's just some driver that is much slower than us, but wants to fight for second place while the first place is going away. So I don't really understand that. But I mean, it's a cool race. We see the final how it goes. Such a long final. I just hope it's not in the dark like yesterday. I don't think we have a good speed in the dark, me. I'm struggling a bit these last 2 days with grip-wise, so I don't feel good driving, to be honest, but I'll try my best.
Thank you, Mateus.
Thank you.
A little bit of honesty there from Mateus. Doesn't feel like he's got on the A game here right now and doesn't want to be racing in the dark tonight. The good possibility. If we stay right on the schedule, I believe the schedule says we will roll at 5:30. I want to say it's like 5:50 is actual
like right
sunset.
at dusk
So
to
we're gonna
sunset.
we're gonna essentially be there just before the sunset. If we all get said and done, you never know. We may go ready racing at the end if we possibly can to be a little bit earlier. But we are into the main event, Sandra. It's the first one. It's the B main for the drivers in KA 100 Junior.
And how about that moment there as the driver was referencing, but wouldn't name Alan Isambard, was walking right by him through the scale house as Mateus was making the comments over the PA and on the live feed. So I'm sure Alan heard that, and there will be no love lost when they meet up again in the final. But for the B main grid here for KA Junior, these drivers sadly will not be racing in the A main. They've got their own race together here. It's Iago Lempin and Jackson Elefante, the front row, David Morales and Facundo Hernandez on row 2.
Row number 3, Ciro Flaminini and Joaquin Golero. Harry Cunningham starting 7th alongside Lucas Drebi.
Leo De Silva and Nolan Carney complete the top 10 with Rodolfo Lavin Jr. and Maddox Ruiz back on row 6.
Kian Iyer and Kai Mars a little bit further back, row number 7. Antonio Flores and Paolo Jaguri on row number 8.
Heartbreaker for these drivers back here. They either had DNFs or in the case of Eli Steinbruck, I believe something must have happened in the scales or tech with all of them starting on rows 9 and 10 and into the B main from the A main. So here we are getting set to go green for the KA Junior B final. Iago Lempin, Jackson Elefante on the front row as they round out of that last turn through the kink and into the tram lines. 18 laps. And we're going to start them now. Green flag.
Oh, contact early. We got drivers all over the place. Photographers trying to figure out where they're got to go. 1, 2, 3, I'd say at least 6, 7, maybe 8 drivers all involved. A couple heading into the infield part of the racetrack as well. So a lot of drivers involved in the incident here in the B main. You may not be able to make it to the A, but someone's going to come out with a B main victory. Not those drivers involved in the incidents down there in turn number 1. Some chaos at the green flag. Couple drivers actually having to take to the grass to the inside of the barriers to kind of delineate the turn 1 corner. But here's your first run at turn number 9 down to turn number 10. Looks like we're going to get likely a 5 or 6 car breakaway. Here's the replay though, Xander. There's contact right there coming in to the start of the corner.
I just don't understand how the AMX spree there kind of got all the way over from the outside to the inside. It looks like, oh yeah, just overcrowding right there, right off the bat. I mean, you could see the 837 was moving over as they went to turn 1 as the driver on the inside lane in the interim S colors was trying to move back out. So it was Joaquin Golero, and I think he was starting to kind of work down on maybe Ciro Flamini, and those two colliding has sent about half the grid either back or totally out of this B final. What a bummer there, but well, it spread them apart. You've got Iago Lempin at the helm, Jackson Elefante into second, and the rest of your field slowly sorting themselves and trying to catch their breath at the same time push forward here in this B final for KA Junior. We'll continue to keep our eyes on it while we head down for more from Alexander Searle in the scale lines.
Xander, I caught up with another Perella driver, Gavin Bailiff. Gavin, I mean, the opening couple of laps, we talked to Mateus about it, pretty hectic. You were the beneficiary of it all, so how did you kind of see it unfold?
For sure, it was just people trying to split us up. I mean, I think everyone's trying to split us up because we're 3 of the fastest carts on track right now. So I expect it. I don't think there's anything less to expect. I'm sure it'll happen again in the race. But no, I feel good. I was able to capitalize on that move and be able to finish second in the end, so it's good for me.
You were closing the gap there on Danny. We don't really know yet if he was kind of lifting or trying not to use all his stuff. Maybe there was a bit of an issue, but I think the smiles kind of told you he was just not trying to use all his stuff. Nonetheless, how much of a confidence booster does that give you for the final?
For sure gives me confidence because I know I wasn't pushing to my max, just trying to hit my marks, running second place. You think more of you need to hit your apexes versus I need to push and catch Danny. It's just a pre-final, so I think for the final we have more in store, and I think everyone else will have what they have in store, so I think we'll be good.
This is now your junior year in the shifter class. I mean, the first year is kind of like getting your footing. Last year you were quick. This year, you're starting off with a bang. I mean, what do you think's been the biggest learning curve for you, and what do you think's been kind of the thing that you've figured out the quickest?
I think last year there was just some difficulties with building my own engines and figuring out the kart setup, and I think now that I've got a product that's underneath me that is obviously capable to win, and Dominic with the engines has been so helpful and teaching me more and how to do it myself. But I think those two things, along with my family and everyone around me supporting me, it's going to be a great year.
Thanks, Gavin.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff there from Gavin Bailoff, and again, TKG making the big move over to Beryl Art. Obviously, the connection with PSL karting as well. Engine program, the chassis itself, all the material that's involved in the Beryl Art program. It's going to be, again, I think it's going to be a great year for TKG and a good one for Gavin as well. Third year in the series, too, really kind of getting, cutting his teeth and getting a lot of that learning curve stuff behind him.
And he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder. First man on the outside looking into that SKUSA Circle of Champions Fund, 11th in the points last year, partly due to a crash with his teammate Sam Dicker that hurt him from getting the entry and tires funded for the 2025 Pro Tour here. But like he said, it was a learning year for him. Kart setup-wise, it was a learning year as he learned to build motors. There's not a lot of guys nowadays that are building their own engines and racing them, especially under the age of 35.
True.
So kudos to Gavin, but like you said, he's not taking it too personal that it's starting to get a bit racy in the opening laps, because the Red Army does have the field covered from what we can tell so far.
Yeah, Isambard had to get in there. He's got to be the disruptor, right? He can't be the guy that's going to sit around in P4. You've got to get in the middle of these Beryl Art drivers to see if you can't disrupt the action and get guys battling against each other. What we're seeing right now in this particular race here is it may not be the A main, but these guys are still going after it, trying to be P1, win some races here, because this is some impressive stuff up front. Iago Lempkin has the lead. Jackson Elefante and David Morales, the three drivers involved in this one, although Arturo Aguillon trying to work his way up to P4. We're not done with the battle here. Still a couple laps to go. Long way to go, actually, pardon me. It is an 18-lapper. These guys are getting the full distance in the B main.
Through the chicane there, and now on the run down to turn 5. A little bit of defensive driving there from David Morales on the OKP MPG machine. Side by side now for Elefante and Aguillon. That'll give him some breathing room to try and hunt down the leader. But Iago Lempin, for a moment, got tracked down and kind of drug into this fight. And just as quickly as they caught him, they've also fallen back away, fighting amongst themselves here for third now in this B final.
Well, he's got the open track and potentially pull away. Second place now slotting in, but look at this battle. It's third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, all on top of each other. Lempin's got a really good position here to potentially stretch away. It's the 853 of Jackson Elefante. Doesn't look like he's super happy with all the racing, because he's watching these guys pull away in front of him. Lempin leading the way, as we said. Morales running strongly into the second spot. We'll see if anybody goes purple here. I would be surprised to see one of the leaders go purple, as we end up putting lap number 6 in the books. It's still Alex Miller is the fastest driver on the track at the number 840, 57.603. He's in the middle of this fight here right now. The 840, in fact, he's gone to the front of that battle, I believe. So Alex Miller, I believe, now up into the third spot. Elefante goes back a little bit. So Miller, the fastest driver on the racetrack, a couple tenths quicker than the leaders, has now worked his way, I believe, into the third position.
For Alex Miller and the Brandon Jarchacrack Racing crew, sadly, it's another day in this fight going back from adversity, if you want to call it. But at least here, that kind of bittersweet finale could end with a checkered flag, and the first one to it if he can continue this march forward, because there's still so much time left. And that's going to allow us as well to kind of check back in with some of these other battles in the middle. We've got this 4-car train, one of the HRI Mexico entries. That's Flores right there inside the top 10. Antonio Flores looks to be Lucas Streibel at the front of this pack, along with Arturo Aguillon. And then at the back of it is Rodolfo Lavin Jr. Then up the road from them, here's Elefante going at it again with Miller and Hernandez. Facundo Hernandez on the AM Racing Team machine. Through to fourth. Good move there for the 896.
And indeed. Working lap number 8 now of a scheduled 18, so not even to the halfway point for this B main. Into the finals here now. After this B main, we have 8 point counting finals for you all the way through to the final race of the day. The Pro and Master Shifter drivers set to go likely at around 5:30 this afternoon. We're on a time-specific schedule. We've cut some laps to make sure we'll do a better job in hitting those times. And Xander, it seems like that's really worked for us. We've had 2 or 3 minutes between each session, maybe even 4 minutes between each session to get the carts cleaned up, get the track cleaned up. We've been able to stay, knock on wood, we've been able to stay on schedule through the entirety of the day so far.
Yeah, no doubt. The adjustments by Neil Strickland and the entire SKUSA crew has really paid off. And to be fair, the drivers as well. Well, I was going to say they had been behaving themselves. No, not there. Wrong moment. That's the 896 that Hernandez going around, battling once again with Jackson Elefante, and he'll pay the price. Fall to around probably 12th or so.
You're coming out of turn number 5 like that. You're trying to see if you can't pinch him down, hold him down there. They were side by side. But when you're right that close and those wheels start touching together, it doesn't take much for them to grab it up in the air, and he quickly went around. So a tough one for Hernandez. They were battling for 4th and 5th, and Hernandez, like you said, likely going to fall significantly outside the top 10. We'll see how it plays when they come back around. We'll give you an update here at the halfway point. It'll be 9 laps down, 9 to go when they come back around here. Again, Yago Lemkin leading the way. Does not have the fast lap. David Morales laid that down with a 57.222. Gap just 0.7 of a second now to Lemkin. He was well out front, but Lemkin is getting eaten up a little bit here now. There's the leaders just over the shoulder there as they come through. Lemkin, Morales, Miller, Elefante, and Aguillon now your top 5. Flores 6th, Levine in 7th, Drebby in 8th, Cunningham 9th, Iyer 10th, and indeed, how far back? Hernandez with the 15th.
Man, talk about a big backward slide. He's only ahead of one other driver that's still running at this point, and only by about 4/10. So a big run towards the bottom of the leaderboard. This group here now is from what looks to be 5th back to, honestly, to about maybe 13th or 14th to Leo De Silva on the REM Cosmic. At the minimum, you've got him all the way back to 10th or so, back to he and Ayer there in the 862 Kart Freedom entry. So here we go down the front stretch for another one in the books. 8 laps to go, and Ayer falls to 11th as Lucas Dreible moves up.
Yeah, it's a 2.7 second gap from Morales back to Miller, but it's less than 0.6 of a second now with the lead duo. We've got ourselves a potential battle here. Yago Lemkin leading the way, but the driver on the move right now is the 833 of David Morales. Morales went quickest, 57.089, almost 0.2 quicker. Here they come up the straightaway from 9 to 10. That's the gap between first and second. 10 laps down, 8 laps to go. We could find ourselves with a battle for the race win here in the B main for KA100 Junior.
And you can see the battling still raging on here in the middle of this group. That was, looks to be Flores losing a spot to Rodolfo Lavin Jr., I believe. So another big shakeup there. Arturo Aguillon in the mix, just ahead it looks like. 891, Lucas Dreible on the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic on the cusp of what looks to be maybe 8th across the line. Harry Cunningham moving up to the 7th spot. Flores 8th, Dreible 9th. Still 7 laps remaining here. This group having a good fight, and like you said, Rob, David Morales hunting down Yago Lemkin for the race lead and the B final win here on this 18-lapper. Also give a big shout out here and a never give up moment to Ciro Flamini, who has continued to drive back forward on that interim as Tony Kart started 5th, got collected in the first lap carnage. He was the one on the inside that really began that whole wreck. Got another one off. Is that Aguillon? I think that's Arturo Aguillon on the Alessandro's Racing Tony Kart in the 878.
Not in a great place on the racetrack. Excuse the corner worker, the OKC corner worker. Yeah, just like maybe a mechanical and just came to a stop, maybe lost a chain potentially.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you pull off the track? That's the only thing, right?
Well, again, we are in the B final. These are maybe some of the less experienced junior drivers. But yeah, for any of the less experienced drivers looking to race on the SKUSA Pro Tour, SKUSA Winter Series, if you're watching, if you break down, please pull into the grass.
Yeah, need that.
But with Aguillon out, now Alex Miller is promoted back into a podium spot with a gap of 1.5 seconds to Jackson Elefante. And the gap from Elefante back to Rodolfo Lavin, 6 seconds is the delta from 4th to 5th. Big gap there.
How about the fact that Morales, Xander's got it down to just 0.3 of a second. We know that's visually. We're going to be on top of them now for sure. We're going to have ourselves a battle here. 6 more laps remaining. You see a number of fights further back in the pack. Here's one of the Orsalon drivers battling it out. Was that the Inter MS driver? Yeah, that is Flamini getting by Steinbrook, we believe. So indeed, there's that Flamini move up forward to another spot. Continues to push forward after the issues early. But the battle we see up front, less than 0.2 of a second now. Morales right there on Jago Lempin. We have ourselves a potential fight for the race win here.
There it is, Jago Lempin feeling the pressure, starting to fend low in turn 6 with David Morales all over him. Plenty of time still left in this one, 18 laps. We've got 4.5 left, so no need to rush this move here for David Morales. If you can get by him, great, maybe start to build a gap, but don't throw it away. You've got a huge delta out back to Alex Miller's BJR Tony Kart, and you can see Jago Lempin knows that as well. He's gonna,
little Euro swerve for you?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna fly too well. Luckily, clean move to the inside. Awesome.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Own the apex, own the exit. I love that. That was a great move there. He's going to defend nicely to the inside. Lempin's going to try around the outside. It's going to be Morales holding the spot. Now, whether or not Lempin can fight back, Morales significantly quicker. He'll roll his way into turn number 5. Try the over-under. No, he's going to have to fight all the way back up and do it again.
He just sent him.
Yep.
He swerved him going into the S's and just booted him into the marbles there in turn 5.
So David Morales got to put his head back down as Lempin aggressive on the defense and aggressive on the retake of the lead. It's also allowed Alex Miller to come back in. Jackson Elefante here on lap 14 just went purple with a 56.832. He closed up quite a bit. He's 1.2 back. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There he is right there in the 8.53. The fast driver on the racetrack, Jackson Elefante in the RRC entry, trying to get himself back to potentially battle for a position in the top 3.
This time by the stripe, 4 to go. Where's the gap going to close in now? We know it's going to be a lot closer after all that fighting up front. Elefante down to 2.4 back from the lead, less than a second back from Alex Miller. It's not over yet, but for David Morales, he needs another reset. He needs to be able to kind of stay cool. Jago Lempin, like you said, aggressively defending that lead on offense and defense. But you cannot let that bother you. As much as it could potentially frustrate you, you've got to stay cool, hit your marks, trust in the officials if you think that it was dirty, and if not, or whether you believe it may draw a penalty or not, you still got to try and go beat him to the line.
Yeah, Alex Miller closing up on him right now. The gap 0.6 of a second between Lempin and Morales. Last time by, will be 2 to go, I believe, when they come back around. Remember, 18 lappers. This will be lap number 16. When they come back to the start-finish line, Lempin able to take the spot back. Morales needs to get that pace that he had as he was able to reel in a couple of tenths of a second. They'll come across the line. Let's see what we have for lap times. Lempin and Morales across the line. It'll be just under 0.6 of a second. 57.58 Lempin, 57.48 Morales. He gains a tenth, but he's only got 2 more laps to do it. Got to close up here to the point where you're going to be able to potentially push Lempin into some defensive runs, right? You've got to be close enough to make him run that inner line. 2 laps to go this time by.
I think he still was cleaning off the tires last lap, Rob. This lap looks really good for David Morales. Down to maybe 4 car lengths here. He'll close a lot through that sweeper into the chicane, and now he's going to get the big benefit of the draft down the back straightaway, that junkyard straightaway, as Henry Bodette likes to call it. Down to 2 car lengths out of the hairpin. It'll be a last lap, last-ditch effort, and how much do you want to lay on the line here? It's the last race of the weekend for these B final drivers. There's no transfer. Sadly, there's no championship points. This is just a matter of pride and wanting to win, wanting to be the first one to the checkered flag no matter what the conditions and what race you're in, and we've got nearly 4 of them all with a shot at it.
Morales is stepping it back up again. Look how close he's got here. Alex Miller wants to be part of it as well. They'll come out of turn number 5. Not yet a low line. Oh, a little contact there. Morales is going to try to go by. They'll go side by side coming through. Try the turny line on the outside of 7. He'll tuck back in. Remember, not likely very happy with the action that we saw on the overtake pass. He's going to go to the inside of turn number 9. Book it. He's through.
David Morales now going to go to the inside as Jago Lempin stuck on the high side. Jackson Elefante into the middle, looking high-low. Big over-under from Alex Miller trying to get it as well. Not going to happen. Still in the lead is Morales as they go to the S's for the final time. Elefante sideways, too far back. not going to be able to challenge for the lead as they go side by side for second. And to the line, 3 wide, 2 wide, David Morales provisionally wins the B final over Jackson Elefante. Iago Lempin leads the most laps and loses the lead on the last lap there. And without a doubt, Morales definitely given a shot across the bow in turn 6, Rob, for the contact earlier.
Yeah, top 4 drivers rather separated by half a second at the line. Morales, Elefante, Lempin, and Miller. And there's no doubt about it, Morales, I don't think he was overly thrilled with the way he was driven there on that lap where he took the pass and then was retaken with a dive bomb move over in turn number 5. He got a little bit aggressive there, a little bump at one point coming through turn number 6. Then the dive bomb moved to the inside of turn number 8 and 9. He benefited with the fact that Elefante and Miller were there to battle it out with Lempin. Lempin hung out to dry on the outside with Elefante making the move out of turn number 9 up to turn number 10. He's able to get the position and then, of course, hold it through. Really good run, I think, through the 11, 12, 13 complex for David Morales. And indeed, Lempin tried to find a way back by Elefante. Not quite enough. There's your official results for the B main. Morales, Elefante, Lempin, Miller, and Cunningham, the top 5. Lavin, Flamini, Steinberg, Iyer, and Flores cap off the top 10. Morales coming back after some crazy runs over there, or at least a crazy laps in the final couple of circuits to cap off that 18 lap. B main done. We have 8 more main events for all the A mains now lining up to cap things off for round number 2 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we get back, it'll be the A main for KA100 Junior.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh? Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive. Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern. They got shoes? Yep. Gloves? Yep. Rib protectors? Got those too. Can they make me go fast? No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Karts are on to the racetrack now for the A final in your Orsolon Racing KA Junior class. And, well, if it's anything like what that B final was, you cannot predict a single lap of it. 44 total drivers here, 22 from each of the pre-finals. And the lanes, or the front row, in terms of who's on the left, who's on the right, determined by the fast lap of the race winner. Came down to a half a tenth advantage on the best lap for the pre-final for Orsolon Racing's own Theo Satlamau. Alexander Vanchev won his pre-final. He'll start on the outside of row 1, and then the runner-ups for the pre-finals, Max Christia and Augustus Toniolo on row 2.
Yeah, really good look at the drivers in junior that we're going to be seeing, I think, battling throughout the season. Row 3, Tyrone Kemper Jr. looking to complete a great weekend as well. He'll start 5th alongside Travis Pettit. Both these young drivers have worked their way up from the mini categories into junior, looks to be challengers throughout 2025, as goes for Alessandro Truchot, multi-time Winter Series champion in the micro category, and has been strong coming up here into the senior class as well, or the junior class rather, as well. Drew Jensen in the 858 going to start alongside Truchot on row number 4.
Row 5's got Ashton Woon and Valentino Santi, and a pair of rookies moving up here. Woon with Speed Concepts Racing, new home for 2025. Same for Valentino Santian with Parolin USA. Row 6, Felipe Jesus Benito and Max Weiland.
Marco Sam and Victor de Alencar will occupy row number 7. Mateo Calderon and Edward Kennedy on row 8. Martin Jaramillo and Jose Helfrin on row number 9. And Xander top 20 wrapped up with Julian Rivera and Isaac Malquit.
Lots of drivers here as they begin to form up behind your front row of Salamao and Alexander Vanchev. Let's go back to row number 11. On your next page, you'll have Nico Kotowski and Talon Laney on that one. Edgar Rodriguez and Tristan Murphy back on row number 12, Rob.
Sebastian Venegas and Ruben Gutierrez, row 13. Keith Lewis Jr. and Santiago Duran on row 14.
Walcott and Michelke on row number 15. And then final few starters. Find your favorite drivers, see where they're going to be rolling from, because in total there are 22 rows in the field, 44 drivers on the list, and well, we are ready to let them loose if they are. 18 laps for Orsilon Racing KA Junior. On the inside in the green and white, Theo Salamao leads his first career U.S. National to green, and we've got it. Racing to turn number 1, big jump to the inside for the first few rows. And we've got a little contact further back. One driver look, oh no, up and into the air. We're gonna collect a few more. Tristan Murphy was involved. Edward Kennedy, I think, might have been the energy that was slowing there, involved as well. It was one of the energy drivers that just seemed to be bogged down behind another car, and then all kind of spun out there.
Yeah, anytime you have a driver that has that trouble, stalled or slowed or something's happened, everybody else, of course, fully on the throttle, still trying to jump on top of them. So that's why you get those kind of chain reaction incidents. We saw that coming out of 1 over into turn number 2. There's more than one kart that wasn't at full speed coming through. You had a couple karts climbing over. Otherwise, we're clean and green through, getting things underway. The 815, Salamao out front as your leader to start the run down into 11, 12, and 13.
Following Max Weiland, who's up, I believe, 1 or 2 spots from the start. Up 1 as well is the kid in second, Max Christia on the J. Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. Rolls right behind Salamao, and JHTD with a flurry of wins yesterday. Max would like to add his name to the list, but he's going to have to deal with Alexander Vanchev, who wants that spot back already. Back to P2 for the P2 starter.
Again, Vanchev told Alex earlier today that he was trying to limit the errors he would make on the racetrack. He's been very good all day long. Didn't get the jump maybe that he wanted at the start, but he's methodically worked his way up into second. Wait for that kart to come in. He's going to get run through here as well from Augustus Toniolo, his teammate. Here's a replay of the start. Xander, let's have a look what happened as they roll through turn number 1.
Yeah, starts obviously there with right about here kind of getting tagged wide. I don't know who in the 845 was slow to roll, and then as Kennedy tries to avoid them, he comes down and collects one of the LN karts. That's the 884, and then Murphy with nowhere to go on the outside of that. So
Talon Laney, the 884, Xander.
So Talon Laney on the Brandon Jarsakrak racing entry was the driver that ends up and spun around, and the 845, who was a bit slow off the gun.
Felipe Benito.
There you go. Felipe Benito, just not sure what would have bogged that motor down out of turn 1, but we got more problems. Sebastian Venegas into the wall in turns 1 and 2. The Orsilon driver crossed the line inside the top, well, he was inside the top 20, 23rd at the end of the second lap and into the wall there. And we've also had some changes up front. Check it out. Toniolo by his teammate Vanchev for second. So Vanchev now into the clutches of Christia, and lurking there is the lime green TB at Travis Pettit at the end of your main pack, with Tyrone Kemper Jr. leading the next group in 6th.
Opening laps, drivers, of course, finding the most they can, getting super aggressive. Any opening, you're trying to dive for it and get the best you can moving forward. Otherwise, drivers settling in nicely. Travis Pettit there at the end of the front-running quintet. A bit of a gap back to Tyrone Kemper Jr., who now runs in that 6th position. When he comes across, I'll give you the gap. Yeah, Pettit back to Kemper, just over a full second. That's the gap they have there. Kemper, of course, leading the next group with Weiland, Truchot, Jensen, Woon. Big movers right now. Weiland up 5, as was Nico Kotowski. He started 21st. Kotowski already up into the 16th spot. And then further back, Santiago Duran, who started 28th. Xander, he's already into the top 20.
Santiago Duran yesterday had another come from behind drive as well, but sadly it ended in tears as he was cracking the top 15, kind of got collected in the last turn and went off and into the fence. So hopefully today ends a little better for the Houston, Texas based driver. That group there you just witnessed, 6th on back from Tyrone Kemper Jr. is a mad frenzy, but they're not out of reach from the leaders yet. If they can stay calm and smart for now, which again is a tall order for these young kids who are so eager to go and fight for every spot at every corner, they'll be able to stay within shouting distance of this group of 5 that we know are about to fight, and well, they're fighting right now. Toniolo to the lead. Vanchev wanted to follow, couldn't, and just like that, Salamao goes right back through in 6th. Toniolo with an over-under will complete it. Here comes Vanchev now for 2nd. Christie at a 3rd.
Yeah, I think that Salamao dropped the wheel coming out of turn number 6 and really kind of got checked up. That's why you've seen these drivers in Toniolo and Vanchev getting by. Just a minor miscue there for Salamao to drop some time. He'll end up slotting back. You see the drivers digging further behind him. Christie and Pettit all trying to work their way up here now.
Yeah, so Pettit got around Salamao there in turn 10, and he's now gotten away a little bit, but that's great news for this midfield scrum here in the top 10. Big move from Drew Jensen to the inside on Kemper. The Nash Motorsports machine picks up another spot. P8 for Drew in the 858. Behind Kemper, then he's got his teammate now, at least some familiar territory or friendly company in Ashton Woon on his junior debut weekend there. Top 10 for the 895 right now of this 60-plus driver field.
Yeah, I'm going to say a pretty solid run so far for Ashton Woon. Top 10 in the debut, coming out of that mini Swift category. Not too bad at all. Toniolo up front with Vanchev. Right there, Max Christie. We may have a bit of a 3-driver breakaway right now if they decide to work together. Travis Pettit trying to stay with him, but there you have it right there. There's the 3-driver breakaway, a couple of RPG drivers in the JHGD Kart Republic for Max Christie. Right behind them, though, is Travis Pettit. He's digging in to try to see if he can't stay with them. He doesn't have that big of a gap over Salamao, although he was able to get by. Remember, just a couple laps ago, Salamao was actually the leader of the race. Now back into P5.
You know, when you move up a class, you kind of have a few different ways your season could go. For Max Christie last year, it wasn't a totally disappointing year in the form of never having the speed or ability to run up front. And it wasn't a dominant year either. It was a year of a lot of heartbreak, a lot of close calls, and one miscue on the weekend would just send him out of contention for the race win. He still was able to come away with a good few finishes, but for a year with a lot of potential, almost every time they closed out practice day, he didn't have nearly the hardware to show for it. And it was kind of the same story I felt like when I'd run into him and his dad about, oh man, if we could just get some luck, if we could just get this weekend to go right. And even yesterday as well, struggled a bit to get all that into place. But today, 3rd right now in a safe spot, and it looks like it's gonna get safer because, well, they are fighting hard for 5th. Our pole sitter, Salamao, was under pressure, and now he's got Sandro Truccio with dirt on the tires, who's having a tiptoe. Kemper's in the middle of that. Woon, Savage, or no, sorry, De Alencar and Calderon.
Yeah, this is getting pretty hectic outside the top 5 right now. Big move to the inside there again. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back up to another spot, kind of threw a little bit of a slider in there to try to hold the spot. Weiland trying to pull away as well with Drew Jensen.
Big move there for the 870 of Victor De Alencar. Threw his hand up to Ashton Woon. I think he kind of meant to apologize there as he got into the back of him a little bit, but now they've at least gotten themselves sorted. Woon right back to him, and behind these two, I mean, it's even scarier there in the mid-teens.
Calderon, Jaramillo, Halfin, Santi and Samet. Duran, fastest driver on the racetrack, up 11. Santiago Duran from 28th to 17th, 56.317. 3/10 quicker than the leader for Santiago Duran.
And he's still going here. Check it out as they all continue to go high, wide, inside, outside. That's Duran in the middle in the blue and red OTK. So there's your leaders going by here as we approach the halfway mark. Santiago Duran now on the bumper of Marco Samet. How many spots is he up? Well, he's going to be into the top 20, 18th across the line that time by.
Wow, what an impressive drive so far, working his way up. He's plus 10. He's kind of forward and backwards here right now, trying to get Samet, Katowski, Calderon. Just needs to keep picking his way forward.
Another move there on the inside. Jaramillo there on one of the Orsalon Tony cards we just caught. That was going to be on Santian. So Martin Jaramillo for 13th. Here's edge of the top 20 with Duran.
The interesting thing, Xander, is they see him and they don't realize he's the fastest guy on the racetrack. Like, they're just battling for position right now. Had they known he was the quickest driver on track, maybe they'd try to hook up with him a little bit. He's going to have to really take his time working his way forward if he wants to get to the front of this group here right now, because at this point, he's passing, he's getting passed. He was 18th, he was 17th. He's got to keep moving forward every time, leveraging the fact that he's got a great race car.
Well, they've, I think, got it at least good enough for now to get this pack starting to spread apart again, because 13th right there, Valentino Santi and Alessandro Truscio, actually, Jaramillo in 12th. They've gotten lined up single file now, and they're not necessarily all on the white line, so that could spread them out and maybe close. Oh no! Alexander Vanchev's got an issue. Alexander Vanchev, hand in the air as he went around in one of the weirdest moments there. It almost looked like he was signaling that he broke and then got spun.
Yeah, that was really weird. Hopefully we'll be able to get a replay of that, because that was a wild one there for Vanchev. Remember, that's from second. He was P2 at the time, being spun around there. Not quite sure what that was for Santi, or rather for Vanchev. Remember, he said he did not want to make a mistake. Was it his mistake? Did he get hit from behind? We'll have another look at it here.
Yeah, looking back. Oh, he hit the barrier so hard it ripped his hand off the steering wheel. Look at this. Boom.
Wow. Just trying to be so precise, clipping that corner coming through, that kink of turn number 8 over to turn number 9, got too close to the left side, got that barrier, and like you've seen in an IndyCar or a NASCAR, when you hit the wall, you got to get your hands off the wheel. The minute he hit, it just jerked the hand out of the wheel. At that point, he's a passenger around. The cart went with the contact on the left front. I'm hoping his hand's okay, because that was a hard hit coming through. That very even light contact, again, through to the steering wheel, was pretty aggressive.
Yeah, no doubt. Hopefully Alexander Vanchev's all good. I mean, he's still driving right now, muscling on, soldiering on. Last time by across the timing loop, he was still only 11th.
Yep.
Not bad at all. Now, we're watching this group here. This is Max Weiland at the front of this trio. He's 5th. Drew Jensen in the middle at 6th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the SCR Red Speed in 7th. They have 7 laps remaining at the moment, and they are 4 seconds away from the lead, with, unfortunately, no longer a lead group to kind of bank on a battle. So this group here, they need something. They need some magic out of the Kart Republic of Max Christia, 6/10 back from Augustus Toniolo.
Just an update on Santiago Duran. Going in the wrong direction, honestly, was a big story there for the first half of the race, all the way up to 18th. He's fallen all the way down now into the 26th position. 56.3 was his fastest lap. He's did a 58.8. Something happened to Duran there on that last lap to lose a bunch of ground, all the way back in 26. So that march potentially up into the top 10 for Duran seems to be derailed now. 11 laps down, 12 when they get back around. 6 laps remaining here for Augustus Toniolo. When he gets back to the stripe, a 6/10 of a second lead.
Look at the steering wheel here on Alexander Vanchev. When he comes down the straightaway, his hands are obviously off about probably 10 degrees, maybe 15 from the bent front end damage. He's trying to muscle his way to the end of this one. Heavily bent front end assembly now for the 866. Just trying to salvage points here. It's probably going to end up being a drop round for him. It's a move right behind. That's going to be one of the HRI Mexico drivers going at it with Nico Katowski.
Yep.
For Nico, didn't even get to make it into the A final yesterday. He's having a solid run inside the top half of the field. As we check back in further forward, that was Ashton Woon trailing Victor De Alencar. A couple rookies, 8th and 9th. De Alencar, I believe, maybe on 2nd season of junior for him. Rookie for Ashton Woon inside the top 10. And we got another one off. The 872's around.
Arthur Barbe.
So he's off to the side as we check in with Vanchev here through the chicane. So it takes him out of contention, and the pressure again shifts to Max Christia. But I think even more importantly, Theo Salamao was half a second better than the leader last time by. 56.473 for the off-pole kid. He got by Travis Pettit to get to 3rd. We saw one heck of a come-from-behind victory, Rob, in KA Senior yesterday. Can the Orsolone driver on the pole for the main and having a great pre-final, great quality effort, will himself back to the front?
5 laps to go for Theo Salamao. Can he, as Xander said, reel first in Max Christia, then Augustus Toniolo? There is the lead 4 drivers right there. Toniolo, Christia, Salamao, and Travis Pettit. Big gap back, 2.2 to Max Weiland, Tyrone Kemper, and the rest of the chase pack the front-running 4 drivers in the battle here right now. Christia digging in to try to see if he can't get back up to Toniolo. He was faster by over 1/10 of a second last time by. We've got some contact there. Driver potentially going over, coming out of what, turn number, I think, 3 and 4.
Yeah, so pass in 5, yellows in 3. Think we should be good there for Salamao as he takes over second. And they're checking out the driver that's gone up and over in the chicane here. Must have been one a little bit further back from the leaders, but that was pretty quick when they got there. They quickly got the cart off the driver. Looked like it was a flip, but we stay green until the driver elects that they may need extra attention. And there's the red.
We're going red.
The red flag from Aaron Likens, and I think this could call it past the halfway mark.
I would agree with you right now. Essentially, if they came back to start finish here right now with the red, that would be lap 15 in the books.
Yeah, but they'll go back 1 lap prior.
To 14, yep.
Which is good news for Max Christie. He'll get second back. And if we don't go green, it will call the main, which again, the race is official. It's past halfway.
Seeing with the fact that SKUSA are very focused on trying to stay on time, right? We went a little bit early on this one here, just in case.
That and the focus on trying to not tear up equipment, right? We did a B final instead of an LCQ to try and keep everyone from, well, just going to battle with each other and throwing equipment to the wind. And, you know, a 4-lap restart shootout, I mean, that kind of asks for it a bit for sure.
I'll say this, from where I stand, I can barely see where the driver at one point was laying down. That driver no longer there. I think the driver's got up at this point here. The cart's been flipped back over. So there's a possibility that maybe this isn't as bad as we potentially thought. So we've been told potentially Emerson Lane, the driver involved, but as I had said, he was laying down when I looked. He's already up and potentially talking to our EMTs at this point here. So that's actually fantastic news for Emerson Lane. It does give us potential opportunity to go back to green if they wanted to do so. Now, again, we're all about trying to stay on time here right now. Next race not set to start for another 9 minutes. We would have, what, Sander, 3 more laps to go. They essentially would be back to 14, so it'll be 4 more laps remaining. That's going to be 5 minutes once we get rolling. We may be able to get back to green here. A number of drivers got the helmets off already, so I'm not sure whether or not they're going to call this or not.
Yeah, obviously they want to keep the kids cool here and at the same time make sure that nobody is messing with the go-karts and their bumpers at all. No adjustments allowed. You see Travis Pettit standing by. He's hoping they keep racing. He's got his gear still on. Most of the kids already taking some of their gear off. Let's take a look at the recap to this point, at least here. Starting off with a bit of a chaotic start, beginning with the first few rows kind of jumping to the bottom. I think that bottlenecked everyone, and it started again with Benito kind of getting bogged down in front of Kennedy. Around went Talon Laney, Tristan Murphy collected, and then here back to the front of the field, you saw Vanchev and Toniolo going at it with each other, and at the same time going at it with our pole man, Theo Salamao. First up, Toniolo getting through. Vanchev following, then Salamao tried to answer back. Just dropped that tire. Good call, Rob.
Yeah, and that brought everybody back in, right? Vanchev was able to get back by with Toniolo. Just a little bit of a miscue coming through that corner.
Good move by Travis Pettit there to get by Salamao as he started to fade to the 5th spot. And then we had lots of great midfield fights here. You see Valentino Santi in there making a move with Martin Jaramillo's U-Race Tony Kart behind him. This was that big moment for Alexander Vanchev. Heavy damage for the RPG Cosmic. Oof.
Wow. It looks like his hands are going to be fine because I don't think he had the whole grip around it. It literally just jerked out of the hand so quickly. He got it back rolling again. There's another shot at it. Luckily as well, let's be real, for Christia and Pettit to get through without collecting them.
Yeah, and I don't think it pushed their bumpers in either, but you could see as Alex was trying to just get adjusted to the steering, having to really hustle that go-kart, and then ultimately now to where we are, red flag for Emerson Lane, we believe, on the Hodes TD Gillard. As Rob mentioned, he was already quickly up and alert and talking to the officials under his own power by the time we got the kart stopped. So we believe he, that's obviously a good sign.
Yeah.
And that's what's got us under red for the moment with up to 4 or 5 laps left in the main. And that's got us at a pause. So we're going to take this moment to pause on the airwaves here. Keep the stream going, of course. You're watching the first of 8 A finals here for the SKUSA Winter Series. KA Senior on grid. They're ready to go. Rookie Sebastian Garzone looking on. ADT Alessandro DiTullio here this weekend, coaching his Rocket Racing Company drivers. He's got a few more in the race coming up. Lots more racing still to go. right, there you see the signal from the SKUSA officials. We're going back racing. Indeed, Rob. We still have time on the table, so... Oh, no. Not going back racing. Sorry, my mistake. I thought the cue there of single file was that we were letting them know about a restart, but no, indeed. This will be it. They're going to send them into the pit lane, race over. And we're going to see a good bit of sportsmanship here between the two SCR Red Speeds that will be helping each other get back around. So that's going to put the results to what you see on your screen. Augustus Toniolo, a bit of a rainy day parade here as the race gets called a couple of laps short. But to his credit, he did earn that one, got to the lead at the right point. Maybe got a bit of help by the Saved by the Bell moment here because Theo Selamao was moving at the end of that race there, Rob.
Yeah, he was definitely closing up. Would have had to get by Max Christie at first, and he did actually on that lap, I believe. They did go red, so Selamao potentially could have reeled him in. Didn't happen this time, though, but it'll be Toniolo, Christia, and Selamao, your top three. Pettit ends up in fourth, Weil in fifth. Of course, this unofficial right now. Tyrone Kemper in the sixth spot, Drew Jensen, Victor de Alencar, Ashton Woon, a top 10 here in the opening weekend as a junior driver as well, and behind him was Jose Halpin in the 836.
Then back here, Edward Kennedy was able to rebound one of the drivers, one of the four involved in that first turn issue from 16th back into the high 20s to 18th there across the line behind Isaac Malcuit and a big midfield fight here, and the same that went all the way down. Emerson Lane, of course, he'll get bumped to the tail end of the field, and that'll put him, I guess, behind Talon Laney, so 41st.
Yeah, Xander, big move for Gabriel Balog, plus 19. Started in the 42nd spot, got his way up into 23rd, so a great drive for the pilot of the Magic Kart machine.
Well, the pre-race festivities now quickly getting underway for KA100 Senior, trying to roll this race day through, pack as much racing as we can, keep the track hot, and get us ready to roll through to the end of the day. Jose Carlos Hernandez chilling, suited up, ready. They're all getting ready to go here in a few moments with Ty Fisher and Kai Hunter on the front row for KA100 Senior, presented by the AKT Racing Team. One main down, 7 to roll here from Orlando. Here's a look at your starting lineup for AKT Racing Team KA100 Senior. Again, Ty Fisher and Kai Hunter on the front row. Frankie Mossman and Jose Carlos Hernandez back on row number 2. Blake Nash and Sebastian Garzone on row 3 with Salvador De La Vecchia and Raheem Alibi. A couple of young guns back on row 4. Leo Scorpioni and Henry Wheeler both becoming veterans here in the division, as Scorpioni's already got a full year of Formula Car racing under his belt and a good amount of karting as well. Connor Barris and Santi Fernandez and all Kart Republic. Row 6, Aaron Benoit alongside yesterday's podium finisher Bradley Madden. He's got a long way to go from 14th. Steven Iser rounds the top 15 ahead of last year's KA vice champion on the Pro Tour, Finnegan Bailiff. 44 drivers in total. You can pick out your favorite one as they quickly populate across the screen and get ready to go here from Orlando. Rob Howden back with me here in the booth as Ty Fisher and Kai Hunter have the field to a halt. Ty's trying to get a nice jump there. It was a bit of a start and stop and start, but he's got the green at least here. 18 laps, and they're 3 wide, back behind now, down to 2, down to 1 as they rocket into turn number 5, and the Mean Green Machine leads the way to turn 5 and 6 here as Aaron Benoit gets shoved a bit sideways, and off the racetrack goes Finnegan Bailiff.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that the entire day that it seems to be single file at turn number 5 at the front, and it goes 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide, continuing to get deeper and deeper as everybody gets more aggressive further back in the pack. Finnegan Bailiff, as you said, getting shuffled off to the outside. Ty Fisher, though, leading the way as they work their way out of turn number 9 for the first time. He'll run defensive down the bottom of the racetrack, trying to maintain that lead and essentially stack everybody else up behind him. If he can hold the spot, and like to be seeing more racing happening behind him, maybe make things a little more interesting, give himself a chance to get a bit of a gap. Little love tap in the back there from Mossman as they come through turn number 13, the Kink 14 back over here to turn number 1. They're all lining up nicely here. Fisher, you're still your leader. There's a little bump there again. Mossman trying to go to the inside. He may be able to get the job done here as we see him a little bit further back. I don't think whether or not Mossman was able to get by him as they worked their way back up into the corner. A little bit of action here indeed. Lots of action. Another driver way off the racetrack there from further back. One of the Orsalon racing drivers gets shuffled way out to the outside of turn number 5. A lot of action here. Opening lap chaos, not surprising to any of us here right now. Fisher continues to lead. Look at the battle outside the top 8 right now. Way down to the bottom, 9th, 10th on back. Little slide job, little break, little push into the corner. A lot of action. That's going to allow these guys to get a big jump away. The top 8 are going to be very happy with the way things are happening behind them because they've been able to pull away. It actually might even be the top 10, not top 8. I have a feeling that was Henry Wheeler at the very end of that lead group. Mossman lost a spot there. I believe Kai Hunter, excuse me, Kai Hunter in the RPG Cosmic was able to get by Mossman, who was putting that pressure on Fisher. I thought that maybe Mossman was able to get by over in turn number 2 before we pan back a little deeper into the field. Fisher leading the way for the opening couple laps. 18 lapper again here for KA 100. Ty Fisher's been just so masterful over the second half of the season last year, really working his way to the point where he was one of those front-running junior drivers, but really has continued that development and that speed as he's moved into senior. We don't normally see, you know, junior drivers on occasion, right? The very, very top guys when they come up to senior sometimes can be guys that battle from the get-go. Connor Zilic was one of those drivers. Jeremy Fletcher was right in the middle of the fight as well. We saw Stephen Miller do well. And now it's Ty Fisher, who has picked up right where he left off at the Super Nationals. The TB Kart machine, though, has really proven its worth as a top-running chassis. No doubt about that. It's had a lot of successes, we know, at the Super Nats, been up front quite a bit there. Ty Fisher, Travis Pettit making it happen here this particular weekend as well. Mossman finally able to go by, as did Kai Hunter. Hunter now to the lead. Early running. There's that big gap back. I said top 10. It's definitely top 8 right now. Behind the top 8, yeah, you got almost 3 seconds back to Steven Iser. Look how far back they are, because they're really battling it out up there like that's their own group. Fisher trying to find a way back by Frankie Mossman, who won yesterday for Jay Howard Driver Development. Head on to the eCarting News Facebook page. You want to see the kind of excitement that happened after the win for Mossman. David Cole, as he does, follows the drivers as they come across the scales, having essentially confirmed the victory, and then follows them all the way through. He just followed Frankie Mossman all the way back to the paddock until he got to his dad, until he got to Jay Howard. A lot of people congratulating Frankie Mossman on that victory yesterday, including some of his teammates at the Jay Howard Driver Development USF Pro Championship program. Michael Costello was part of the Jay Howard team last year, going to run for a different team here in 2025. Big gap back to that next group. Hunter leads, Mossman second. Garzone, Sebastian Garzone now has gone to third. Fisher goes back into the 4th spot. Leonardo Scorpioni having a much different day than he did yesterday. Look at this move here. Mossman to the inside. Book it. He's through in turn number 1. Mossman to the lead as he goes to the inside of Kai Hunter. New leader as they begin lap number 6.
And just in one pass, in one big swoop there, we're back to nose-to-tail action for the front 4 here, Rob. The 2 rookies, 3rd and 4th, staying in line. Again, Blake Nash kind of just about 4 or 5 tenths away. He needs about 2 more passes and he'll be there. Henry Wheeler, best he's run so far. It's just been a climb up the board.
First couple laps, Xander, he was 10th position, so indeed Wheeler just working his way forward. It was he and Garzone who came from so deep in the field in yesterday's main event. Much better starting spots here today, and they are leveraging that, showing us that they belong here in the top 10. Wheeler was 10th, he's up to 6th. Garzone, as I said, has already moved his way up to P3.
Across the line this time by, we'll go to 6 laps complete here at the stripe, and that pack has a massive gap. Steven Isert up from 15th to 9th. Unfortunately, needs a lot to go his way to get any further. He's got Jose Carlos Hernandez there with him. That pack is 4 seconds back from this group in the lead. Look at Ty Fisher kicking up some dust as he takes over 3rd from fellow rookie Sebastian Garzone.
I was waiting for Fisher to get back on the offensive, right? He led for a time. Hunter got by, Mossman got by, Garzone got by. Now he's put his elbows back up and he's working forward. Worth a note here right now as we're closing, starting to close a little bit here under the halfway point. Our biggest mover right now, Ivana Richards, plus 21 over 6 laps. She started back in the 45th position. She's up into 24th right now for Ivana Richards. Very good drive early on in this one.
Super impressive. The HRI Mexico crew has a tiny but mighty operation here at the SKUSA Winter Series with about only maybe 5 drivers in total. Ivana Richards trying to give them something to be proud of on the way back home after this weekend is completed, and she's well on her way to doing so with that impressive hard charge up the board. Once again, this young lady came so close to her first U.S. win on the senior stage last year as a rookie, I believe. And now here, coming back with the same crew that eventually, I should say, she did end up with the hardware, but was second across the line. So post-race tech inspection getting her that victory, and now, well, it's a consolation prize in a way with the hard charger award, but still good.
Was that race in the wet, if I'm not mistaken?
It was.
I think so. She was so dominant in the wet. Super impressive. Yeah, in the wet. That's it.
Yeah, it was heavy rain there in Homestead. I'm glad we're not under a tent in that again.
You know exactly right. Yeah, we're in a much better place here in terms of the broadcast booth than we were in Homestead. A lot quieter, too. Normally right on track level by start finish. Up, of course, on the outside of turn 4 and 5, as I said before. Second level, getting a great opportunity for us to get not only a good vantage point through our cameras, but able to look out the window to pick up some extra information if we do indeed need it. But yeah, as I had said, Ivana Richards now up 23 spots. She's into 22nd, and to be honest, she's only about she's right behind Victor Franzoni. After Franzoni, about a second up to Rahima Alibi, and then to be honest, potentially into the top 15, top 16 as she continues to work her way forward. Very impressive on pace for Ivana Richards here today. But again, back out front, Frankie Mossman and Xander, who won yesterday, a big emotional victory for the team, for Jay Howard driver development as well. He's gone back to the lead again with Kai Hunter and Ty Fisher. Garzone a little bit further back. He was in the third at one point, but you can see Fisher's pulling away, but the top three stretching away ever so slightly from Garzone and Nash.
Ty Fisher, like you said, just ever so slightly pushing the envelope of the top three to be a three-car breakaway. But how much has he learned from yesterday? How much has Kai Hunter learned from yesterday that they can, right the wrongs of Saturday here on Sunday? Well, with Kai Hunter now taking over the lead, he's preventing Frankie Mossman from breaking away. He's also got himself a little bit of a gap back to Ty Fisher, who he knows is on the move, and now moves into second. P2 for Ty Fisher here as Hunter gets about a car length of cushion. Blake Nash around the same time also has been able to work his way past Sebastian Garzone. So the Californian is now one spot higher, P4 for the 924.
Yeah, you think about Ty Fisher. He started on the pole, led for a time, led for the early laps, fell all the way back to fourth, but he has methodically worked his way back forward. First by Garzone, then by Hunter. Hunter then getting by Moss, but he followed suit there as well. So up into second spot now for Ty Fisher. We're only at the halfway point. 10 laps down, now 8 laps to go. So just past the halfway. 8 laps remaining here, but you can see how things are kind of lining up here right now with the top 6 drivers being not that far apart. You see the 4, but Garzone and Scorpione still there as well. There's your top 3, and then 4th, 5th, 6th, not that far back as well. They do have over 2 seconds to Salvador Della Vecchia, and a new leader once again. Fisher's gone to the lead, but here comes the move to the inside, and he may get freight trained here. Mossman back to the inside, and indeed, Fisher's going to go all the way back to 4th, maybe 5th. Indeed, he's going to lose the spot. How easy was that? Tried to make a move, Xander to the inside, but he just got freight trained all the way up to turn number 10.
It's just forwards and backwards momentum, up and down like a roller coaster ride. This is the type of KA racing we've been accustomed to. A pack fight, 6 cars together here. 7th and 8th, Henry Wheeler and rookie Salvador Della Vecchia back there in 7th and 8th are licking their chops and hoping for more of it.
4th and 5th, Ty Fisher and Leonardo Scorpione are going to be teammates with the Zanella Racing this coming year in the USF Juniors program. They run together on the racetrack now as well.
So there is 7th and 8th on screen. They're 2 seconds away from the main pack, 3.5 from the lead overall, Henry Wheeler and Della Vecchia. It's been a stagnant 6-second delta back to Jose Carlos Hernandez, Steven Eisert, and Finnegan Bailiff. About a half second back to Bradley Madgman. They need a lot of battling, but with 6 cars, that's you got a shot.
Indeed. Here's another one too. Ivana Richards has set up the top 20 now. Her next hit list will be Autumn Fisher, but both Fishers running in the top 20 right now. Ty running 4th, Autumn running in 19th.
Autumn set for a full national karting season here in the U.S. Of course, Ty a partial year and a partial, like you said, full schedule, taking away the karting weekends with the USF Pro Championships. Now, through the chicane we go for the top 2. Hunter and Mossman, car length apart, side by side for 4th. Blake Nash, I thought, was starting to move up the board. He's back down to 5th. All that momentum's kind of gone to the wayside for the Nash Motorsports Ineos kart. And Ty Fisher has once again kind of regained that speed that he had about a lap or two prior, and he is marching back towards the lead. Fast lap of the race, a 55.007 for Ty Fisher last time, or 56.007 last time. He was only a half-tenth off, and he's right back there as the fastest kart on the track.
And so much excitement on the racetrack here right now. We are watching them all dig in. Mossman, Hunter, Fisher, Nash, Scorpioni, Garzone not that far back, as you said. Wheeler 2.5 back, Della Vecchia, Hernandez, Isert. But it's a lead group here right now. 6 essentially. I would say 6 still in the fight, because we're not anywhere near done for the final couple laps. We go racing. 13 laps in the books, working 14 of 18. Hunter back to the inside. Oh, an aggressive move to the inside of turn number 5. Fisher thinking about trying to get in there as well. No. Hunter goes back to the lead. Mossman, that was a strong move to the inside of turn number 5.
And he tried to make that one sting. He drug the brake as long as he could, just barely getting clear on Frankie, hoping that he could trigger a fight for second and get away, but it didn't happen. Ty Fisher showed some good restraint there. Mossman emphatically pointing forward here, and or what is he? I don't know what happened there for a moment. Threw me off as well, but Frankie Mossman, I think, wanted Kai Hunter to just try and drive away and keep it the two of them. Kai obviously is trying to back them up a little bit. This time by 4 laps to go, and the gap back to Garzone, and Blake Nash, unfortunately, pretty massive here, already up to a full second. Henry Wheeler, De La Vecchia, still about 3.5 to 4 back from the main group. They're not getting any closer with the fighting here. That group back for 9th onwards also has gotten some infighting. Steven Eisert, Jose Carlos Hernandez, Remy Andratos, Finn Bailiff. They're not making up any inroads either. They're still 6+ back. So it's going to come down to these 4 outside of some major catastrophe for this KA Senior Main. Frankie Mossman with an opportunity to go back-to-back and stay undefeated on a Kart Republic. Kai Hunter with a chance to make it where he's won on every U.S. race weekend outside of Vegas here. He won at Cincinnati. He won at the Miami Grands. He's 2 out of 3, I guess, if you want to go off that math there, but this could make it 3 out of 4.
Lots to be done still. Working 14, working 15. Any one of these drivers, the top 4, could come away with the victory when it's all said and done. Hunter, Mossman, Fisher, and a Scorpioni. Inside for Mossman. Book it in turn number 5. He'll go back to the lead. Ty Fisher, Leonardo Scorpioni really kind of taking this in. Where do I need to be? As Scorpioni looks over to see he's got about 1.5 seconds. Garzone's closing in. It's still 1.5 seconds. We're talking about only a couple laps still remaining. But any one of these drivers could be there. And I think Garzone and Nash, don't count them out of it as well. As soon as we start going on the defensive. Mossman, though, Xander stay in the spot. Here he goes to the inside. Back to the lead goes Hunter. Fisher thinks about it. No, tucks back in.
Nowhere to go. Ty Fisher and Leo Scorpioni, they're just kind of boxed out right now by the way the 2 leaders are playing this so smartly. And now as they come across the line, 2 to go. Hunter all the way to the bottom. Mossman looking even lower. Back high, back low again. Nowhere to go for the 905.
1.5 seconds still for Garzone behind a Scorpioni, so they haven't closed quite yet. Big wide run for a Scorpioni. I like that move from 4th because you never know what's going to happen. He's trying to go to the outside right now. If he keeps running that line, he's not going to lose any positions. In fact, may try to go over-under here on Fisher. The outside line through turn number 7, that's not going to work. But it gives him the opportunity, a Scorpioni, to be somewhere should something happen, right? The over-under for 5, if those guys end up going off the racetrack, I'd be doing that almost every time through. Here comes Garzone, though. I know that's Nash now. Nash goes into P5. Fisher to the bottom. He'll go to the inside of Hunter. Over-under, contact again, and away goes Mossman. Big lead for Frankie Mossman.
What an incredible second to last lap by Frankie. First up, kind of found a hole underneath Kai Hunter. Maybe he muscled him. Maybe Kai just ended up misjudging the sweeper. But he got around him there, and a perfect textbook over-under, like you said, Rob, as Ty Fisher and Kai Hunter were playing a game of chicken on the brakes. And now they're colliding 3 wide. They're going to squeeze the rookie Garzone. He backs out. Hunter goes off, and around he goes.
Yep. We've seen that happen a couple of times here this weekend. You get off track there's a big bump, and he went down and almost out of the cart up in the air. The minute you come down, it's going to shoot to the left. 3 or 4 drivers have done that. Kai Hunter, the next one to do it, as he gets pushed off to the racetrack. We're not done here yet. I believe this will be the final lap. I don't know whether or not anybody has anything for Moss, but he's got such a huge lead. No, he's well up the road and fine. The battle's going to be for second and third.
Yeah, it'll be all out for third here. Nash, look at Garzone. Oh, that almost worked there by Sebastian, but Blake heard him swinging back to the low side. Final time, 2 of the S's are going to duke it out for fourth. Wheeler will steal fifth away. He gets a little love tap from Leo, but Frankie goes 2 for 2 with JHDD. Fisher second, Blake Nash third, as they all tap the side pot to rep the brand. And well, it is 3 different chassis brands on the podium, but as Frankie mentioned, that's 2, and he's got more in the tank on what hopefully will be a very active year.
Xander, Mossman was getting passed by either Hunter or Fisher. He was in the outside. Hunter goes to the inside. Fisher goes even deeper. Just an over-under for Frankie. He throws it back to the bottom. Comes out with a massive lead. Kai Hunter left to walk back in disgust. What could have been for the RPG driver.
Yeah, he seems like he's definitely walking with a purpose there. He wants to talk to somebody. Not sure who, but indeed, a frustrating end to what was a weekend that saw Kai Hunter snag the pole award to kick things off yesterday morning. Frankie Mossman, though, ends on top both days here,
yeah.
Rob. Great job, and again, for the second day in a row, one of the smartest, most well-composed and mature drives I've seen on a fast Frankie Mossman. Again, he's gotten that nickname because he's got so much raw talent, and it's finally really coming together and paying off here this weekend in Orlando.
Yeah, this is big to start off the season here in the Winter Series. Again, he's going to be running USF Pro 2000 with Jay Howard Driver Development this year, his second year in the season. He ends up winning by 2.6 seconds over Ty Fisher. Blake Nash coming home into the third spot. He was 6th with only a couple more laps to go. He ends up P3. Sebastian Garzone in 4th. Henry Wheeler 5th, as you said. Scorpione almost got drug off the racetrack right behind Kai Hunter. He was able to stay on, ends up in 6th. Salvador Della Vecchia in 7th. Steven Eisert, Anthony Rivera, and Finnegan Bailiff up 6 to finish up the top 10. But how about Ivana Richards, plus 28, 45th to 17th at the end. Great run there as we're looking at the race recap.
Yeah, so much to break down from the opening laps alone here, Rob. Obviously, you called it. It was just back and forth. Multiple drivers kind of getting after it. Blake Nash there running Jose Carlos Hernandez a little wide. Frankie Mossman down the inside on Blake Nash here. Leo Scorpione kind of just staying clean. And oh, what a big off there for Jose Hernandez. Close calls that should have had him in the conversation more today, and ended up not being the case as we saw this group here. This is what really opened that gap up to be 4 to 5 seconds, then 6 seconds, and then stay there to the end of the race. They were all the same speed as the leaders, but a couple maneuvers that had them really woed up and backed off from our cameras.
Xander, you mentioned it, that the guys up front, Mossman and Hunter, were doing a great job. The way they were passing, the way they were handling was keeping both those other drivers, Fisher and Scorpione, behind them at bay.
Yeah, there was just nowhere he could go without really forcing the issue and potentially drawing a penalty for contact. Got to give a sign of respect for Ty Fisher. I mean, he was going for it, right? He had some moves, and where he could pick them apart, he did, and eventually got to the lead, but it just didn't last all too long. That move there allowed Frankie to get right back underneath him, and then here they all freight trained the kid and sent him back down to 5th. He had to slowly work his way back up, but at that point, like you said, Mossman and Hunter were at it again, just only trading one spot apiece whenever they would swap positions. Here we had Sebastian Garzone and Blake Nash together. Then the last few laps, Hunter going by Frankie, Frankie back on Hunter. Same move, same corner almost. Down here in the hairpin, this was not the crazy move we had towards the end. This was a regular move by Kai. This was that little bit of a love extra boost through the sweeper. And then here, Kai heard Ty Fisher going, tried to say, okay, if you're going to go, I'll go on Frankie. And instead, Ty just kept staying off the brake, gunned it. And the two of them drag racing each other to the corner, to the apex, cost them both a shot at Mossman. And then here, Hunter in the air, nearly up and over off the front end, and well, he knew it was over at that point. Heavy damage to the RPG Cosmic, takes him out of contention. Frankie Mossman able to get away, let them all fight behind for second, for third, and there he is, motioning to the crowd. 2 in a row for Frankie Mossman and Jay Howard Driver Development. Alex?
Yeah.
on the weekend, guys. The last couple of laps.
It's been what everyone's been trying to tell me. Just calm down and let the race happen. I keep putting myself in these predicaments where, I end up where kind of Hunter is right now. And then it's just, I kind of wanted to start the new year off fresh, and I mean, I feel like we showed it. I've been trying to mature the best that I could, and especially doing this KA racing, having to think a lot more methodically and a lot smarter, definitely, just overall. And I feel like it's kind of a testament to the program that I'm with, that they've kind of been able to knock me in my head, but especially SCR, they were just telling me all year long, and we knew it was going to happen eventually, where we would just be unstoppable once I could just close and get the job done.
Yeah,
I gotta say,
you were trying to show it, I think, to the camera a little bit there. I got a glimpse of it. You had a bit of a mechanical happen on the last couple of laps. Can you kind of describe what happened?
Yeah, I really don't know. I was like, the last few laps, right when Ty got back around me and we were chasing down Kai, it felt like my throttle went all the way down to the floor. And, we had a few issues on the stand. We were rushing to the grid right before, so I don't know if it kind of correlated to that. But I was kind of just going around trying to hang around 50% throttle because I was a bit worried that I was going to snap the cable or anything like that. And so I just wanted to kind of stay in it for the championship. And then somehow we ended up in the place that we were. And I was just so far gone that I was like, I just had to keep my head down on that last lap and just stay out front.
Thanks, Frankie.
Yep, thank you.
A couple quick comments there on that, Xander. You hear him talk about the fact that now he's just getting more mature and thinking more methodically about it. You want to get the young drivers to think about that earlier, right? You try to hammer that in. Every coach does. Start thinking. But sometimes the drivers just get it later on. When the more mature they get, the more racing they have, they understand a little bit more about the fact that it really is about the mental game to a certain extent.
For sure. I mean, this comes down to keeping your cool, and especially in packs like that, there's going to be pushing and shoving and a lot of more incidental contact than, let's say, intentional contact. And you got to make sure that you can understand that, look, when I get kind of bumped, shoved, freight trained, even if I don't agree with how some of the other guys are driving, I don't let it rile me up. And Frankie, again, did a great job of seeing that. Again, he could have absolutely had this, gotten roped into another drag race to the corner like what happened with Kai and Ty. Yep. But instead, he heard them go and said, okay, now I'm going to back off. I'm going to let you two do the elbows out fighting, and I'll just pick up the pieces.
One last note from that one, just a shout out to Ty Fisher. He went first to fourth to first to fourth to second. That showed a lot out of that kid. He kept going backwards, kept coming forward. We talked about Ryan Norbert having that kind of maturity, but to get out of the gate as a rookie, to have that maturity going back and forth, making the right moves and get himself back to second, I think that's going to be a big, big shift, a kind of a pivot, a turning point for Ty Fisher.
Yeah, never give up, never say die. That's a great testament to Ty Fisher's spirit and heart. And now, as the Micro Swifts get ready to roll here with a nice and slow pace lap, allows us to show you the rest of the field in the 40-plus for the Energy Corsa America's sponsor division.
Lennox Lockhart and Marcello Flores will be on the front row. Leo Simoni alongside Dutch Westbrook on row 2. Brody Stoffel and Zeb Gottschalk on row 3. Mauro Nario alongside Hudson Howard on row 4. Danny O'Gara and Mateo Gomez, Xander, will round out the top 10.
As they head through the final turn here, you'll go all the way back to Liam Francisco in 45th. It's a big grid, but it's led right now by the two drivers that were at the forefront of it yesterday as well. But it's a flip of the script from yesterday's pre-final. Lennox Lockhart with the pre-final win, getting a bit of a gap at the end to Marcelo Flores, yesterday's winner. So Marcelo's got the box checked. He'd like to be like Frankie and double up for himself and for JHDD as well to go 2 in a row. But for Lennox Lockhart, it's an opportunity to win at the venue that he started his national campaign 10 months ago at. Green flag in the air, and we're racing to turn 1.
A little wide on the entry there for Lockhart. He may lose a couple of spots to the driver backwards right in the middle of the racetrack. Yellow flag flying in turn number 1. Here we go. They're that single file at the start. They'll double up, then triple up further back in the pack as everybody is trying to find extra spot. One driver all the way off the racetrack and
Flores.
maybe trying to get back. Is that Flores?
Yeah, Marcelo
Ouch.
in the white and blue and that green helmet. There he is. Marcelo Flores, the off-pole kid, yesterday's winner, buried in the field. Look at this big gaggle up front. It is going to be another one of the Kart Republics to the helm, and I think that's Leo Simoni in the 295.
I think so too. Simoni was all crossed up coming through turn number 8. That kink goes back over to turn number 9, but he held the spot nicely. One driver, I believe, off coming through turn number 8, potentially into the outside of the barriers over there. I saw that kart shoot off. There he is right there. Yeah, 249 went off the track.
Hudson Howard, what a great day he had through yesterday and today. And he was going to be on the cusp of fighting for his first big win, but it will not happen here on Sunday. So a lap underway, 15 laps to go. Leo Simone, your leader after a wild opening couple of turns. Lennox Lockhart trying to take second back. He'll go door to door with Brody Stoffel. Takes that spot away. And if there's anyone that knows anything about racing here in these junior ranks, well, it's our junior double winner as the micros race on. Sebastian Garzone, senior opening weekend. He's standing by with Alex after a wild K senior finish.
Sebastian, your rookie debut in KA Seniors come to a close here this weekend. How would you kind of summarize how it's been for you?
Well, first, thank you for the interview. It was an awesome with my team. And first, to be thankful with God because He was always with me. To be thankful with Green, my engine builder, to Fabio, all the team do amazing this weekend. We missed a little bit of speed, but we are still working about that. I'm learning about senior, and we'll go forward.
What's the biggest difference you've noticed from KA Junior to KA Senior?
The weight. It's like, you need to be like with more strong. That's it. It's not that big.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you.
Look at all this battling here. What has gone wrong for the 242 of Lennox Lockhart? He has been buried in this group now. The Sodi is back to maybe 4th or 5th as Zev Gottschalk's gone by. Dutch Westbrook has gone by. Brody Stoffel and Leo Simone working together now have a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. So it's a different pair of Kart Republics out front. Brody Stoffel continuing to push away with Leo as they race behind him. That's Danny O'Gara trying to get by on the inside of Mauro Nario. He'll get it done. Nice work from Danny there on that MPG Kart Republic. Look who's right behind Mauro as well. Introduce to the fray Isaac Carvalho on the OKP MPG Kart Republic duo there. They're into the top 10 safely. Then it is Mateo Gomez and Marcelo Flores on the JHDD KR, 2.8 seconds back from the lead. It's going to be an uphill battle here, and it's only just begun. 3 laps completed of the 16 so far here in this Micros of Maine, presented by Energy Corsa Racing Americas. Your top 10 led right now still by the 295, the Canadian kid, Leo Simone.
A couple drivers I was watching from the very get-go were Liam Francesco and Aiden Go right at the very tail of the field. Liam already up 17 spots into 28th. Aiden Go up 17 as well. Both these drivers now up into 27th and 26th respectively. Up 24 spots already on the move. Cohen Shoecraft, we talked about him coming from deeper in the field earlier on this weekend, plus 16 as well for Mason Brody. Plus 16 for Dylan Smith from 30th up to 14th. So a number of drivers able to really make some moves here early on to try to recover some points left out on the table here from the pre-final on. So great racing up front, as we know. Leo Simone leading the way, but also some fantastic performances from drivers deeper in the field right now. Simone, Stoffel, Westbrook, Gottschalk, and Lockhart, the drivers in the front group right now. 1.8 back to Mauro Nario, back in the 6th position. So indeed, they're not running in line. As you can see, contact there, a couple drivers. That is, I believe, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There's a 224 on Lockhart, but that's, is that Gottschalk potentially? Yeah, I think Gottschalk in the number 221 has got that driver fairing up in the air. That's going to make things tough for the young driver.
Well, at least the good part, it's off-centered.
Yeah, true.
So maybe for left-handers, it'll be okay. For right-handers, it's tough. There he is looking around it, trying to find a gap, but I think that's probably going to bring the meatball flag out. Either way, it would be tough to continue. Heartbreak here for Zev Gottschalk. He was doing so good.
Yeah, just some contact coming out of turn number 6. They worked their way out there. They were kind of side by side. There's the meatball flag there for that driver to head to pit lane. Like I said, he was right up there in a pretty solid position. Zev falling back down the order now. Just the contact out. Somebody got popped up on top. It doesn't take much to bust that front bolt and hold that onto the front mounting. We'll see Gottschalk work his way back to pit lane. Having to get, actually, if he was able to see it there, yeah, they're going to run back out and show it to him again with the board, because with that right in front of him, he probably wasn't able to see the flag man very well coming through.
Here's the group going down the back straightaway. 2 cars with a big gap as Dutch Westbrook has driven his way all the way up to the lead. Leo Simone now having to push him instead of getting pushed by Brody Stoffel. And the two of them, if they work together for here on out, it could be a huge gap that they could build on the field, because Dutch Westbrook has a lot of speed. There's no dancing partner, unfortunately, for Brody Stoffel. I mean, he's gaining on them now, though. I mean, that was a big leap into the gap. Was 1.3 down to 1.0. And here's a look at the 2 fastest cars from yesterday, Marcelo Flores and Lennox Lockhart. If you're going off the overall delta to the lead, Marcelo Flores has cut in on it, but this won't help. Lennox and Marcelo side by side there through turn 5. Lennox backing out of it now, and Marcelo Flores will once again try to reset and drive back forward.
We'll go quickly back into the results from yesterday. I want to say that Aiden Go had a really strong run coming forward as well. I don't know that I can get the results I'm looking for here. Yeah, he was up into the top 7, and I want to say, I can't see where he started here on this race. I'll have to go back and have a look, but he made a big move forward. Here's a replay of the action on the racetrack here. This will be this incident, we believe, with Godshock. Oof, there it is, contact, and just that wheel just ripped across.
Yeah, and I think Brody just had no idea he still had someone on the outside. These kids obviously still learning. Very rare you get any kind of malicious intent behind any of those moves. And, well, that little bit of spatial awareness, sadly, the driver paying the price ends up being Zev Godshock. But Brody Stoffel's already driven back up to these 2. Incredible how quickly he has eaten up the gap. I mean, it was 1.3 seconds, then it was 1 second. Now it's next to nothing. So, I mean, you can see the 3 of them, all single file. We'll pull that leaderboard on the left side of your screen back up so you can see where everyone currently runs. Dutch Westbrook in the 233 again, still the leader. Back to Leo Simone, back to Brody Stoffel. 1, 2, 3 down the back straightaway. Lennox Lockhart. Looks like he's successfully gotten by Marcelo Flores for 4th and for 5th.
This 3-driver lead, though, looking pretty good here. We're closing in on the halfway point. Again, a 16-lap main event for the drivers here in the cadet categories. Both the micro and the mini will run 16 laps, so they'll put lap 8 in the books. They'll be halfway when they come back around. Again, big movers include Aiden Go up 23 spots from 43rd to 20th, and Mason Brody from 33rd up to 13th. Mason Brody 2.2 seconds behind Alvaro Medeiros, and wasn't quite as quick on that last lap either. So he may be stopped where he is, Brody, right now, but nonetheless, a 20 position improvement for Brody to work his way up into the top 15.
Yeah, great drive forward for Mason Brody after that heartbreaking spin out and yard sale moment of about 12 carts stacked up behind him in that pre-final. The Nash Motorsports entry is moving. Now the leaders are moving and shaking here for the top spot. Leo Simone reclaims the lead. Brody Stoffel, he's easy to pick out in that all-black helmet back in P3. Yesterday's top 2 closing in. I'd say they're well within the drafting window now, and 3 more trying to latch on behind them as well in O'Gara, Nario, and Carvalho.
Leo Simone looking for that big breakout win, the national level win, and got it going here right now up front. He and Westbrook. Stoffel right there. Looking behind, though, Lockhart and Flores, you mentioned it before, Xander, they're going to keep coming. Look how close they are already. It was a big 3-driver breakaway, to be honest. No, this going to be 5 carts here in just a matter of laps. It'll be 6 laps to go when they get back to start and finish. So we're starting to wind things down for drivers here in the micro category. Indeed. Again, lots of time.
Yeah, still quite a bit left in this one for sure. We've got at least 5 now in contention again. 3 more, and then a big gap back to Mateo Gomez and Alvaro Medeiros on the Orsolon Racing machines. Dutch Westbrook looked like for a moment when he first got to the lead, he might have been able to drive away. They've been able to hold on to his coattails ever since. Now, again, back at the point on the blue and orange Bennett colors. And again, they're holding right back onto him, although he's quickly tracked them down. So, it seems, I don't know what it is, but almost like an invisible wall of air for the leader here in this micro class. At the moment they get to the point, well, they start to slow down and the pack just runs back up to them.
Flores went back to second, Lockhart back to third, so that we had back to Flores back to fourth, Lockhart back to fifth. Pardon me. The 3 drivers is now 5. It may end up being 8 before it's all said and done because Nario's not that far back. Carvalho in 7th, Danny O'Gara in 8th. Then you got to go 4 seconds back to Mateo Gomez, but I don't think the 6th, 7th, and 8th are out of this either, especially the minute we start to go defensive. Look at that, 6, 7, 8 right there. We're going to have an 8-driver battle up front here, especially if Carvalho and O'Gara can work together to try to reel back in Nario.
Oh, Brody Stoffel giving a lot of love taps there to the 290 of Leo Simone. It hurt both of them, and it's allowed Flores to get about 4 or 5 car lengths there. He kind of had a little miscue, got into the back of Dutch Westbrook. That'll eradicate that, although now Brody wants to take over third. He looks low on his teammate, and he gets by. Brody Stoffel is through to P3.
Simone, who led, now finds himself back into 4th.
Check out this group now as they head through turn number 5. More fighting there. Lennox Lockhart gets by on Simone. Nario now
he's
in the
there.
mix.
Yeah, he's there. Nario's there. Xander, he is in. In fact, he's going to work trying the outside here. Oh, okay.
Rim riding it through the sweeper. Got him.
That's nice.
Mauro Nario now.
Oh, but it came back out at him. Right out back to the inside goes Simone, but that's going to lose a bit there. They lost some ground.
Yeah, going side by side that many corners in a row cost them dearly. The good news is the top 4 are still together. It's not like there's one driver in front that can drive away. We know there's going to be some more passing before this race is all said and done. Marcelo Flores will go back to the top of the leaderboard. He'll lead it at the end of lap number 12. 4 laps to go for the micros. 16 laps on the total distance. And it's going to come down to 4, maybe as many as 8. Back to Danny O'Gara, only 2.3 seconds away from the lead. Mateo Gomez, Alvaro Madero still hanging on there in 9th and 10th.
3 laps to go when they get back around. There goes Lockhart back to the inside. He'll go back into 3rd, getting by Stoffel. Stoffel, though, returns the favor. Right back to the inside at turn number 6.
Lennox Lockhart.
Both each other, giving each other the sign. What are you doing?
Yeah, they both know that time is of the essence right now. But in Brody Stoffel's case, he has tracked down leaders before. He shook his head there. He keeps looking back, trying to make sure he doesn't get dive bombed as he stays close. Looks like there must have been an incident here a couple laps prior, or maybe the last lap. The barrier's being adjusted by one of the officials down at the hairpin, so don't know if we lost anyone in the last moment or 2. Coming around the last turn. This time by, 13 down. 3 to go. Marcelo Flores trying to do another weekend sweep just like Mossman did in the class before.
I was going to say, as he flexing the muscles a little bit here, Xander, he's starting to pull away a bit. He's got 0.2 of a second. Westbrook, of course, you expect the draft to pull him back in. But Flores looks like he may be ready to mount a getaway. No, Westbrook right back on him. He had a gap. It was gone by the time they got back over to turn number 5. Westbrook very tidy. Yeah, driver went off there. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, don't know who we just lost coming out of turn number 5.
Somebody in the top 10.
Yeah, it was in that main group of 8, for sure. They've got 7 seconds almost back to the next group. Something also happened in 9th and 10th. Mateo Gomez and Alvaro Medeiros were, I believe, close to each other in the previous laps. That time, no, my mistake there. It's about a 2-second gap. It was slowly opening up. Alvaro Medeiros up 14 positions. Dylan Smith right there with him, up 19. Mason Brody is now up 21. If we could take a look back before it's too late, 10th, 11th, and 12th. 10 seconds back for the leaders, albeit, but they are all up majorly in this Micro Swift main, now with 2 to go up front.
Super impressive for those drivers, 100%. Well done. Madero, Smith, and Brody up almost 20 plus all of them. 14, 19, and 21 positions gained respectively. Really nice run here from deep in the field.
Marcelo Flores out of turn number 6. Dutch Westbrook still 2 car lengths back. Brody Stoffel, half a second back, trying to get there. Last time around, Brody picked up a 200ths. That was it on Marcelo Flores. Like you said, he's flexing the muscle. He's doing everything he can to keep it out front, but Dutch Westbrook is there. Is he going to go here? No. And Marcelo would have given him the option too. They stay on the normal line. No changes, but Stoffel is definitely closing, and Lennox is too.
And Xander, they'll see the white flag when they get back around to start finish. This is it here. The white flag will fly. What does Westbrook have? Is he hold enough that they'll hold Stoffel back, or is Stoffel going to be right ready to go? Is Brody ready to battle? He is. I don't think that Lennox Lockhart's out of it yet either. If they start fighting, we'll see what happens for these opening corners of the final lap.
Here's Westbrook looking high as Flores goes to about a lane lower than the normal line. Into 6th, same thing. Brody Stoffel all the way on the bottom. Oh, didn't quite make it stick there, and that's going to allow Lennox Lockhart to get an over-under on him.
I don't like that move to the inside. He should have waited. That's he's dropped well back. In fact, Lockhart's been able to go through. Little bobble there for Stoffel. He gave it all up there. He needed to wait to see what happened down here in turn number 10. Could have taken advantage of it. Lockhart's going to be there. Here goes to the bottom. Flores trying to duck to the bottom here. Westbrook's going to go wide. Here comes that over-under you expect. Same goes for Lockhart. He's right there, Xander. Here we go, coming to the final complex of corners.
In the last turn yesterday, Marcelo stole the show. Can he hold it here? No. Westbrook through to the inside. Over-under from Marcelo, but he doesn't have the run. Westbrook does. Here comes Lennox Lockhart. Marcelo is off. Westbrook wins it provisionally as Marcelo Flores pounds the wall and comes to a heartbreaking stop 20 feet before the checkers.
The margin of victory for Westbrook at the line, 27 thousandths of a second. Lockhart came to the inside of the track. They had contact as they came out of the corner there right now.
Look, he's trying to go. Marcelo's still trying to go. He's watching all those points and positions flurry by. The cart's still running, but he's beached.
Yeah, call it a drop for for Flores. As he was lining things up, Marcelo dropping down to 28th right now. He literally can't get it going. The corner worker can't touch the cart. He'd have to jump out of the cart and spin it around himself. Oh, everybody's streaming by, and he's going to drop all the way down to very likely 37th position. Here's the replay, Xander, coming to the line, out of the corner.
Yeah, I don't think Dutch meant to get into him. You see him looking over going, oh no, there he goes, because he still had a lane for Marcelo to get to the line here. Dutch obviously pops the curb. Marcelo
almost turned into him a little bit, trying to see if he could hold the spot. He needed to run a little bit wider on the outside there, I think, to be able to hold that position. But I expect he probably figured that Westbrook was going to pinch it back down a little bit on the exit.
No doubt. I think Dutch probably, again, thought Marcelo was going to open up a little bit, and Marcelo had the run, so Dutch kind of didn't want to pinch himself on the exit. We saw how that didn't pay off for Joe Turney with Ryan Norberg kind of crowding him down, and Marcelo was, I think, trying to do the same thing. So heartbreaking end, but where it's heartbreak for one, it is a heartfelt moment for Brody Stoffel as he gets a first career SKUSA podium, third provisionally across the line for the 229. And while it was a wild run to the line, Dutch Westbrook is your unofficial main event winner here for Team Benning. It was so fast yesterday, so fast again today. And the 233 ends on top.
Yeah, Lockhart in second, Stoffel third, Nario fourth, Danny O'Gara up into the fifth spot. Isaac Caravello ends up in sixth. Leo Simone, who led for much of that race, found himself back in seventh. Mateo Gomez in eighth. Alvaro Medeiros, Dylan Smith, and Mason Brody. Let's take a time to chat on these guys. Plus 15 for Medeiros, plus 20 for Smith, plus 22 for Mason Brody, and then plus 27 Aiden Go from deep in the field up into 16th.
X30 Junior on deck now, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Alexander Vanchev and Augustus Toniolo, the front row, back and ready to duke it out again, just like they did yesterday. And for Vanchev, it's a shot at redemption. After that KA Junior Final, the engines are coming to life. The 1 minute signal is given. They're getting ready to go, and here's Augustus giving us a little thumbs up before he heads on out for the main event. 37 total drivers on the SCR X30 Junior grid as we go back to row 2 there with Kit Volofsky and Mad Max Weiland.
And Xander, we are on time. Let me throw that out there as well. This category sets a roll at 3:50, and it's actually 3:49, so a minute early for the drivers here in the X30 Junior category. 5 races still to go for you. X30 Junior. Pro X30 drivers will roll into the grid when we're done here. KA100 Master, Mini Swift, and Pro and Master Shifter to wrap up the first rounds here of the SuperCards USA Winter Series for 2025. Alexander Vanchev, Augustus Toniolo, all RPGs, Xander, on the front row.
Back to the blue on row 2 again with the energy of Kit Volofsky and the magic card of Max Weiland on row number 2. Keon Shi and Jose Alfin go back to that RPG blue and pink trend on row 3.
Lucas Palacio, his best start of the weekend. He'll be P7 there on the inside of row number 4 alongside Javier Chaparro.
Then moving back to the final row in the top 10, Tristan Murphy. Ryan Gandor there on the outside makes what I count as 6 Rolison Performance Group entries
Wow.
inside the top 10.
Oh man, 2 rows outside the top 10. Felipe Benito and Jose Shermer will be on row number 6. Sarah Bradley and Travis Pettit, 2 drivers who could challenge for top 5s here, starting on row number 7.
Phantom Abernathy hopefully will be able to recover from that scary moment in the K Junior race where he went up and over. He rolls from 15th alongside Martin Jaramillo, and then it's Ethan Skymaniachik and Mateus Romalo back on row 9 with Edward Kennedy and Cole Medeiros cleaning off your first page of starters here. The final page coming up, 37 in total on the board, goes all the way back down to Jackson Elefante's Rocket Racing Company, Kart Republic, lone man on row number 19.
Yeah, we'll look for Alessandro Truchot back there in 29th. Rocco Simoni, potentially to follow in the footsteps of his brother Leo to work his way up. He'll start 27th. Those are the drivers, I think, further back. We need to watch to see if they can't fight themselves back forward.
Here we are, rounding the final turn and getting ready to go green. 18 laps on the inside there in the more purplish and blue and pink suit. You've got Vanchev in the white suit, Toniolo. Green flag, X30 Junior is racing it away down to turn 1.
Big run from the inside to the outside as 4, 5, 6 drivers involved in incidents coming through turn number 1. But right after the very front there, Vanchev went from the inside of the track to the outside. He got a really good run through to reset up the dive over to turn number 2. So a solid start for Vanchev. But as we saw, Xander further back, a lot of chaos coming down into turn number 1.
So half a lap complete. Where has everyone kind of shuffled to? It looks like the top 5 are all pretty stationary. Fianchy in 5th. Well, make it 6. Lucas Palacio is on the move right now in that JHGD Kart Republic. P5 now for the 705. Behind him, side by side, looked like Murphy and Chaparro going at it, or maybe a Jose Halfin. No, Halfin back behind the pair. So is Javier Chaparro on the 736. No, that is Jose Halfin. Chaparro, the taller one, of the 787 back further. Again, lots of blue and pink colors in the top 10. They'll stay 1-2 right now between Vanchev and Toniolo, with Bolofsky leading Max Weiland there for 3rd and 4th.
As they come through, we'll try to pick up some of the drivers who have fallen and give you those involved in the incident in turn number 1. Martin Jaramillo, Cole Medeiros. It sounds like Alexander Savage, Rocco Simoni involved as well, likely Fernando Weiler, Noah Carney. All those drivers potentially involved in the incident up in turn number 1. We have not yet seen Medeiros and Simoni come back. Both those Canadian drivers out early on here. Not a good weekend for Cole Medeiros. He's had a lot of rough luck throughout the weekend.
Yeah, he has not had the best go of things for sure. And like you said, Robbie, you were rooting for him, a hometown kid for yourself, but sadly, not ideal to kick things off, and it makes those 18 laps feel that much longer standing and watching on the sidelines like that.
That's exactly true. Vanchev, Toniolo, Bolofsky, top 3. We'll see whether or not Bolofsky's able to go to work. In fact, I think he's lost a spot. Looks like Weiland's been able to get by. Max Weiland in the Magic Kart now up to 3rd. He's been pretty strong on the weekend. Weiland now up to 3rd. He'll give chase to try to reel in the 2 RPG drivers, Vanchev and Toniolo.
Here's Fianchy on screen there, leading that kind of middle group of the top 10. You see that wide angle. You saw 2 of the SCR drivers going at it. Looked to be maybe Sarah Bradley as one of them, but unsure in total. As we try to check in all the battles, here's Travis Pettit to the inside, making a move. That looked to be on, I think, maybe Murphy to get himself further in the top 10. That'll be on Chaparro, actually. 2 spots up on this lap for Travis Pettit and the TV Kart. Up the road there is Jose Halfin. He's the next one on the chopping block in the 736. At the back of the group, Felipe Benito there.
Xander, really the only guy making any moves in the top 15 was Travis Pettit. He's up 4 spots. Everybody else essentially down a couple or maybe up 1. Pettit, of course, up 4, now up into the top 10. So he's on the move right now. He's got some open racetrack there in that TV Kart as well. He'll go to work trying to reel in Jose Halfin now, because he is now up into the 8th position, a second back. But last time by, some good enough lap times to keep him ahead of Javier Chaparro.
Through the sweeper back up front. Vanchev to Toniolo, about a car length between them. Here's Palacio, another big move.
Wow.
Lucas is rolling early in this race right now, quicker than the top 3 last time by 2.5 tenths.
Yeah, we've seen him move up the order. Lucas Palacio was quickest as you attend. He's +3 now, started 7th. Makes a great move to get by first Bolofsky, then Weiland, so move him now up into the 3rd spot. Can he now reel in this next group? Is he the driver who will lead Weiland, Bolofsky, Is he the guy that's going to lead him up? to get to Vanchev and Toniolo, who just went purple. We'll see. Obviously not a purple lap there for Palacio, as he was the one that was able to make the move, but he does give himself a little breathing room here on Max Weiland. Even a half a kart length allows him to take the full racing line through turn number 5, 6, and now 7. There he is. Lucas Palacio has been one of the top, of course, micro and mini drivers the last couple of years. He's won a number of races, won championships. We've seen him do a lot of racing overseas. Of course, great announcement last year that he was picked up and will join the Williams F1 Academy as well. So a great future for the next number of years for Palacio. He'll get a chance to continue to work his way forward, doing the best he can in terms of driver development. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to see him still here on a semi-regular basis, coming to run over in the U.S. Alongside his European program, but digging hard to see if he can't work his way in. They'll come across to put lap number 5 in the books. I want to see what we got for pace. Yeah, Toniolo was fastest last time, Xander. Palacio 2/10 quicker. The gap now down to less than a second for Palacio to close back up.
Kit Milofsky here has, surrendered the spot to Max Weiland, stayed right on his heels the whole way. The two of them last time around were starting to kind of find a rhythm, it seemed like. They've lost, obviously, both a position each to Lucas Palacio, but they're not fully out of his wake yet. And I think if they can just kind of stay within shouting distance of him, they will be able to be a factor later on in this final. It's just kind of staying close, right? That's what you hear from a lot of the big name guys, that especially some of them are lining the grid now for that Pro X30 race, and just stay nearby. Stay around the main group. Don't fall, like a rock backwards, but don't also overcook your stuff if it's not there. If your go-kart is set up to come in late and then it ends up still coming in even later than you expected, don't force the issue. Let it come to you.
During the driver introductions, when we went to the second page there, we talked a little bit about the fact that we knew that a driver on the move could be Alessandro Truchot. Well, indeed, he's up 14 right now, up into the top 15, 29th up into 15th for Truchot. Same to be said for Nicholas Guth. He's up 18 spots, started 35th. He's up to 17th as well. Vinicius Ferro up 16 spots. So a number of drivers, Xander, really making hay here in the first half of this one. Remember, 18 laps. We're only working on lap number 7. We're not even to the halfway point yet. And a number of these drivers have got themselves up in the top 15, top 20, looking at really trying to kind of salvage a race day by getting some good points here.
Augustus Toniolo still making some more adjustments there. That time by tried to change the radiator coverage as he went quick, and Alexander Vanchev went even quicker. 54.602, fastest lap yet and fastest lap at least out of the entire top 10 that time around. Looks like we're starting to see that gap begin to open, and the Redemption Tour maybe is in the works for the 706, putting a 10th on Toniolo. This is Fianchy right there, just on the outside of the top 5. Look at it, Jose Helfin as well on the 736. You can see more and more the drivers are starting to take a conservative approach to that left-hand kink. Neither one of those two RPG Cosmics clipped the curb. Of course, probably being warned by the likes of the coaches under the tent, the likes of Ben Cooper, Ryan Norberg, and Kai Hunter and company.
Vanches has got to be a little bit gun shy.
Yeah. But the entire group, I don't think any of them touched it that time at least, or if they did, they barely nipped it. Yeah. So that might have come all the way from the top down from the boss, maybe. Mike Rollison, watching on top of the rig saying, hey boys, don't tear it up early. Save that extra running on the limit for the last lap.
Yeah, do you really need it early on, right? You're not going to be that much of a difference in terms of lap time. Let's just stay away from it. We threw one away already. Let's not do that. Look at this battle a little further back, Xander. Getting out of here right now.
Yeah, door to door for the 787 of Javier Chaparro, Tristan Murphy, and Felipe Jesus Benito. Benito ends up losing 2 spots out of the exchange, so he drops from 9th back to 11th. The three of them have a healthy gap, a big gap back to Ryan Gandor and Sarah Bradley. 5 seconds. There must have been a lot of fighting outside the top 10 that kind of caused that big split, because these three, they could duke it out all they want. I don't think even with still half the race to go, they would fade back to 12th.
RPG drivers loud and proud out front. Vanchev and Toniolo are just running nose to tail, no issues at all right now. Trying to pull away from Lucas Palacio, but not doing it, because Palacio really has been the measure of both of them. They're very, very similar lap times. A little bit quicker than Toniolo, not quite as quick as Sanchez on that last lap by. So indeed the fast lap still belongs to Toniolo, but they have a full second from Palacio back to Belofsky. So it's a front-running duo, but you can't throw away Palacio as he's less than a second back. Still a long way to go in this one, just to the halfway point now. 9 laps down, 9 to go. And you can see right there, Palacio's close enough, but he's also got the breathing room in behind that he's not having to run, or even worry really, Xander, about anybody coming up. It's all about moving forward and really gauging himself against the RPG drivers in front of him.
Yeah, he's got to just keep the focus on the 2 in front, and again, in the same way, staying nearby to them, right? At some point, Augustus Toniolo is going to want to take over the lead, and that's going to be the moment where Lucas will get another shot at these two if everything else stays the same, because I mean, he's matching them, sometimes a couple hundredth gain, sometimes a couple hundredth loss, but overall, I'd say on the average of the race pace, he's right there dead even. And again, he had to drive through a couple cars to get to where he's at, and that's really where the gap is. Those couple of passes, you lose 2 or 3 tenths per corner, per pass, and that's what makes the difference here.
I'll say this too, he is pulling away, as is on the front too, from Belofsky. Last time by, he was 3/10 of a second faster. The gap that was a second is now 1.3. I think Belofsky would be more than happy to see things just run as they are for a couple more laps. There's still 8 laps still to come. So at this point, as we're banging through Xander, kind of the middle laps, these drivers are all going to be very content to run where they are and just stretch away from the guys behind them.
Lucas Palacio just ripped a really fast lap that time by 54.86 as there's some issues down in, I think, turn 5. One of the Hotes DD drivers is out, and on the other end, kind of looking on, trying to maybe learn a little more. A couple last-second tips of what the track's doing is KA Superstar turned Pro X30 rookie. Luke, welcome. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Luke, I mean, we were talking about it before the interview. You said you've learned a lot. I mean, tell me about what are some of the things that are different from KA Senior that you've had to learn for Pro X30?
Well, there's a lot is different. It's the tires, the whole engine package, just the way you have to just drive it generally, just the way you brake, everything is so much different, but it's definitely been really fun trying to learn it.
How would you kind of summarize your first weekend of the Pro class?
It's definitely been rough. It's a big learning curve for sure, but I mean, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, so I mean, it's really fun.
What are you looking for here in this main event?
Top 10. I'm hoping for a top 10, but if not, I mean, it's my first weekend. Not expecting much, but for sure, I'm going to try my best.
Good luck, Luke.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, boys.
Xander, that's the attitude. I love it. Come in here and learn, enjoy the package, the different challenge that it brings from a KA 100. And listen, if I end up with a top 10, I'm going to be happy considering the competition he's racing against.
Oh, no, we got another one in the wall here, down at the hairpin, right in front of the leaders.
That'll bring out the yellow. That'll stop any kind of overtaking down in that corner right now.
Yeah, thankfully, again, that was in the soft wall, not the hard jersey barriers. Drivers okay, so we'll keep going. Back to what you mentioned, though, about Luke. Again, that upbeat, positive, kind of no expectation, low expectation attitude, but with a good goal, a realistic goal that he could hit of a top 10 here in this one is a great outlook, and again, trying to stay in that good, positive mindset. And Lucas Palacio having to do the same here, because every time he makes a little bit of an inroad, these two in front pick the pace back up and match him. He's stuck now back at 7/10. He was stuck at 9/10 though a couple laps ago. He's still close enough, and for what has been, I can only imagine, a single-digit amount of days behind the wheel of a full-size go-kart for Lucas Palacio, that makes it all the more impressive that he is hanging on strong against Augustus Toniolo, who's already a multi-time race winner here in the U.S., and Alexander Vanchev, who is podium, run up front, won, and poled, and, well, he's looking amazing right now as they head for 4 to go.
Yeah, just 4 laps remaining, man. It's going to get good before it's all said and done.
Down to pit lane here for one last bit of intel with Pro X30 driver Paulie Massimino. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Paulie, it's been a quieter weekend for you thus far. What do you think's been going on this weekend?
I feel like we were pretty good at practice, but kind of struggled with some things yesterday. Had an unfortunate brake malfunction yesterday in the final. Only working with one brake pad, so got that all fixed up. Qualifying wasn't the greatest. Made some adjustments. Felt like we were pretty quick at the pre-final, but a little bit of a messy start. Kind of had nowhere to go, and it kind of bottled me up, and I had to try and make my way back up.
Do you think if you have the chance in this final to kind of stretch your legs a little bit, you can show what you can do?
I hope so. Like I said, I felt like our kart was good in the pre-final. I think a few more laps, I could have got to the back of that front pack, but we'll see. I mean, I really hope so. I feel like we're always pretty decent here. Just sometimes can't get it all.
Thanks, Paulie.
Thank you.
While we're talking to Paulie Massimino, that was the first move. Augustus Toniolo made a move to get to the inside over in turn number 8 and 9. He'll take over the lead, and that has brought at least a couple of tenths of a second for Lucas Palacios. Xander, he's right there now. There's your top 3, and you know there's going to be more when Vanchev decides to try to get his way back in.
Yeah, Alexander Vanchev hasn't yet made that counter move to go back to the point, but he's running low on laps, so we know that he's going to be making it soon. He's also running low on a gap out back to Lucas Palacio. At the same time as these three have tightened up, that group behind them is kind of closed together also, from Max Weiland in the 4th spot to Pettit to Belofsky to Fionn Shee to Jose Halfin and Felipe Jesus Benito. Check it out, Travis Pettit's gone around Max Weiland, so 4th back to 8th. Very close. Benito about 2 to 3 seconds away, and then Tristan Murphy as they race again up front. And I don't know for sure if we had another change. Yes, we did. Alexander Vanchev back to the lead, and Toniolo back around him again.
And here we go now for Lucas Palacio. That's all he needed to put himself right in the middle of the fight. He's got it. He's going to do a big over-under to try to get his best run he can. He gets a fantastic run. He's going to pull alongside Toniolo, or Vanchev rather. Look at this. He's going to go to the inside to try to get both of them. Maybe an over-under here right now as the 706 of Vanchev try to hold him back. He is able to get through.
Now Toniolo, Vanchev, Palacio gets into the over-under, but they parked it so tight it's going to be tricky. Here he is on the outside of Vanchev. Toniolo on the bottom. Here comes that next group closing in, becoming part of the frame as they go through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, the crazy thing, Xander, is it's 2 RPGs versus the 1 KR, right? So it's Palacio versus both of these Rawlson drivers. He's going to go way wide. This is going to open things up, like you said. Look at that next group. There's contact, around goes Vanchev.
Big save by Palacio as he kind of got into the left rear tire of the KR driver. Toniolo now with a big-time lead here with a half a lap to go. Huge save by Lucas. Max Weiland now into a podium spot there in 3rd as Travis Pettit wants it, takes it there in the back corner.
Pettit goes to the inside at turn 9. He'll take over P3. Weiland's like, just look forward, keep going. No, he goes on the block, so they're going to race himself for 3rd. Weiland's not going to be pleased with that. I think he would he ends up losing a bunch of spots because Pettit didn't want to give it up. Here goes the final run through the couple of corners here. There's the battle there. Pettit battling it out. Leaders are going to be clean and green coming through. Augustus Toniolo is going to get another RPG victory, but Palacio works his way up into 2nd. Fionn Shee, Xander, coming through all the chaos to take P3.
Yeah, and he got there on that last move from 4th to 3rd. A bit of a NASCAR bump and run on Travis Pettit, who obviously did not like it coming across the line. He went through the dirt, put his hand in the air. I think there'll be a lot of scrutiny on the official side of that last lap. Toniolo and Vanchev laid it all on the line there out of turn number 5. And it ends up with Vanchev down in 6th.
I tell you, Weiland, even though he lost that spot to Pettit P3, he just wanted Pettit to drive. He goes, I'm not going to go by you. And he immediately went on the defensive. Yeah, they end up 4th and 5th. They very likely could have ended up 3rd and 4th and potentially been there to battle with Palacio as well. That didn't go really the best way for Pettit. But again, back and forth for Vanchev and Toniolo. It looked to me, and I'm sure we'll see the replay on it a bit later, it looked to me like Vanchev may have just dropped the wheel, you think, coming out of turn number 5, or was there assistance?
Yeah, I mean, for Vanchev, he was definitely door-to-door at that time with Toniolo. No room for error on either driver's side. So how much contact? Well, we're looking at the right side pod. If we get an angle on the left side pod, if there's any tire marks there, that might tell a bit of the story of if he got some help.
Yeah, agreed.
For sure. But as things stand across the line there, Augustus Toniolo, your provisional race winner here in X30 Junior. One heck of a fight to get it done. There's Brady Egger giving him a big hug. Congratulations. How about it, though, for this young man? Lucas Palacio hung on strong, stayed in the fight to the end.
I want to say not only that, Xander, but we'll go to the recap here, but literally the entire weekend, Palacio's been stepping up and working his way forward.
Yeah, in a very physically demanding class as well. A little bit faster than those KA100 juniors. He's probably the smallest kid in that main group by, I don't know, about 5 inches in height and probably about another 10 or 20 pounds.
Action got going early. RPG drivers lined up. Vanchev and Toniolo. Xander able to pull away at one point, stretching it away there. Everybody else behind kept digging to try to close up. We saw Palacio get closer and closer, and as they started to pass, that gave an opportunity for Palacio to get close.
Then here, Vanchev first. This was a pucker moment there, trying to send it on Toniolo. Then he does here, and then
oh, that is teammate on teammate crime for sure. They were side by side coming out of turn number 5. Both drivers trying to hold on, trying to get themselves down. Here's the final run here as, again, we talked about Pettit diving to the inside. I don't think Weiland had anywhere to go. He may have been able to hang out wide, but he tried to go back down the inside. Here's that contact with Shee and Pettit you mentioned in the final couple of corners.
Yeah, and then right there, we were watching see Pettit ended up over in the dirt, and I think that was where he was a little extra frustrated with Fionn. But, well, Alex is down there with Augustus Toniolo, so let's hear from our provisional race winner, X30 Junior.
Thank you, Xander. Augustus, what a final couple of laps there. You got the win. Kind of describe those last couple of laps for me.
So, like, it was very difficult, the race, because my teammate, Alexander, he had the same pace as me, so basically it was pretty difficult, like, to keep with him, because the beginning was actually faster. But then I catch up again to him, and then I saw 2 laps remaining. The team said to us to not block, to do nothing, so we remain chill. You know, arriving the last lap, then it was a chaos, like every last lap it is. So yeah, I accidentally, like, unfortunately, race incident with my teammate in 3rd corner, but it happens, you know. I'm very sad for him too that did not finish 1-2, but maybe next time.
Who would you like to thank for this win?
So I would like to thank my AVP, Alex. I want to thank Joni, my mom, my aunt that's here watching me, maybe my dad that's watching on the TV. I want to thank him too. I want to thank all of my friends of Puerto Rico, Brazil. Thank you, all of all for you for the new year. Thank you. And the whole team that gave me this win, gave me an amazing go-kart all through the weekend. I want to thank them. Thank you.
Congrats, Augustus.
Thank you very much.
Well, Xander, listen, you and I kind of got to look at that side-by-side contact. And almost like, you know, they were going hard at each other side-by-side into the corner. And I feel like potentially it was just Toniolo kind of getting pushed off the side a little bit. And as he fought his way back on, the contact came the other way. That's going to be they're obviously going to look at it with both the cameras. They're both their GoPros, but it seemed almost like it was incidental contact, both drivers battling coming out of turn number 5.
Well, and can you imagine being, you know, Mike Rolson or Joni Teixeira right now, trying to play mediator? I think both of them are like, okay, yeah, the officials probably have it handled. Whatever they say is final, fellas, and we're going to leave it there. Either way, great performance from the boys in blue and pink. You're going to have that when you have 6 drivers starting in the top 10.
Agreed.
That you're going to have some potential run-ins, fighting hard for the win. Kudos to them, like he said, for, you know, not defending, not backing each other up until the last lap, and then they kind of let the boys race, and, well, they raced, and there was a lot to break down from it. Here's the final few of the results from the X30 Junior main event. We know that we've got a quick commercial break here, but after this, word from our partners, Pro X30. We'll be rolling on to the racetrack here from Orlando.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Kart's on the racetrack to get things underway with one of the big shows of the day. Pro X30, Ryan Norberg, his home track here. and he will start from the pole position. A tremendous battle between he and Joe Turney, the Jay Howard driver development Kart Republic pilot. Against, of course, the national #1 for RPG. Those guys really put a good show on yesterday. We expect more of it today. Who will potentially join the battle up front? Colin Lloyd for Speed Concepts Racing in the number 93, a great, essentially pro X30 debut for Colin. He'll start at third alongside CRG's Olin Galley in the number 41. Caden McQueen for Energy Course Americas in the number 95. Having a good run so far. His debut weekend here running in the U.S. in the number 95. He'll start fifth alongside Diego Ramos. For PSL Karting on the Biro Art Machine, Raheem Alibi in the number 49 and Amador Martinez will be side by side on road number 4. Jensen Burnett, Paulie Massimino on road number 5. Just outside the top 10, Enzo Vidmontian in the number 59 starting 11th alongside Bernardo Gentile on row 6. While Austin Garrison, a little better starting spot for Garrison, would have been nice for him. He'll start 13th, work to be done from the inside of row 7. Marcelo Tortado on the outside. Levi Sangara's been able to work his way forward. Impressive recovery after the issues yesterday. He'll start alongside James Overbeck, who got roughed up in the pre-final. Luke Welcome and Laurent Legault will be on row number 9. Topping off the top 20, Jacob Kolar coming from dead last to 19th in the pre-final. He'll start alongside Lorenzo Kaufman on row number 10. Field indeed working its way around here very soon. There's the remainder of the field. Brian Garcia and Sawyer Roussel, Wyatt Downing and Chase Gassi at lead. Pablo Benitez and Tiziano Rosso Orcel. The remainder of the field working its way out. You can see the primary groups are already up into the staging lanes. Everybody else rushing around through turns 13 and 14 to get ready to go racing. And Pro X30 here on a Sunday. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1. 2, 3, 4 drivers off on the outside of turn number 1. Number of them, Rossell being one. Otherwise, they'll race hard up into turn number 5. Again, more drivers off. One of the RPG drivers off on the outside. It is a rough ride coming through turns number 3 and 4 and turn number 5 if you get off into the grass. Really shoots that cart up in the air. One driver, the KR, way wide through the marbles coming through turn number 7. But here's your first run down the straightaway into turn number 10. The leader is Ryan Norberg. Joe Turney going to look to the inside there to get by Colin Lloyd, who had taken second from the get. Right there as well as Caden McQueen in the 4th spot. A minor little gap back then to, I believe, Diego Ramos, who has worked his way up into the 5th position. So underway for an 18-lapper for the drivers in Pro X30. This category is brought to you by the Rollison Performance Group. Norberg leads the opening circuit. Everybody's settling in. Drivers will try to pick up those who had some issues further back. Norberg with a bit of a gap here right now as Lloyd looking to try to step up on Turney. Remember, a long way to go. And there's a move further back as well. Caden McQueen is going to go by his fellow Brit. He'll go to 3rd, moving Turney back. In fact, no, Turney up into 2nd, and then McQueen through on Colin Lloyd. Other way around. Drivers involved in the early incidents, very likely Sawyer Roussel, Laurent Legault, I want to say Austin Perrin and Levi Sangara as well involved in the incidents in turn number 1.
Oh, Raheem Alibi trying to block low here. A little early to be doing that, and that's going to allow the leaders to get away. Massimino, Overbeck, Garrison trapped behind him as the top 6 have a bit of a breakaway here. Norberg starting to lead, and Olin Galley getting a bit of a gap on his own.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's way early to be defending down in the inside of turn 10. Those drivers are veterans of the national scene behind them, and Massimino and Overbeck will not be pleased with that at all. I would expect that he's going to get moved out of the way pretty soon here. Here comes Caden McQueen. Henry Bodette said we needed to be looking for this quick Brit. He's been able to get by his fellow countryman there. He'll now go into 2nd. Norberg the leader. It's the energy of McQueen running in 2nd. The Kart Republic now of Joe Turney in 3rd.
Ryan Norberg is ready to try and race his way away from all of this fray right now, trying to build that gap. Caden McQueen trying to keep him close. A backup frame. It was fast in warm-up. It has not left the top 5 all day as we see some moves further back. Jensen Burnett by on Massimino, following Austin Garrison through. Look at Jacob Kolar as well, up a few spots.
Yeah, started last in the pre-final. Let's keep bringing that up. What a great run for him, up to 13th at the line.
Chase Gassi Lee up a number of positions as well, into the top 15 on the Nash Motorsports entry. Long race to go. Raheem Alibi continues to back up that field, and he is sadly marring them all to 7th or worse right now.
Yeah, 6-driver breakaway, as you can see right there. Caden McQueen, in fact, going to the lead. For the first time, McQueen on the energy will lead here in American racing, his first event here in the U.S., and he leads here in Pro X30 very early going. Lap number 4, he puts that Energy Course Americas number 95 up to P1. McQueen leading the way.
So it goes Caden McQueen, veteran here, U.S. debut. Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney, of course, top of the pile here when it comes to odds-on favorites. Colin Lloyd, an unplanned Pro X30 debut. What a run he has had today. 4th there in line. Diego Ramos, the number 3 plate, and James Overbeck, the KA champ, 6th now and trying to hunt down the leaders also.
Well, Xander, you think about the issues with Overbeck in that pre-final. A great start for him. He started further back, up 10, 16th to 6th. Norberg's going to go back to the lead. Turney's going to come with him. Watch for Lloyd to try to rough up McQueen a little bit here. Norberg goes back to the lead, but you said it. Raheem Alibi holding all those Lions back, further back. You got to go back to where they are. Now, finally, he gets roughed up and moved back to 11th, so it's now Garrison 7th, Kolar 8th, Kolar up 11 spots. You got to remember, he started 43rd, dead last in the pre-final. Kolar now up to 8th, Jensen Burnett 9th, Paulie Massimino in 10th. Garrison, though, 1.5 seconds behind Overbeck. That group's going to have to work together if they want to close back up.
So now Ryan Norberg, Joe Turney, you saw them both making a few adjustments. Turney ripping a piece of tape off, trying to settle in. Caden McQueen led a little bit, and they've sent him back down to 3rd, and he seems to be okay there for this moment. Everyone, I think, just trying to make sure no one gets away. So whatever the driver in 3rd is, if you're going to go to 2nd, you better make it painless and keep the leader in your sights, as we see McQueen now go by on Turney with Lloyd.
Yeah, brought Lloyd right with him over in turn number 5. Turney wisely let it happen, don't want to fight it, because at that point, if they start scrapping and they give Norberg a couple of seconds lead, he may be able to pull away. If there's a track on this continent that he's going to be good at, it'll be here at Orlando. Of course, we know his home track, his school, everything he does, so he knows this place like the back of his hand, as I've said earlier this weekend.
Big sign of respect there from Colin Lloyd, and a smart veteran move as he pointed Diego Ramos by. He saw Diego had the run, said, okay, let's just minimize our losses here to the top 3. You can go ahead. Joe Turney dive bombed him there in turn number 10. Cost all of them a good bit of time, but it could have been a lot worse. Colin Lloyd keeping his head on, and even though he's having to take a few licks from some of these guys that refuse to follow him, he is staying with them all, and that's, again, just what you got to do. Stay close, stay near the lead, and the race will come to you. And, well, James Overbeck right now, he's hunting them all down thanks to all the battling. So is Austin Garrison, and so is the kid that just went fastest. How about dead last today on the quality charts? It's a purple in the main. Jacob Kolar, P8 for the number 33 and rolling. Now P7, you can see top of the screen, he's gone by Garrison.
Come on, what a fantastic drive for Kolar as he is working his way forward. Remember, you talk about, you try to tell that to some drivers, right? You've had issues in qualifying. It's not over. Keep digging, keep working forward. He was masterful in the pre-final to work his way up as he did up at the 19th from 43rd, but now already up 11 here over 6 laps into the 8th position. Let's look as they come back across the stripe here and get some times for you. They're all coming through. 53.8 for Norberg, 53.7 for McQueen, 53.5 for Turney. He goes purple. Kolar 53.7. He was faster than the leader last time by.
And Turney going by. Caden McQueen there now can set his sights on Norberg. If he battles with Norberg, that'll make it even quicker for Jacob Kolar to reel in the leader. Even quicker for James Overbeck to arrive on the scene. So you heard it from Joe and Ryan. Both of them, I think, felt like today the field was going to be a lot more level than yesterday. And sure enough, Caden McQueen has led laps. Colin Lloyd has been in the mix. Diego Ramos has been there. So if they begin to fight again, we could even see more joining as Austin Garrison, Jacob Kolar, James Overbeck are all hunting towards the main group.
Turney's a rocket right now. Come on. Let's be real. He goes purple again with a 53.558. This guy is an absolute rocket, closing right back up. Norberg had probably 4 or 5 kart lengths at one point. It's down to maybe 1.5, maybe 1. He is right there. Great mid-race pace as we're going to see the halfway flag here momentarily. Working lap number 9 right now of the scheduled 18 in the shortened races. We've dropped 2 laps off the races here today to make sure that we're on our schedule, and it's really working well. This 18-lap run here better and more, I think, more set up for the schedule that they've laid out here in terms of time. We're right on the schedule, which is great.
And Joe Turney right on schedule to be hunting down Ryan Norberg in the second half of this main as we hit the cross flags mark. 9 down, 9 to go. Here comes the 58, down to about a half car length away from the number 1 plate here through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, top 5 on the racetrack right now, separated by, I want to say, about a second and a half. Yeah, 1.6 from Norberg back to Diego Ramos. He's dropped off a little bit. Overbeck was about the same pace as Ramos at 53.7. The drivers up front, 53.6s for the front-running trio.
Norberg started to defend a little bit there. He said yesterday he didn't want to white line it. Right now, he is inside in 5, inside in 6, inside in 10, inside down the backstretch to 11. Turney, not sure what to do. He'll go to the high side, set up for the crossover. But now, Caden McQueen is almost there, and Joe has to drag the brake to get back in line. And here we go. It's going to back everyone up. This time by 8 to go, side by side for the lead. Turney trying to crowd Norberg down. He will end up on the outside and quickly get his way back into the lane before McQueen gets there.
Xander, you think we're trying to do a little bit different script this time around? We know head-to-head that battle that they had, Norberg versus Turney yesterday. Turney really had a little bit more than Ryan. Is this maybe more of a deal where, hey, I'm going to try to back him up into everybody else. Let's see if we can't have a scrap here, knowing that McQueen was able to lead at one point, that Turney, rather that Lloyd looked good. Could this be more, hey, I'll back you up, and we're going to bring a lot more people into the fray here?
Right, because again, Colin Lloyd trying to make a name for himself, making moves like that, going to third. Caden McQueen trying to do the same. Diego Ramos just kind of watching it all, waiting. I don't know if he feels like he's got the piece. He didn't seem overly confident. He said like he felt like they were getting better, but needed more. So I don't think you'll see a ton of aggression. I mean, it looked like he already was happy to let Colin Lloyd go back around him.
He went purple last time by, Lloyd did.
Yeah, so he's happy to kind of watch and see what happens here. And as long as these two keep duking it out like this, well, it's going to be anyone's guess as to what the lead pack ends up turning out to be. Massimino is also on the way here back in 10th.
Do they ever work that curbing with the rear of the cart, right, coming through turn number 3? They up and over top of that. Low lining down through turn number 6 for Ryan Norberg. That'll bring everybody back in. Lloyd looking to see if he can't get himself up onto Turney here. Turney's going to think about it right on the bumper, thinking about maybe diving that move to the inside. No. A big cover to the bottom there. Norberg just moving over about a half a cart length. He is on the defensive now. He'll go down to the bottom of the racetrack. Check this out. Diego Ramos has been able to get by McQueen as well.
Norberg continuing to park the bus. Now the only downside to all of this white lining that Ryan is doing is you're kind of showing your hand early of when you're going to brake so they can keep trying to plan countermeasures for the last lap battle. We've still got a lot of time. Turney almost, but he didn't want to force it there. 6 to go, lots of time left, 5 deep.
I feel like Turney may have been trying to hold off Lloyd a bit there too. That little deke to the inside, maybe no thought at all but making the pass, but trying to hold off Colin, who, like you said, is trying to make a name for himself here. If he's able to get by, this could be big here right now. Oh.
Look at the GoPro on the top.
Yeah,
there.
spotters telling us, Xander, that potential that the GoPro is, it's actually fallen off. I think it just fell off. The GoPro just fell off, I believe, for Joe Turney.
And that right there is a potential DQ. No, it's
still there.
Look at the whole rod has swung around the side of the radiator. It's loose. Another big curb hit. If it falls off, it's an instant DQ. It could be a meatball too. So this could take Joe Turney not just out of the race, it could take him into a drop round and a must-perform February weekend scenario with a DQ. Meanwhile, look who's joined the party. Hello, James Overbeck, Jacob Kolar. Yes. Welcome to the show.
Wow. Norberg's backing them all up down to the inside of turn number 5. So again, guys, laps winding down. Lap 13 now, working lap 14. 4 to go. Big outside run there for Turney. We're keeping an eye on that GoPro, which is just tossing around. It feels like it's still potentially attached. It's not fully broken, but wherever it was supposed to be, it's not there right now. It is loosened up in a big way. This could be something we'll watch for the rest of the last 4 laps.
Turney just took a look over and checked on it. He's definitely not the most aerodynamic right now as that bracket continues to ride loose, but the camera is secured to the bracket. The whole bracket would have to come off, and it might, but you just never know. Final corner here, this time by 4 laps to go. Here is Overbeck getting shoved to the wayside by Caden McQueen.
Yeah, McQueen ran him out to the outside of the racetrack there. I thought, and he goes wide. Maybe a little help there from the back from Diego Ramos as he gets pushes wide right at the apex. Overbeck having to fight back.
I think part of that must have been dirt on the tires too. I mean, he was kicking up dust.
Great point.
Here's Colin Lloyd now on the outside of Caden McQueen. Turney giving a little love tap that time to Norberg. Now he's got to worry again. McQueen with a nose to the inside of Turney. Nearly gets into the side of him. Lloyd loses a spot. Ramos gets through.
Yeah, Lloyd got shoved out into the marbles on the outside. What a tremendous race here in Pro X30. Laps are winding down here right now. Who's going to take it home? Here comes Kolar to the inside. Book it. Kolar going to P4.
Jacob Kolar started today 43rd. He's now into what looks to be 6th on the racetrack and looking for more. No, 5th.
5th. Yeah,
for
I got
the
it
33.
wrong. Yeah, 5th for Kolar.
So 4 laps to go. Now make it 3. Joe Turney, I've never seen him as animated as he was down the backstretch last time by. He wants this one. He does not want to lose in this kind of way. I think it would be a little bit different if Ryan was driving away from him, but Joe knows, as you mentioned, Rob, he's got a missile. He wants to take that thing straight to the top step for the 2nd day in a row. Ryan Norberg wants to finally get a chance to put one over on the Brit and get himself his first win of the season on the 2nd try.
I'll tell you this, if I watch that GoPro video, I'm getting seasickness because it's rolling back and forth. It's back, it's forward. Every time he goes in the corner, you can see it moving. As he gets on the brakes, it works its way back forward. It's holding on so far, as is Ryan Norberg up front. It'll be 2 laps to go when they get back around. We've seen this before. Will Norberg be able to hold off Turney?
Now, if there's any track that Ryan Norberg knows his way around, it's probably the one that he has made his living at for the last few years, coaching drivers when he's not a full-time RPG cosmic pilot on the national scene, Orlando Kart Center. So here he goes to the bottom, Turney. No room yet. He'd have to go through the mud there in 6. He doesn't. Norberg goes low once again as Turney opens up. Here comes Caden McQueen with another run at him to the sweeper. Austin Garrison in the background. Getting by, I believe, Colin Lloyd for 5th.
Xander, here's the wrinkle in the story from yesterday, right? We now have another couple of players, primarily one, Caden McQueen. Yesterday it was all about complete attack for Joe Turney. Now he's got to worry about Caden McQueen being there as well. You can see him holding on. Norberg with a bit of a gap now. This is 4 or 5 kart legs. This is looking good for Norberg here. He's got to run clean. White flag will fly this time by.
Joe Turney has been so good, though, in the first sector of the racetrack. He needs a flawless sector right now. Norberg, final lap. Can he finally flip the script and put one on the rest of the field that includes Joe Turney? Or can JT sweep the weekend here and make it 5 race wins in a row?
Just that enough gap for Norberg has allowed him to run full racing lines. Did not cover down the bottom of turn number 5. He won't have to do it here either. Coming through 7 over to 8 and 9. Yeah, full racing line to bring him back around. He's got enough room. Maybe a kart length and a half. Big run, though, out of the turn number 9 for Turney. Can he dive it down to the apex of turn number 10? He cannot, but Norberg does have to cover a little bit. Xander will work their way out of turn number 10, back to the complex of 11 and 12. There he is right now. You know he's going to cover to the bottom, deep into the corner. He goes way wide on the exit, and he doesn't get the job done. Turney goes back to P1.
Joe Turney's done it again. Sweep of the weekend. Ryan Norberg in the last turn sends it too deep on the brakes, and an over-under for Joe Turney. And he shoots the arrow to the crowd. Bullseye for the 58.
Oh, it looked like there was enough room for Ryan Norberg. He was clean and green through turns 8 and 9. Covered a little bit. Probably didn't need to defend at all coming over into turn number 10. He did not get the best run out of there, and then dove it super deep through 11 and 12. And as Xander had said, overshot the corner. Couldn't get the kart load up enough to get that thing to rotate, and it pushed way wide. Turney fully set up for it. You saw that he was way to the right side of the racetrack coming through turn number 12, was able to do a super over-under and cleared him before they even got to the kink of turn number 14. It looked to me like, halfway through that lap, it was going to be a Norberg victory. They were going to split the wins here in the opening round of the Winter Series. Xander did not end up that way. Joe Turney comes away with yet another victory here. What's that now? 4 in a row now, right?
5.
5?
4 pro wins in a row, 5 race wins in a row with that KA win at the Supernats. Sweeps the weekend. Here it is. You see, I don't think Joe was looking to send it there on Ryan Norberg in that hairpin. Norberg wanted to play it safe, and then right here, just the brakes, the worn-out tires, it just didn't stick. He couldn't get it wound up, and to the line, Caden McQueen almost stole second as well, as Norberg was so overdone on that last corner. But again, he was just trying everything he could to keep that from happening.
Xander, we've seen so many runs through that corner, right? You could see it immediately once he got it kind of at the very start of the braking zone to get it wound up. He just carried too much speed through there. Whether, like you said, whether it was the tires, whether it was the brakes, whatever it was, pushing through the corner, not able to get it done. Joe Turney with the win by 0.2 of a second. You mentioned the fact that Caden McQueen almost got by for second, 0.05 of a second at the line. Norberg just able to nip McQueen for second. Diego Ramos ends up in the 4th spot. Colin Lloyd in 5th. Austin Garrison +7 to get himself up to 6th. Paulie Massimino a better run for 7th. James Overbeck probably deserved a little bit better than that. He ends up, though, in the 8th spot. Jensen Burnett and Raheem Alibi rounding out the top 10. Turney's, let's just... Turney's GoPro, how that thing held on for the second half of that race, wobbling back and forth. Shout out to that bolt, whatever bolts were still on that thing for holding on.
Yeah, Luis, our mobile cameraman down there, was able to get a great view at the mount, the bracket, hanging on. Congrats there from Caden McQueen. Paulie Massimino coming by, congratulating Joe Turney as well. James Overbeck, great run, top 10 on his first try at it. 8th across the line. Well, that was another one for the ages here, Alex. There's no other way to describe it. Take it away.
Joe, I don't think I've seen that much shock in a face before. I mean, like, can you kind of believe what just happened?
No, I mean, I gave everything. Like, I hit 4 or 5 walls out there just trying to get back to Ryan. I risked everything. I think you probably saw that on the stream as well. Like, hit the wall in 1, hit the wall in 3, hit the wall through here in the last chicane. I just gave everything, and yeah, had it been a lap shorter, I wouldn't have got there. So,
how would you kind of describe that race as a whole, first off, and then the final lap, obviously?
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, yesterday me and Ryan had it out, and then today it was more than just us two. We had Caden there, Diego was there, Colin was there as well. So it was complicated. It was like tactical, and yeah, it was a lot going on.
You've had a lot of cool battles in your career, but this rivalry, the friendly rivalry, obviously, between you and Ryan has just blown up throughout the years. Where does this rank amongst them?
Yeah, one of the top ones for sure. I mean, like, it's been going on a while now. I'd pretty much, like, come to terms that I had lost that one then. But, yeah, I managed to clean the dirt off the tires onto the last lap. And then, yeah, I think he over-defended a bit in the last turn and managed to get it.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
Xander, you ready for this one?
Well, it's going to be a lot to walk it all back here. We'll kick it off for our Coastal Link custom printing recap. First of all, great start for Colin Lloyd. Nearly stole the lead away as sadly Levi Sengera and a few others got collected down in turn 1 and 2 off the start. Side by side there further back as Norberg went to the lead early. But as Joe mentioned, they were not the only two in this fight. Caden McQueen, impressive here on Sunday. Energy has arrived here in the U.S., and it's almost ironic a little bit that it's at the helm, or the captain of the ship is Dean Keeble, whose son Harley kind of inspired the SOTI invigoration in the U.S. 2 years ago here at Orlando. But back to the on-track action, though. This fighting here between these three, well, it was just the 3, maybe 4 or 5, and then as the race drew on and Ryan felt the heat, he would back up Joe a little, and that would bring more into the mix. Colin Lloyd getting back up into that fight. James Overbeck there with the dirt on the tires of McQueen and him going at it. Cost him some valuable track position. Jacob Kolar, so impressive on the Satellite Kart Republic team, the Vice Racing group, going all the way into the top 5 today.
You know, there was the last lap, as Joe said. He thinks he probably had kind of conceded that he was going to take second. That was a defensive move by Norberg coming into 10. Probably didn't need to happen, and he overcooked it on the brakes, of course, coming into turn number 13. Tough one for Ryan Norberg. He stands by right now with Alexander Searle.
Thanks, Rob. Ryan, quickly here, just kind of sum up to me that race and then the final lap.
Well, I mean, just had to try a different strategy. Joe really doesn't push hard the first halves of the race, and he's really quick in the end. So, you know, I got out to the lead, and I just was going to control the pace from out there, and really, you know, they were catching me a lot in the braking zones, but I was really trying to conserve my kart for the end of the race, and we did everything right. I just messed it up in the last corner, just overblocked and got too much curb and understeered off. So, yeah, we had everything to do it, just messed it up.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah.
Hey, not much to say. That's just it, right? Again, I love the honesty coming out of Ryan there. He changed up the strategy. We talked about the fact that maybe bringing more guys in. He was taking care of the cart, wasn't pushing as hard throughout the race like Joe does, as he mentioned. But in the end, it came out to being a pretty wild battle. And just that one minor mistake took it away from what would have been a win.
Well, and all credit in the world to Ryan Norberg. There's a lot of race car drivers that would decline to interview after a finish 100%. Like that. And a lot of go-kart drivers that have declined interviews from us after finishes like that. But a class act through and through, and we are very lucky to have him and Joe Turney with us once again, putting on displays of racecraft like that.
Xander, this is legend stuff right now, right? This is the stuff that you're going to remember. You know, we're talking about a sport that's been around for almost 70 years now. This is the kind of stuff. These are these days right now where you're going to come back and you're going to remember these unbelievable battles that everybody was getting a chance to watch and enjoy around the country.
Well, KA Masters onto the racetrack, but I know a lot of you probably want to hear from even more of those Pro X30 drivers. Alexander Searle will continue to get us more intel, but we want to get this race started here. We want to kick things off with our next main. It is the first of the final 3 on the day. We got Mini Swift on deck after, and then Pro and Master Shifter. For now, though, Franco Crivelli, the engine builder, and now call him lead Masters driver, right? For Inter MS. He starts from the poles. He tries to go back-to-back. Rafa Matos put up a great fight for him. With him in the pre-final, he'll roll on the outside.
As I look here right now, I'll give you row number 2. Not sure what happened to Nicky Coelho. He's down to 14th, like there may have been some kind of a DQ there. We'll try to get that information for you. Miguel Mir and Paul Elefante starting on row number 2. Coelho Sherman in the battle. Something's happened there.
Well, we know Nicky has been fast, and he's already passed a few go-karts before. So can he drive all the way up the board into the podium, into the top 5, keep that championship within reach? We're going to find out here in a few moments as the sun is slowly working its way towards the tree line. We're getting a bit of that sunset here in Orlando. Still right on time, though, and ready. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn 1. Crivelli leads as Mir tries to hold on side by side. And door-to-door with Matos, who hangs on strong to hold on to P2 as getting official word. Nicky Coelho was a spark plug infraction. The same that took Olin Galley off the pro podium yesterday sends Nicky Coelho to the rear of the field here in KA Masters.
Yeah, he'll get 3 spots there coming on the opening lap. But, man, when you start that far back, you're just going to take yourself out of contention. He may be able to fight his way up to the podium, but there's no way he's going to be able, I think, going to be able to scrap with Cervelli and Matos potentially for a race win. Now, Mir could step things up as well. There's your top 3 right there. But, man, that is a super tough deal for Nicky Coelho, who's going to have to work his way, again, in his opening lap, trying to get as many passes as he possibly can.
Side by side, Tom Gerstner to the inside with Alex Dalbon trying to shove him through as they race it out there with the comp cart of, I don't believe that's one of the Carapilatis. That is the 416. Oh, it is.
That is Carapilati, yep.
Carapilati, different helmet.
That's Kim.
Didn't recognize that one there. The white helmet for Kim Carapilati. As they go down to turn 1, here's Coelho, another spot. And no, not going to happen. Tried it, though. Bunch of spots up for Nicky Coelho, 11th across the line, looking for more as we head down to the scales with Caden McQueen, opening weekend and first podium scored here in the U.S.
Thanks, Xander. Caden, a podium here now in the U.S., your first of, I suspect, many. The race looked good. It kind of went away from you there, so how would you kind of sum it up?
Yeah, you know, it was very fast at the start. For me, it was just about getting through the other people and trying to break away with Ryan and Joe. As we've seen in the past races, them two have been a little bit ahead of everyone else. So the main thing for me at the start was to just try to be with them. So managed to get there, managed to lead the race quite early on, probably a little bit too early on, but I needed to do what I could. Yeah, overall, really good race. Probably a little bit too high in the pressure bit, but yeah, overall, great. And a podium, so yeah, really good.
You're feeling all right. I know you're feeling a little bit ill this weekend. Does it feel better now?
Yeah, well, a little bit tired after that, but we're all right.
Talking about the Energy brand, right? What you're kind of doing for Energy as a whole this year. I mean, I know you're a Brit. Your first race in the States, first of many from what I hear. So kind of describe to me the goal this year for you guys.
Yeah, so the goal here is to push the brand. The team do an amazing job, as proved this weekend. For the first time being here, first time using the product, and yeah, we've had a podium, so they clearly do a good enough job. The kart's very good, so yeah, the goal is just to push the brand over a little bit here and come show the USA what the kart's about.
Thanks, Caden.
No problem, thank you.
Well, listen, the bottom line is for Caden McQueen, if the goal was to put the Energy brand in the spotlight, he definitely did that. When he said that he thought he led too early, I think you'll talk to anybody, Turney, Norberg, Massimino, Garrison, they all want to get to the front. They love being at the front, as Norberg's done before. So although he led, he said maybe a little early, I think if he would have been able to hold the spot, I don't think he would have called it early. I think maybe, at least for him, to get a chance to be up front, making that pass on Norberg is really something that kind of put his name on the map here right now.
Yeah, I mean, he led laps, right? There's only a handful of drivers that can say they led laps. There were a lot that were in that frame at the end of the weekend here, but the only drivers to have led laps so far in this Pro X30 race, I think those 3 drivers, obviously Kolar from yesterday, and I'm not sure if there's really many else.
I think you're right.
So that's a very exclusive club that Caden McQueen asserted himself into, and it wasn't just off a dive bomb or a carnage in front. He had the pace to get there, like you said, maybe a bit high on pressure. I think we're, again, talking about like Rafa Matos, Miguel Mir in their positions right now. You kind of always want to be marching forward. It's a lot more fun, and at the same time, I think kind of better from a race momentum-wise to be climbing the mountain than to be at the top, because when you're in the lead, the only place you can go really is backwards position-wise. So in terms of getting the mindset of the drivers around you, oh, that guy's fast, it's better to slowly be churning up the leaderboard, whereas if you end up stagnating in the same spot for too long, if you go back one position, it's like flooding the water and the sharks are coming to hunt.
Back to the on-track action. You see the 3 drivers have lined things up here right now. Crivelli, Matos, and Mir. We would have put Nicky Coelho in this fight as well, of course, with that spark plug issue in the pre-finals. Dropped him back. He's got himself back up into the 8th position right now, putting the pressure now on Dean to try to find a way through there. But then potentially after that, Falcone and Carapoletti. But I would have expected, I think, Coelho maybe to make a little more headway here early on. He's been caught up behind, has not been able to make the moves he's wanted. Little adjustment to the carburetor there for Miguel Mir on the Orsalon Racing Tony Kart. The Texan trying to get himself what he needs to do, because he's losing a bit of ground here now. Crivelli and Matos. Matos finally going to put a new driver up front. Book it. He'll put the Sodi Kart to the lead. Matos goes to the inside at turn number 5 to take P1.
Rafa Matos yesterday did not have, it looked like, anywhere near the pace that he's got now here on Sunday. So a great barn burner finish potentially in the works for our KA Master drivers, presented by the AM Racing team. And to that same credit here, Miguel Mir, albeit a little bit further back, but the Orsalon Tony Kart looks a lot stronger on day number 2. The same way the X30 Pros were closer together. The KA Masters are close together now. 1, 2, 3, about 3 car lengths apart. And also check out the battling further back, 5th onwards. Scott Carapoletti, Scott Falcone, who's coming back from the crash in the pre-final. Nicky Coelho, June 18, Alex Dalbon. This is a fight. Coelho's gotten through them all, and now he's into 5th.
I was just going to say, I watched him going down the back straightaway. He got a big run there. I think Falcone made a move to the inside of Carapoletti. Maybe they may have pushed a bit wide. Coelho over-undered him to get himself up to P5. Now he's 7.7 seconds back. He may have the pace to be able to catch up to Paul Elefante, but I just don't think he's going to have anything to try to battle with the leaders here, as we are, again, 6 laps down, working lap number 7 of 18, as Xander mentioned before we started this one here. The final 3 races on the day, the final 3 races, Xander, on the weekend as well, as we've got the Mini Swifts and the Pro and Master Shifters up next to cap off the weekend.
Yeah, it will be another great battle, I'm sure, that we've got in store for the 8 and 12-year-old superstars in the Mini Swift division. Pro and Master Shifter look closer in that pre-final. There's definitely some storylines to follow along and follow up with to see how they play out, and if Danny Formal can pitch a perfect weekend basically here, at least a perfect day in the works, qualifying on the pole, leading every lap of the pre-final, and starting on the pole here for the main. But again, we've got a few more races to get there before we line them up for one more standing start here from Orlando, and the one heading to the halfway mark right now is far from over. Rafa Matos, a car length, maybe 2 ahead of Franco Crivelli. Miguel Mir there in the 3rd spot. Paul Elefante on the Rocket Racing Company Kart Republic. 6 seconds back in no man's land. I think he'll be the next one on the list of victims potentially for Nicky Coelho, but I think the FMS driver may only get to P4.
Yeah, Coelho's about a half a second faster than Elefante last time by, so it's a good possibility with a 2-second advantage. He'll be able to get into that, but like you said, unless they really start battling up front here, Coelho's best is likely going to be 4th position if indeed he's able to reel in Elefante. It all depends on what happens here with Matos and Crivelli. Crivelli does have the fastest lap with a 57.445, but again, only a couple hundredths off on the fast lap is Rafael Matos, and running that, of course, Sodi Kart machine out front as the race leader. It's Mir in the back there that's trying to dig things in. He just doesn't quite have it. He's a little bit off, maybe a 10th off here. He's now full, second behind Matos, but 8/10 behind Crivelli. He just needs that little bit more. Now you see, he's almost lost that draft a bit, that rabbit that would allow him to continue to get back up in here.
Yeah, he's struggling, and you can see he's frantically looking over the shoulder to see what has he got behind. Well, there's no help, no pressure at least, but also no assistance on the way for the 477. 7 seconds back to Elefante. In fact, that's about to be a battle there for P4. Paul Elefante only about 4 or 5 car lengths up the road from Nicky Coelho.
He's not going to hold Coelho back. He was 8/10 quicker on that last lap. There he is right there. You can see how close there. That's Paul Elefante right there. And having a great run, too. Let's not take anything away from Paul. Doing a great job there. Very likely going to end up in the 4th or 5th position here as Coelho's digging. Matos, Crivelli, we said Crivelli, Mir, Matos, and Coelho. We're going to be the 4 drivers up front, right? They just had the pace we've seen through qualifying, through even the practice on Friday. But nonetheless, Elefante, if he does hold on to a 4th or 5th place spot, I think he's going to be pretty happy with a great weekend so far.
Through the long sweeper we go for Paul Elefante. Let's watch where Coelho maybe is gaining more, right? I think one part of it, probably that left curb. Talking about being able to pick up time or maybe not willing to go that far every single lap for either kart damage, as we saw, heard from Joe Turney, even one of the best in the business, tapping the wall a few times, landing on the line. But for the K Masters drivers, well, they are, what would we call it, Rob, about 16 hours away from going back to work tomorrow at 9 a.m. So how many curbs do you want to hit? How bad do you want that extra 10th or 2 for the end of the day?
And for the most part, we don't have let's say a truckload of go-karts that we can just pull back out and put another one on,
That
right?
too.
These guys probably have one go-kart to run all year long, so maybe not everybody, but for the most part, a lot of the guys will have that one kart. So you're trying to take care of your machinery. You're not climbing the curbs quite as much. You're not hanging it out against the wall, as you had mentioned. Nicky Coelho, the same thing. Like I said, Masters drivers, right, 30 years and up, and we got to go to work on Monday morning or Tuesday morning. So indeed, Coelho doing what he can, going to line up Elefante here. Very likely we'll see the move come here down the straightaway. Big run for Coelho. Let's see if he dives to the inside, thinks about it. Not quite. I think he's taking his time. He knows he's not going to be able to catch the drivers out in front of him. This is kind of the last pass that he's got to get done. So put the pressure on, see if you can't force Elefante into a little bit of a mistake. Try the over-under coming through. Not quite there as of yet.
Yeah, but again, like you said, Rob, he's putting the pressure on. Elefante's defended in a few corners already, and he's got a lot more of racing to try and continue to do that. Now a game of chicken to the chicane. Elefante's going to hang strong. Over to 5, looked over his shoulder to see if Coelho was on his right side. He was on his left.
Yes, he was.
Oh, and a little hip check there. And Paul's going to point by. Yeah, classy move there. And also a smart move in Paul's case, because the more that he backs up, the closer he gets to Scott Falcone, Scott Carapolati. I don't think he wants to lose 3 spots. 1 is good enough.
And listen, again, like we always say, he's going to get a little look at what Coelho's doing. Maybe follow him for a couple laps. Let's see if he turns his fastest lap in this next lap. His best is at 58.137. So he's about 6 or 7/10 of a second off Matos' fast time. Let's see if Elefante turns his best. Maybe he's able to get down into the 57s following Nicky Coelho. I've always said that if a faster driver goes by me, you've got to really take the time to take the notes on how much faster they are and why.
For Rafa Matos, this is unfamiliar territory leading this late in the going. It was such a slow start last night under the lights that, well, he never really got to get going, I should say. There was at points he was more than a second off the pace of his competitors that he was running with over the course of the weekend. Now here on Sunday to close it out on his first weekend of hopefully many that we'll get to see him around the rest of his full-time Trans Am schedule and driver coaching duties throughout the rest of the year with the Velocity Racing Sodi boys, and the same for Franco Crivelli. Would love to see both of these two at it again in February, and maybe more so, Rob. Again, you mentioned K-Master, 15 drivers, slight uptick. We were hoping those Alessandro Racing boys would join. If they would have been back here this year, it would have been 25.
Yeah, indeed.
But maybe they will. We'll see the 15 and go, oh, we had the 8 of us. we'll have a big grid in February. That'd be awesome.
Hey, we always say that numbers breed numbers, right? There's 15 drivers in K100 Masters. So if you're a Masters driver around the country somewhere and you think you were going to come down here and race against 4 or 5 guys, think better of it. We can, we've got the 15 right now. If we get some more entries, maybe end up topping 20, get to that 24. There's really good pockets of Masters drivers in Texas, up of course in Wisconsin that run a Badger Kart Club. There's a number of different places that have good Masters numbers. We'd love to see them all down here in Orlando in February.
Down the backstretch, though, I think there's one Masters driver that now looks a little bit better than all of them. Matos is forcing Crivelli to maybe go back to the drawing board on the carburation. So I'll make an adjustment down the back straightaway there. 4 car lengths and growing for Rafa. What is going on for the interim S Tony Kart that has all but dominated this weekend? Franco Crivelli at the end of lap 14 is now a little ways back from the Brazilian.
Just having a look to see again if Elefante has been able to find a fast lap. He did a 58.3 last time by. 58.1 is his best, but he's already lost a bit of ground to Coelho. So not going to get that extra help I think that he was hoping for. Now back down to a 58.2. Doesn't go any quicker, but Elefante, who again pointed Coelho by, as we had said a couple laps ago, still holding on to the 5th position. In fact, about a 10th quicker than Scott Falcone.
Alex Dalbon is out. The 429 LFB Racing Orlando Kart Center entry off to the side. He was at the moment, I think he was on 13th or 14th, and he will fail to finish along with John Stanescu. So, or no, Stanescu is still going in the 469 Magic Kart, just at the far end of the field there, a little ways back from Charlie Fonseca.
Yeah, Charlie was fighting in the top 5, top 6. He did not run the pre-final, and now I don't know why he's so far back here. His fastest lap time of 58.2, so no, doesn't really have the pace he had earlier in the weekend. Not sure what's going on here with Charlie Fonseca.
I think maybe Ariel hopped in for a few fun laps at the end of this weekend if Charlie had to go home early.
That's a possibility.
I would say Ariel might be a little bit faster than that.
Yeah, that's very true.
And he definitely would have made his presence known, whether it would have been on the outlap or flying the curbs.
Did he happen to come up to the grid with the helmet on?
Big question.
Does he look about 3 or 4 inches taller and skinnier? I don't know.
2.5 laps to go as, whatever adjustment Crivelli made, it looks like it's starting to pay dividends. I think he's got a shot back for a lap ago, maybe 2 laps ago. I don't know if I would have said the same, Rob, but now Matos drops a tire out of the hairpin. Crivelli pulls up to the bumper. Got another mano-a-mano fight, just like what we saw in Pro X30, just like what we've seen in about half the classes. It's going to be a duel to the finish. 2 to go. Rafa Matos in the orange and black. Franco Crivelli in the pink and white.
Yeah, this is it. Let's see whether or not Crivelli can get that second win and sweep the weekend here. Back-to-back jacks. Right now, though, Matos. Oh, wow.
A little wide there. Don't know if he meant to go that wide. Maybe a little help or not.
Good car control, though, for Cervelli. Able to pinch it back down. He had that thing rotated where he wanted to. He probably could have unwound the wheel a little bit, straighten the hands up and made some contact, but was able to keep it pinched and get it around the corner. Very nicely done for both drivers.
So the Argentine-based team there, Inter MS, of course, out of South Florida, and Brazil with Velocity Racing going at it. This is the South American rivalry at its finest. Door to door into the S's, Crivelli. Oh, Matos around the outside, swings through.
Comes across the bow from right to left and says, no, you got to bring more than that. I'll tell you, I bet Mir would just love being a little bit closer to this, right? He'd be able to be in this fight. Final lap right now. Crivelli made the move over in turn 10. Right back over in 11-12 comes Matos. We're not done here. Crivelli way down the bottom. Over under for Matos. Not quite close enough. He's going to try to hold the outside. No. Crivelli gets the job done. Can Matos come back?
Side by side again to the sweeper, but nowhere to go for Rafa as the sun now has got about half the track under shade. Here they go, staring right at it, over the curving, through the right, down the backstretch, scrapyard straight away for the final time. Matos drops the tire off.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, was that it? Can Rafa hang on?
No, the dirty tires.
Man, there he goes. He looks back. Franco Crivelli manages to sneak by and hold the lead. No mistakes on this last lap. Inter MS sweeps the weekend in KM Master as Franco Crivelli is going to win it once again.
You know, it's the engine builder when you reach down to choke it, coming across the line before you start to celebrate, right?
Yeah, that's the celebration, I think.
That's it. So true. Yeah, man, that was a great one. Crivelli really showed poise all race long. Matos was quick, tried to make that move in 10. Oh, just a little bit of an error there for Matos, trying to carry too much speed through turn number 9. Crivelli wins by 1.3. Mir was closing up at the end there. Nicky Coelho holds on for 4th, driving his way up from the tail of the field. Elefante, a strong run to P5. Rivas, actually, that was a good battle. Nico Ribas and Scott Falcone. I watched a bit of it out the window there. We didn't have it on the screen, but they were going at it. Ribas was able to get by, I believe, coming out of turn number 6 at one point. Falcone goes back to 7th. Carapalati, Dean, Guo, Carapalati, Kirshner, Fonseca, and Stanescu.
So with K Master wrapped and on the books, we've got 2 races left, folks. Mini Swift and Pro and Master Shifter. And we're going to be right up against the sunset here. Podiums, again, will follow. And stay tuned for those here later on tonight. Not as late as last night, so we will keep those cameras on for you to be able to witness the trophy ceremonies for all divisions. And next up, St. Burgess, Colton Schneegenberg. They are ready. The engines will fire in a few minutes here for Mini Swift. Team Bennick Mini Swift getting released here, and we've got a lot of them. Another sold out class, 316 entries for the SKUSA Winter Series opening weekend. Hopefully we can keep those numbers up nice and high for rounds 3 and 4, but before we have an idea of who is in the championship fight there in Mini, we've got to run their round 2 main. St. Burgess on the front row, pre-final winner, pole award winner. Could he sweep the day on only his 2nd ever Mini National start? Just incredible. And Colton Schneegenberg as well. He has not spent a ton of time racing stateside over the last year. This is the best start I've seen out of the Team GWR. Tony Kart from the front row here ahead of Santi Orioli and Callan Berghofer, both stepping up their game as well here for 2025.
Yeah, we've got some really good graduates out of that micro program. We're going to make an impact, make a statement here, I think, in 2025. Royce Vega, last year's Mini champion here in the Winter Series, starting P5 on the Bennick alongside Jaden Francisco. We'll see Nicholas Mose and Colton Brook on row number 4.
Back on row 5, Dominic Gaddis in the MPD Motorsports Kart Republic. Luca Becquerel, Orsolon Parolin, complete the top 10. Maxwell Macha, former Supernats champ. Jake Manolio on row 6.
Simon Klein, the 132, going to start 13th alongside William Vitor on row number 7. Sebastian Piamonte in the 172 will start 15. Enzo G. Gennaro on the outside. Ashton Wyatt and Liam Nachawadi on row number 9. Remember Nachawadi from the very tail of the field after issuing qualifying. He'll be launching here from 18th position. Esteban Roque and Nico Salazar rounding out the top 20.
Final page here as the field begins to make its way onto the front straightaway. Paxton Romero, Supernats champion, and yesterday's winner, Benja Fernandez from 22nd. Long road forward. Let's see if he can get there as Zane takes us into turn 1, green flag, and we're racing away.
Oh, big run around the outside. Schneegenberg trying to come away with it. A couple of drivers climbing up over the curb on the inside of turn number 2. Big action there for sure. We may have drivers off. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 drivers involved in incidents on the outside. Enter the 178, one of the drivers involved there. Yellow flags not flying yet in turn number 5. Who was involved there?
Dylan Smith was the other one. The 178 involved, still trying to get the ID on that one. That was Luciano Albanese, started 28. So Albanese and Dylan Smith together there in turns 1 and 2, I believe, as we watch the rest of the field head down the backstretch. Schniegenberg around the outside through 3 was able to lead us into 5. Burgess second, and look at him, 3, nearly 4 wide. Jaden Francisco in the middle, survives it.
Xander, we haven't seen a lot of guys start on the outside of the front row and come away with a lead into turn number 10.
I don't think we've seen it all weekend,
Yeah,
Rob.
Schniegenberg did a good job there holding the outside. I don't know that he had the spot, but he was able to take it, I believe, to the inside of turn 5. We didn't watch that as we picked up the inside of turn number 1 and 2. So indeed, great job for Colton Schniegenberg here. He puts himself out into the lead in that number 137, St. Burgess. Slotting into second, up into third is Dominic Gaddis. So you can see how much of a gap we have. A lot of really big separation. And a number of the carts in the top 10 right now.
Colton Schniegenberg, we haven't gotten to cover all too much because he's been trotting all over the world with Gary Willis between the U.S. and Europe over the last year and a half. He is, of course, under the training and coaching of the same man who developed Connor Zilish, who developed Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison. That is a Hall of Fame list of Gary Willis and Team GWR graduates. Colton Schniegenberg, potentially the next big name that we could remember right now as he's trying to break away from Zane Burgess. And then Dominic Gaddis on that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Talk about the leap forward here. This kid moving up and forward in the mini-swift class, along with Santi Orioli. I mean, Dominic Gaddis last year from Micro, I believe, against Danny O'Gara on the regional and limited national schedule to in the top 5. Yeah. First weekend in Mini, I think. I'll have to check on that. Dominic Gaddis, great run in the works.
Great opening couple of laps for Paxton Romero as well, Xander, the 155 plus 12. Started in the 21st position for Paxton. Was the first driver on the second page of the driver introductions alongside Benja Fernandez. Had a fantastic run up into the 9th position. So Romero really working his way forward. Liam Nakawati up to a couple spots already. What happened to, where is the driver Benja Fernandez we wanted to follow? I'm trying to scroll down to find Benja. He's 20th. Just a couple of spots for Benja. Did not get a great launch, as did, or at least as good as Paxton Romero, who started side by side on row number 11.
Nachawati there on screen, now going further back. Oh, off the racetrack for one at the front of the group. I think that was Becquerel. Side by side, the Parolin. Going to the wayside, or is that no, not Piemonte. I think that, I'm not sure who we just had go to the wayside there in the Parolin machine, but here's Fernandez, the 105. So Benja, yesterday's winner's got his work cut out for him to get there, just inside the top 20, or just outside of it.
No, 17th across the line,
Inside, yes.
Just got 3 spots, so that was a good lap for Benja.
Pass between the teammates. Orioli Kart Performance, MPG Motorsports Duo. Santi Orioli to 3rd. Dominic Gaddis back to 4th. Maxwell Macha looking on there in 5th. He's had a solid weekend as the Sodi Kart driver. Now looks for 4th on Gaddis. I think he pulled out a bit too early though. Gaddis will get the toe. They'll have to really jam on the brakes hard and late. Gets it done there. The 174 is a spot higher.
That's a solid move for Maxwell Macha to go to the inside there in turn number 10. Early going. You see the big gap behind Macha and who's he with? Orioli, right? You got to go, 1.6 back to Piemonte.
Let's look at this run through the chicane here. This was, oh, wow, my goodness, the first lap. But there you can see again, Schniegenberg hung it around the outside through 1 and 2, and it completed in turns 3 and 4 there, the chicane, to get the lead away from Zane Burgess. And Zane could have played the game of chicken and had them both wash out in the dirt, or maybe just himself, but instead he conceded the one spot, didn't lose any more. And while it took him a second to probably clean the tires off and go to the outside in that high load, quick left-handed corner, he has begun to reel back in the race leader, and the two of them have been rewarded for their efforts with about a 1.5 second cushion to Orioli in 3rd.
Yeah, Burgess was about 0.2 quicker on that last lap. Look at him look through that corner. I love the helmet where you can see them transition from the entry to the apex to the exit, the way they look through each corner. And indeed, Burgess really impressive here right now. Both these drivers trying to pull away to make it a 2-driver fight. The gap back to Orioli was 1.344 last time by. They'll come across the line to put lap number 5 in. Remember, 16 laps for the drivers here in this category. Burgess actually goes purple that time with a 60.716. The gap now 1.6 seconds. So he pulled Xander, another 0.3 of a second, and how about moving him into the lead? Burgess goes to the inside, book it. He goes back to P1.
Zane Burgess, the yellow and black SOTY colors will take a minute to get used to, but he's already awarded them with some hardware, and he's put them in the limelight with only 1 day of sporting them in official competition. And now on day 2, leads here on the cusp of a second consecutive podium and his first career Mini Swift win. He's already got the first pole, he's already got the first podium. Can he get one spot higher than yesterday? Can Colton Schniegenberg on the flip side push away with Zane and at least lock himself into what I believe could be a career best finish in the States?
Zane, you think of how young Burgess is right now. He's got a number of years of mini racing in front of him, right? He's not anywhere close to being of age to go junior racing. Of course, the size as well, but he's going to win a lot of mini races over the next couple of years before this is all said and done. Maybe getting even one here today, although I'll tell you, Colton Schniegenberg may have something to say about that. They're pulling away, as we know, 1.2 seconds. There's 1.6 a couple laps to go. We know with that pass, they may have lost a little bit here. We'll see whether or not Burgess is still able to be the driver out front that leads Schniegenberg away from the group that includes Orioli. Right there with him is Macha, another second back to Dominic Gaddis. He's got some room on Royce Vega as well.
Down the back straightaway here, about a half-second gap, maybe closing in. Is it going to be enough to make some noise and maybe even bring more back into the fight as Orioli and Macha continue to try to close? 7 laps complete, 9 to go this time by. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm down here by turn number 9, heading onto the back straightaway. I got to say a couple things. It has cooled down a good 5 degrees. I kind of wish I had a third jacket on right now. There's a ton of shade heading out onto that back straightaway. The rest of the track still has the sun down on it, but the shade is starting to hit the racetrack. It's going to be interesting to see how this race develops, and obviously the shifter guys coming up next.
It's one of those races, Rob, where I don't think you can set the tire pressure back at the pits. You probably got to bring that gauge with you to the grid. Wait till the absolute last second to set and drop pressures down, and because you don't want to go too low either and end up too cold and never having the kart peak.
Really good timing through those corners where you saw the shade. When you get the shade, you don't get that sun beating you on the track. The track temperature, even if the ambient temperature isn't going lower, it's still 60 degrees here to what they're saying at least. But once you start getting into the shade, that track temperature is going to fall quite a bit. You saw Schniegenberg go back by to take over the lead once again. Big time over the curve there for Burgess, trying to push hard. Remember, they're trying to stay away, although Orioli has been really picking things up. He's turned his fastest lap. In fact, that last lap was the fastest for Orioli for himself. Not outright. Win Godshock has the fast lap on the racetrack, but Orioli dialing things in. He and Maxwell Macha trying to reel in this lead duo.
Yeah, great point about Win Godshock. If we go back to around the 10th, 9th, to maybe to 12th place grouping, got a lot of drivers that are up double-digit positions. Liam Nachawati rolled from 18th. He's up 9 spots to the 9th spot. Aston Wyatt there on screen, and the Nitro Kart's up a good bit. But even further back from Nachawati, as he's got Kellen Berghofer now behind him. So Liam is up into the 8th position, marking 10 spots gained. There's Benja Fernandez, started 22nd. He's up a good bit, and so is Win Godshock, who started 24th. So Win Godshock, 24th to just outside the top 10. Liam Nachawati, 18th to 8th. And they're still fighting here. Oh, Fernandez, side by side, Jaden Francisco going into the S's there.
Bid for the lead once again for Zane Burgess, but look at the back. It's bringing these drivers right in. Yeah, it was like 1.6 seconds 3 or 4 laps ago. It's 0.8 of a second. Maxwell Macha is leading them back up, and we're really only working lap number 10. Still 7 laps to go in this one. And Maxwell Macha and Santiago Orioli most ready to come back into the fight. They've got a big gap, 2.7 back to Dominic Gaddis. So this is going to be a 4-driver battle very likely before it's all said and done. Macha's got a ton of speed right now, so a couple of SOTY karts ready to battle it out. Schniegenberg and Orioli, the other 2 in the fight. 4 drivers scrap up front.
Yeah, unfortunately, it won't be 5 right now. Heartbreaker for Dominic Gaddis, but still, this is no weekend to hang his head on. His only 2nd full year racing period. He started at the beginning of 2024 in micro. This is his first weekend in mini, so another rookie in the top 5, fighting for the win. Unfortunately, it may not be the win here, by the way this race ends, but if they fight enough, It might. Let's go side by side and keep our eyes on the battle for the lead here. Back down the pit lane.
Thanks, Xander Allen. I got to say, that pre-final was pretty dicey. It was kind of split up the Burrell Art drivers. I mean, is that kind of the same thing going to this one?
Yeah, I mean, he left the door open for the pre-final, so if you leave the door open on the first lap, I'm going no matter what. But yeah, there's too many Burrell Arts front, so you got to split them up a little bit. I tried, it didn't work. He sent it down the inside at turn 10, completely locked the tires and went straight, took us both wide, and yeah, we'll see what happens now, but I'll try to do the same thing maybe again.
Looks like you've been struggling to find the right balance with your go-kart. Do you think you have something here in this main with the cool air coming out?
I don't know. We went too high on tire pressure, so that for sure threw the balance out of whack. So maybe it'll be a little bit better now.
Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, cheers.
There you have it from Alan Isambard. Again, pretty level-headed now. A couple hours later, I'm sure.
Yeah.
From both himself and Mateus. But like you said, yeah, you got to split them up a little bit. You got to make some moves. And it sounded like it was completely non-discriminatory, though, the move itself. He's like, first lap, door open, I'm going.
I'm with him on that.
Fair enough.
Especially when you got all those barrels up front. You got to find a way by. You got to break them up. Like I said, you got to be the disruptor. What are you going to do, sit back and forth and wait for something to happen? No. If you got the pace, get up into third, get up into second, do whatever you got to do to mix things up right now. Otherwise, it'll be the status quo. They'll settle in, and you're going to find yourself on the outside looking in. So I'm right on board with Alan Isambard on that. Get in there, mix things up, throw the firecracker in the middle of it, and see what plays out.
Now, Dominic Gaddis has been reeled in by that group behind, and well, that whole group might still catch this group here. Burgess had that slick move right as he went to go here from Alex on pit lane to take the lead away from Colton. Now Santiago Orioli is going to make a slick move to go to the lead. Burgess Alonso right back in the last turn. These mini Swift drivers are putting on a show here. 5 laps remaining, make it 4.
Xander, how calm was Burgess on that one, right? A little move to the inside. He saw him coming. Okay, he gets the move to the inside, sets him up to be able to go right back through to the bottom of the racetrack. Oriole is going to go into turn number 5 once again. Burgess right there as well is Macha. Oh, but coming to the inside, Schniegenberg wants to get into it. This is going to be one of the best finishes I think we're going to have of the day. Check this out. Oh, how about side by side? 2 wide coming through 7.
And don't look now, Rob, but Royce Vega and Liam Nachawati are moving.
You're right.
Nachawati from 18th and Royce Vega in the most Royce Vega fashion, showing up late at the end of the final.
Oh, Wyatt Trent went by him there, I think.
Nachawati.
Nachawati, pardon
did
me.
Go by. Yeah, Royce dropped a tire.
Because Royce was like, let's go. He's gone by. Nachawati now into the 5th spot. Vega goes to 6th. Wyatt, Gaddis, Godshot, Berghofer, your top 10. But we got ourselves just 3 drivers. Who did we lose from that group?
Orioli. He went a little bit wide, got dirt on the tires going wide in the sweeper, and then kind of lost the back end of the car for the next couple turns.
Ooh,
but the good
tough.
news for both Santi and for the guys behind, he's kind of the bridge now to this group of 3. They're going to hopefully settle their differences in a moment. Nachawati there takes over 4th, brings Vega through. Here comes Aston Wyatt. Great debut weekend for him with Ryan Perry Motorsport. But they're going to race a little bit for 6. That's going to cost some time, but now it is 1, 2, 3 versus 4, 5, 6. So you've got Orioli there back in the 7th spot. Vega, though, something happened to him getting by, I guess. I thought he was a lot closer to Nachawati.
Let's not count Nachawati out yet, because look at these 2 Sodi Kart drivers battling out. Nachawati right back there. He's coming into the fray here in that Kart Republic machine for Jay Howard. Look at the racing we're having up front.
It might not be the same picture here of a Kart Republic versus a Sodi, but it is still SLA Kart Racing. This small Central Florida-based team against the now Velocity Racing Sodi USA powerhouse in the making. Zane Burgess as well, and of course Team GWR very light on entries this weekend, but Colton Schniegenberg is flying their flag high and proud, and here he is in 3rd, looking. Can he get to 2nd with an over-under? Not going to happen. Burgess, though, holding the lead.
Xander, white flag's gonna fly this next time by, so you've got to get yourself in the position where you want to be on the final lap. That's the key thing here right now. Burgess leads. Macha runs in 2nd. Here they come down. Burgess is going to go to the bottom. Look at Nachawati from the outside. He is loving this right now. Big time move for Schniegenberg to the inside. He's going to go with Burgess, and he'll go to 2nd. Nachawati goes up into P3.
Easy to pick out. The JHTD driver is trying to match his performance yesterday. Another big run in the works for Liam, this time from 18th, row number 9. And at the white flag, he's 3rd. Looking for 2nd.
Schneegenberg to the middle, and Liam is through for P2.
I was going to say, is he going to try to go for the lead here right now? A really tight pinch, really nice run through 1 and 2 for Nachawati. Maintains that forward bite he needed through the corner. He's thinking about the lead, not quite. Able to get that car to rotate nicely right there again, even with a shallow entry to the corner. Burgess looking for that first big national win in the debut here in Mini, but Nachawati wants the victory. He's going to go to the inside, side by side, coming through 7. Nachawati to the lead.
Macha through to second. It's not over. Zane Burgess back into third now. Schneegenberg fourth. Here comes Vega. Nachawati to the low side. Maxwell Macha. Oh, Vega. Contact with Burgess as Nachawati goes back to the line in the hairpin. Zane Burgess hanging on for dear life. Vega door to door. Sends the kid off the racetrack a little there as Vega takes over. And Macha, final time. Liam Nachawati, big run. Here comes Macha Rob to the line.
Here they come to the final, a little bit of a kick. It's going to be a drag race to the line. It's Nachawati, or it's going to be Macha, and it'll be Nachawati at the line. He goes purple on the final lap, 59.811, a 29 thousandths of a second victory. Liam Nachawati, Xander from 18th to the victory. What a run for Nachawati. Unbelievable drive. Maxwell Macha finishes in second. Colton Schneegenberg in third. Orioli back to fourth. Burgess goes all the way back to eighth. But what a couple of laps at the end for Nachawati. That was a drive, maybe one of the best drives of the weekend.
And once again, the win tally just keeps getting bigger and bigger for the blue and red shield. JHDD with another superstar on top. Maxwell Macha keeps SLA Kart Racing on the podium in the mini-civ class for the second day in a row. Represented well. His teammate Benja Fernandez drives up from 22nd to 9th. Keeps the championship hopes alive as well.
I was going to say, if you're thinking championship and Benja Fernandez, a 9th from where he started, even if that ends up being his drop, that could have been one of the best drives of the weekend for Fernandez to get himself up. But Nachawati, I called it at the end there. I said, he's not out of this yet. They started racing. I was surprised by how quickly he got into the fight and was able to get himself into the lead. What a fantastic final lap as he comes away with a big race win.
Well, I mean, look at this, Rob. We've had a test weekend, and we've had so much racing from 300-plus go-karts. Not only is the line, the regular line cleared off, there is so much dust and dirt and debris offline. Just going wide for one corner. Look what it did to Zane. I mean, he couldn't hang on to it. Orioli, same thing. When you are working your way forward and you're passing and staying on the groove, it's a huge difference.
Xander, we saw 2 passes into turn number 7, that sweeping right-hander. We hardly ever see that, but twice guys were able to get to the inside of drivers coming out of turn number 6, and the guys that were on the outside were the ones that kind of fell down the order.
So now that plays in here. Is there enough dirt, dust, and debris to maybe tip the scales towards the outside lane for Pro and Master Shifter? Oh, the whole shot has been almost a dead heat into that first corner of the big guy versus Mateus Morgado. Danny Formal will once again start on the inside of the racetrack. Now it's not overly dirty because it's such a major passing zone that they go into that it's cleared off pretty well. There's a lot of defending down on the inside, but without a doubt, you've got more rubber and a more cleared off path on the outside of the racetrack. And check this out as we go towards the front rows, of course, with Mateus Morgado. I have to correct myself, of course. The Red Army mixed it up because of the way the pre-final went. It's Gavin Bailiff in the number 64 TKG Bureau Art USA entry. That'll join Danny and have a shot at him.
We had that chaos over in turn number 10 in the pre-final that kind of bottled things up with Isambard and Mateus Morgado. Justin White kind of was able to get through as well, but Gavin Bailiff was the one that was the benefactor there. So it'll be Danny Formal on the pole, as you said, Gavin Bailiff. It's still Burrell Art in the front row, but PSL on the inside, Trinity Karting Group on the outside. Morgado, national number 1 for PSL Karting, starting on the inside of row number 2. Justin White ready to battle it out, though, in the Maranello, the number 32 machine. He told us in an interview he feels like he can fight for the race win here as well if they make the right changes. You talked about the fact the sun's starting to go down. Alan told us it's getting cooler out there. You can be guaranteed the tire pressures were changed on pit lane.
No doubt. A last-second decision here. Now, who guessed right and who was maybe a little bit off of where they needed to be is the big question for me here. Did Alan Isambard hit it right? He said they went a little bit too high for him on his Rocket Racing Company Maranello in the pre-final. Anthony Martella, the rookie, drove forward from a not-so-great quali to be kind of knocking on the door of the top 5. Yesterday, should have had the top 5. Last lap collision between himself and the man starting on the outside of row 4, Juan Acosta, knocked the front bumper off and took him out.
Vincenzo Saraceno on the inside of row number 4 alongside Acosta. CJ Bowman and Ashton Henkel will be on row number 5. That's your top 10. Nicholas Deandra and Charles Gauthier, row number 6. Evan Hegbert and Sebastian Hasbund on row number 7.
Row number 8, Daniel Perras and Scott Presti, the 77 and the 26 together. And then the last row of the pro shifters, Gabriel Holguin and Lucas DeLongchamp, who has had a rough Sunday, to say the least, out on the first lap of the pre-final, and I believe an issue in qualifying also where he got 0 laps turned. Good news for Lucas. The Canadians got about the freshest tires on the grid.
That's true. The field set by Skitchy Barnes and Tyler Gilbo, potentially the only drivers we think we're going to see here in the Master Shifter category. We lost Luis Quiones, Randy Martinelli, and Farkag Bagari. Those 3 drivers electing to run just Saturday, did not run the Sunday events here. So Master Shifter and Pro Shifter, those categories brought to you by PSL Karting and Velocity Racing by Sodi USA. This will be the final race, Xander, of the weekend. Field getting set here, an 18-lapper to cap the day. We're right on schedule. We will finish here right around sunset, a little bit before sunset. This is going to be a barn burner for sure. Formal versus Bailiff versus Morgado versus White versus Isambard.
Here we go. All good, ready, and away. Gavin Bailiff gets a nose out in front, but Danny Formal has the lead. Bailiff gets the over-under done. Gavin Bailiff with the lead through turns 3 and 4 for the first time all weekend.
Yeah, we'll see if they try to the inside. Morgado's going to make a move. There you go. Morgado goes to the inside. A Formal gets to the side of him. White not able to hold on. Morgado goes to second, but well out front right now with a fantastic opening set of corners. Gavin Bailiff in the TKG Burrell Art Machine goes to P1.
Danny Formal knows that when you have that kind of dominance that he's displayed, well, the target's on his back, and there was no love lost there amongst the Red Army, and now the Red and Black Mafia, as they call themselves. The Marinellos are attacking the Barrel Arts. Justin White got a drag race, nose ahead of Morgado. He'll go to second into the chicane, but Morgado almost there, last turn. Wow, what a shakeup. Gavin Bailiff leads lap 1. Justin White into second.
Yeah, Justin White with elbows up, right? You saw he tried to make the move into turn number 10, and Morgado just faded over on him. I'm sure he did not like that at all. Really forced the issue on the remainder of the lap. Here comes Morgado back down. Oh, and he parks it on him. Oh, let's see what Justin White does here. He came in and absolutely parked it. That allowed Formal to go back into second. Justin White is not going to be pleased with that at all. Parking him in turn number 5.
Well, now, again, no different than a bump and run. That was a park and run, and he better sprint away if Justin White gets any shot to answer back there. You can see he motioned Alan Ismart, say, hey, just bear with me. I think I can get back to this guy. Oh, Anthony Martell out of shape. Oh, man, big save, big moment there for the rookie. Turned sophomore this season, the 95, out of shape there.
I think you're bang on what you said about White Isambard. Like, listen, I just got used up. You got to give me an opportunity to get back up there. When I do, I'm going to make a little decision on how I'm going to handle this deal here right now, because Morgado flat parked it in turn number 5 on Justin White. And even if it doesn't happen here, I think White's going to put that one in the memory bank, because that's not really what you like to have happen when you're battling like that up front. White still runs strongly here in the 4th spot ahead of Isambard. But that's put Formal back into second, Morgado into third.
And now, unfortunately, with that bobble, Anthony Martella finds himself in familiar and probably frustrating territory, and that is having Juan Acosta right there in front of him, where he's got to get around him again to try and track back down the rest of the field. Now he's also got to deal with potentially Ashton Henkel, who's having his best start to the weekend. The number 80, P8 right now ahead of Vincenzo Saraceno. Nick D'Andrea's there is issues for the lapper Gabriel Holguin. Right in front of the leaders. Awkward moment there for the 77. I don't know how he ended up there.
The 77 with Daniel Paris.
Oh, Daniel Paris,
yeah,
sorry.
He was down a lap, so he obviously went off track and came back on.
So if you were to just look at this picture right here, Rob, you would have thought this was the fight for the win.
Exactly that.
But no, Danny Formal, Mateus Morgado, the Titans of last year, the Titans of yesterday, and the 2 drivers who have won every session to this point on the weekend are 2 seconds back from the race leader, Gavin Bailiff. The TKG Barrel Art USA crew debut in the new colors are trying to get themselves a win in the new red and white machine.
He was 2/10 quicker than Formal on that last lap as well. Gavin Bailiff who, as I said before, talking to Sean Bale, his father earlier on in the weekend, was getting better and better, and they have dialed things in. Didn't get the luck he wanted. A third-place finish was essentially his yesterday, but that freak hub split that actually split it right in the middle of the hub itself took him out of the race. He's continuing to lead. Last time by, though, lost a bunch of ground, actually. Danny Formal significantly quicker, a 51 flat for Bailiff, 53.3 for Formal. Bailiff's got to dial things back in and get some big speed here.
You know, I think it's probably a bit of a byproduct of the moto, the stock Honda era that has so many go-karters in the shifter kart culture, comparing Supercross and motocross to shifter kart racing. Well, this is looking a lot like Supercross right now, with deltas swinging by half a second to 0.8 lap to lap. Bailiff pulls away by 0.2. Formal comes right back with an 0.8 swing the opposite direction. The good news is it is just as difficult, if not maybe a tiny bit less difficult, to make a pass on a shifter kart experienced driver here on a go-kart track as it is for the dirt bike guys to do so on a Supercross track. So Danny Formal might be able to get to Gavin, but Gavin Bailiff could make that kart very wide.
Yeah, Gavin found another couple of tenths of a second to 50.9. That's his best lap, but he's still 7 tenths off the outright pace for Danny Formal. Remember how good he was yesterday. Formal is pushing hard. We know Bailiff really handled the start nicely, but right now, early on in this race, just does not have the outright pace. Whether or not he'll have better pace later on down the line, it's still Birrell Art 1, 2, 3, but Danny Formal going to dive it down to the bottom of the apex right now, significantly faster than Bailiff, who again has had kind of a third-place kart here throughout the entire weekend. We'll see if he can't challenge and come back a little bit, maybe learn a little bit here from Formal, and if all goes well, potentially hold back the national #1 in Morgado.
Yeah, he's got to stay close, and he's got to be ready to pounce here if he wants a shot at Danny at all. You see Morgado closing in. I'm sure Mateus was just trying to keep Danny within reach here today and hoping that maybe Gavin could put up a little more of a fight, but they're a miscue. Bailiff struggled to get out of turn 5. Don't know if he missed a shift or what. You saw him quickly turn around, lost a ton of ground out of the hairpin, and that's just what you can't afford to do when you're trying to chase Danny Formal, a 4-time Supernats champ, most recently coming back in 2023 against a stacked grid, one of the biggest KZ and Pro Shifter grids in Supernats history. Here's a look at what went wrong with the Sodi driver going a lap down Daniel Perez. First, he bailed out of the way for Gavin. I don't think he was able to manage the gap. Check out this close call. Oh my gosh. Danny's like, dude, get out of the way.
Yeah, Danny just drives him right through turn number 13. I think that Bailiff actually pointed Morgado by there coming down into turn number 10. And he was able to make the move to the bottom there, so he's right there. But listen, I'm going to say this for Gavin Bailiff. He's trying to obviously work his way home here to a podium finish. That will be a fantastic way to start the season. But again, the move by TKG over to the Birrell Art. He was on a different chassis throughout the season last year. You mentioned building his own engine. That connection now with PSL is a great program. But the bottom line is for here, this would be a tremendous start to the season for Gavin Bailiff if he's able to come in here and come away with a podium.
Right, and this is just the beginning. I mean, he really does not have anywhere near the length of international experience, even national experience that Mateus and Danny have. Of course, that factors in. Granted, he's got a little bit more shifter kart laps than Mateus, but not by much. You know, again, for a kid who lives on property at a racetrack and works for one, you'd think he drives a lot more at the MCC Kartplex, but you talk to Sean, he puts Finn and Gav to work.
They run the place, yeah, that's right.
Now behind him, one driver's got a lot of laps and is starting to put that experience to use is Alan Isabard. He's finally pulled the pin and gone by Justin White there with a nice move in turn 5. Taps the helmet, he said follow him, but I don't know if either one of them can make up a 3-second margin to Gavin at the very least, if not the top two, because look at the straightaway distance. I mean, this is huge.
Yeah, and let's just throw a little bit of information here in terms of, I'm looking at the EKN driver rankings for the shifter kart category, right? Mateus Morgado, national #1. Danny Formal back in 7th, but he only ran 7 races last year. Morgado ran 11 different races. Just outside the top 20, Gavin Bailiff ran 8 races last year. He's 21st at the end of our year in the rankings. This is going to be great for him. You're going to see him go into the top 20 if he's able to bring home a top 3 here.
Easily, I think, got to be in the top 20. Again, 11th in the Pro Tour standings last year.
Yep.
And probably should have been around maybe 8th or 9th realistically had it not been for some mechanical woes and a crash in the final race of the season. There'll be more sessions added to the Pro Tour structure this year that'll help reward a little more consistency, not penalize some of those natural hiccups and mistakes that happen over a championship run. And without a doubt, I think Gavin Bailiff will leap his way into the SKUSA Circle of Champions.
Let's say Gavin's got one more shot here, and that's whether or not Morgado and Formal get together. Do they play well together? Let's see what happens here. You know that Danny wants to hold on to get the double wins here. Morgado would love to get back at it and say, listen, you're not going to sweep me here at Orlando. If they do start maybe having some fun together, we'll see whether or not Gavin's able to get it back, but he is 1.9 seconds behind right now. Last time by, very similar lap times to Alan Isambard and Justin White. All three of those drivers, Dander, turning 50.7 second laps. So they're not in a position right now to really close up, and that gap from Bailiff back to Isambard, which is 3.6 seconds now.
Yeah, that's a great point, Rob. Is this, while we've been storytelling a bit, the story of the ghost of SKUSA's past for Danny Formal? Mateus Morgado is tracking him down right now once again. Now, this lap it looks like he's lost a little bit visually, but he is right there, a lot closer than yesterday. It will not be a 6-second runaway. And now with 7 laps to go, a little wiggle in the brake zone for the big guy.
So 50.4 in the last lap, both drivers. 50.3 this last lap, both drivers. In fact, Formal about 0.03 of a second faster. So it is only a half a second, a little less than a half a second between first and second, but they are very evenly matched right now. On the last lap, Morgado did not make up any time at all. Lap 11, 7 more to go in a shortened 18-lap race. That's what we've got left. 7 more laps here as they're working lap number 12.
I want to go back to your comment earlier, Rob, about Joe and Ryan and some of the legendary stuff that we're getting to witness in Pro X30, and it feels like we've got a lot of the same really forming in Pro Shifter. Some drivers really writing their names in the history books, and it's going to be not just for 1 year, but an era, it feels like. Danny Formal, Mateus Morgado, the story of the Winter Series last year, the Winter Nationals here, the Winter Series here, and of course Morgado himself, no doubt, has solidified himself as one of the best go-kart drivers in the world, single speed or gearbox, because he's a champion in both, and right now he is chasing down one of the most decorated American champions as well.
And Xander, think about when we get to the Pro Tour Winter Nationals in Texas.
Oh, can't wait.
And we throw Kyle Wick in the maybe a little AJ Myers, a little Musgrave, a little Gulick, a little Avancino, a little Pickett, a little Yockel, a little maybe David Williams. Like,
well, how about
oh my God.
How about some more international talent?
Yeah.
It sounds like we've got some potential factory drivers joining this year's Pro Tour that haven't been there before.
Do we get Daniel Basile back again, you think?
I don't know, man. That would be awesome to see. There's a lot of cash, a lot of green up for grabs, and it's attracting some of the best talent from around the world to the States. Can't say that we're any bit luckier than to be in the era that we are right now. There's so much momentum, so much excitement. And sadly, for this race, though, it seems like Danny Formel's trying to put the hush on that because he is really turning it back up again with a good lap last time.
Yeah, his fast lap of 50.161, Xander, did a 50.243, over 0.2 faster than Formal last time by. You got to go about 3 more tenths of a second to Gavin Bailiff, although he is now 3.9 seconds up on Alan Isambard. Although Isambard's not done yet with Justin White. You can look over the back as they come through. Look how close. This is 4th and 5th right now. As White still pushing here on Isambard. In fact, Juan Acosta not that far back either.
No, he's not, and he just started to finally shake Anthony Martella. You can see last lap they were 8.4 and 8.5 seconds back from the lead, so only a tenth apart. This lap, Martella seems to have had a bobble and has fallen back about a full second. So with 4 laps to go, battle for 4th here. Isambard, first race weekend with Rocket Racing Company, first weekend on the Maranello chassis. Again, we thought it was an OTK with the Cosmic Steering Wheel. That's I believe, the brand of choice for the Rocket Racing Company group, but Alan on the Maranello in the gearbox class, and so those two together, he and Justin White, I think both could make some serious inroads towards the top 3 by the time we come back to February.
I don't disagree with you on that at all. I think both those drivers are dialing things in. I think you saw that White was really great out of the gate here right now. He's putting some pressure on Isambard. I like seeing Alan back behind the wheel of a shifter too. I know he's been doing a bunch of KA racing, but kind of everything we saw when Alan first came onto the scene, he was all driving a gearbox car.
Talk about another guy I want to see on the SKUSA Pro Tour. Find a way, make it happen, RRC. We need that kid to make his way to Houston. He won there last year. That track was good to him.
Agreed. Yeah, 100%. It's a fantastic racetrack. Looking forward to getting there for the Winter Nationals. Danny Formal out front, guys. Only 3 more laps to go. 1.1 second to lead. He is checking out by about a tenth a lap here on Mateus Morgado. Again, trying to sweep the weekend. Potential back-to-back jacks here.
They're going to catch the lap traffic once again of Daniel Perras on the number 77 Sodi. He'll stay out of the way here as the leaders go on by. And, well, again, this was a last-second, unplanned effort for Danny Formal that came together in about the last couple days to continue the streak for him of 20 consecutive years and now make it 21 of racing in what has been the Florida Winter Tour, National Florida season, whatever you want to call it, from January to March with the Touring Championships. And when you win the first round, and then you come back here and you win the pre-final, you win the pole, and now you are a lap and a half away from winning the main and sweeping the maximum points haul on the weekend, you got to come back for rounds 3 and 4, right?
You got to come back. You got to come back. Hopefully we'll see that happen and try to put another title potentially on the resume for Danny Formal. Again, working around here with 2 to go. White flag will fly next time by. Formal has been absolutely fantastic throughout the entire weekend. Morgado right there. And again, this is looking like it's lining up to be a Birol Art 1, 2, 3 with Formal, Morgado, and Bailiff. Bailiff potentially getting that podium finish that was robbed from him yesterday. Little pop on the box there for Danny Formal coming across the line. Final lap here for the Pro Shifter drivers. And again, leading the way in the Master Shifter category, Skitchy Barnes.
Formal, I think, knows that he's got this one locked up. He's probably trying to take it easy, save the body a little bit. He's still got to go chase a Rolex at the end of this month in his day job. But this guy loves go-kart racing. He loves shifter kart racing. A 4-time Supernats champ said it broke his heart to have to miss the Supernats last year. He was with us on the tower, on the side, and watching it all. And now, well, he gets to get back behind the wheel of a shifter kart on the first race since and reassert his dominance as he flies the curbs one more time, Rob, out of the last turn.
There it is, turn 13 and 14 of that absolutely fantastic weekend. Back-to-back jacks here in Orlando. 2 victories for Danny Formal in the PSL Karting Birol Arts. Morgado comes home in second, and there's that podium that was robbed from Bailiff yesterday. It's a Birol Art 1, 2, 3. Formal, Morgado, Bailiff, the lead 1.601 seconds. Formal dominating the Pro Shifter action here to kick off the 2025 Superkarts USA season at the Winter Series. Alan Isambard finishing off that battle with Justin White. They finished 4th and 5th respectively. Juan Acosta holding on to the 6th spot, only 3/10 clear of Anthony Martella. Vincenzo Saraceno ends up in the 8th spot. Ashton Henkel and CJ Bowman rounding out your top 10. And as I had said before, coming across the line, it is Skitchy Barnes over Tyler Gilbo in Master Shifter.
Okay, now, yesterday, I understand no donuts for the Shifter winner. You probably want the same motor in good shape for today. But Danny Formal pulling straight in the pit lane. No donuts there. That makes me think he wants that package again.
I think
he wants
maybe.
to take care of it.
Ooh, I like that thought.
I hope so. We'll find out. We'll hear from him.
That's indeed we will. There they are coming across the line, Danny, with a little smile there. That number 37 machine. Again, a late entry. Thanks to Tony Martella saying, hey, listen, you're not going to miss this. You're going to miss it. I'm going to fix that. Tony Martella made sure that he was here. That's one of the things you talked about him running his day job, the sports car program that he'll run throughout the year. But he's also going to be coaching young Anthony Martella in the USF Pro Championships. Martella making that move up into the USF 2000 program, so he'll be there for that. Here's your Coastal Link Printing recap, Xander. What a start, because I'll tell you this, we want to go back and look at this amazing approach to turn number 1 for Gavin Bailiff.
It's all going to eventually piece together when you have spots of brilliance like this. Gavin Bailiff an over-under on the 4-time Supernats champ Danny Formal in turn 1, and then kind of got a bit of an extra gift for the lead there with Mateus Morgado and Justin White and Danny all going at it. Eventually, White got the drag race over Morgado coming out of the last hairpin, and that was, I think, again, another misshift for the number 1 plate, but then he made up for it with a very aggressive park and run in that turn 5 hairpin. Then here, this sketchy moment for the lap traffic of Daniel Perras. I'm sure he didn't want airtime this way, but, well, Danny Formal, it all could have gone wrong right here. A little love tap, but didn't fully, throw the race away, and thankfully he was all good. Great angles here. Kudos to Luis Diaz, who has been getting some awesome close-up shots of these chicanes. What a sweet view there. Now, back to the on-track action. Danny getting by on Gavin Bailiff in that back hairpin, starting to set sail. You mentioned Gavin just kind of letting Mateus go, saying, all right, well, my best shot is maybe to let someone else go and get to Danny, because I don't think I've got anything for him.
And Mateus, for a little bit, looked like he might have had something for him, Rob. He closed the gap down to less than half a second in the middle.
Yeah, I thought we may have a battle lining up. That's why I said that might have been the best thing we could see for Gavin Bailiff. But no, indeed, in the end, Danny Formal right there, able to stretch away. Bailiff comes over to give him his congratulations. I guarantee you, Ronnie Sala back in Italy is going to be saying, hey, that's pretty solid. I like seeing a Birol Art 1, 2, 3. And again, obviously Trinity Karting Group being added to the Birol Art family, a big effort for that brand. And there you go, all the 3 drivers of the Red Army all taking a pick here to wrap things up. Great run for Danny Formal.
Well, Alex, I see, has assembled our podium, so we'll send it on down to you into the scale house. Al?
Thanks, Xander. Danny, we'll start with you here. It's looks like a Birol Art fan club right now with the top 3 of you guys, but you're just so dominant this weekend. So, Danny, first of all, that race, I mean, you led almost from start to finish, but the first couple of laps there looked like maybe Gavin was going to have it. So walk me through those first couple of laps.
Yeah, we've been struggling, Mateus and I, quite a bit with front lockups. So did Anthony yesterday. And yeah, Mateus went for a pass on me to turn 2 after Gavin did an awesome under over me in turn 1, and he locked up twice. Locked up passing me, and also locked up going into Justin. So Gavin got a nice gap. But, you know, we've had great pace all weekend. The kart's been fantastic. Yeah, and the kart just, you know, woke up really strong about lap 5. And then kind of shut off in lap 11. And I saw Mateus coming. And I just started cranking as much front brake as I could. And the car woke up quite a bit again towards the end of the race. And I was able to gap Mateus a bit. So really grateful, 2 for 2. And a perfect weekend. You can't really ask for any better than that. You know, getting ready for Daytona next week. This is a perfect race and preparation for it. It's been cold. It's been hot. It's been, you know, we've been racing at night, racing in the day. So it's pretty awesome practice for Daytona next week and the week after. So really grateful for Tony Martella for making this happen. PSL Karting, everyone under PSL, my mechanic, Paul from France. He, just like me, on Saturday night he took a flight from France to here, and that's when I knew too. So super grateful and excited for whatever's to come.
No donuts after this one. Is this a sign that maybe you're going to run rounds 3 and 4 and want to save the package a little bit?
I can't really say much more because I don't know. But yeah, it's not my package, and I know doing donuts is not great for the crank, and I don't want to make Tom open the crank up. So yeah, just grateful. The go-kart's been fantastic, obviously, and the engine power being on a TM is it's very nice to drive. So grateful, and yeah, maybe see me back in February.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you.
All right, I'll bring in Mateus here. Mateus, a solid P2, but it was a tough opening couple of laps there for you. Just walk me through that race as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, since Friday afternoon, the track changed a lot, so I started struggling a bit with the grip. I know it would be hard. It's not easy when you feel sliding around the track, and I'm not the type of driver that like to go around the track sliding. I feel a bit hard. I rather have a lot of grip in the track. And, well, yesterday we had an issue in the final, but today I knew it wouldn't be easy. I mean, it's cold, Danny is tall, so this helps him with the grip. I say I need to try to play something at the beginning and maybe make him lose some time, you know. We never know racing. And, yeah, that's all I could do today. Really thankful for the team, everyone been doing a great job. And it's just the beginning of the year. Usually at the beginning of the year, I'm not that strong, and then I start getting the rhythm again. It was about 2 months that I didn't drive a KZ, so I feel better every lap again. But this week was hard for me, due to the grip. But happy with the work of all the team, and 1, 2, 3 now with the Birol Art chassis. So really good result.
Thanks, Mateus.
Thank you.
All right, I'll bring in the last of the top 3 here, Gavin Bailiff. Gavin, what an opening couple of laps for you, huh? I mean, first of all, what was it kind of like in the cockpit for you, thinking you look back and there's a 2-second gap to the guys behind you?
For sure, it was relieving to see the 2-second gap. I was putting in as consistent laps as I could. Honestly, I think I stretched a bit of that gap on those first couple laps, and then I just faded. I think the rear tires got overheated. I was pushing a little hard in the opening laps. Maybe we missed on tire pressure, but I think overall the development of everything throughout the weekend, mainly including me just getting used to the package, was unreal.
You feel like now heading into rounds 3 and 4, you can kind of kick off where you left off here?
Yeah, for sure. That was really the first time in the kart since Las Vegas, so I think I was still a little rusty at the start of the weekend. I can improve upon myself a little bit more for the next round.
Thanks, Gavin.
Thank you.
All right, lastly here, last of the top 4, Alan Isambard. I mean, from all the times we've spoken to you this weekend, this, I think, looked like the best your kart has handled all weekend. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, it was the best it was all week for sure.
What do you think you guys can look forward to now heading into rounds 3 and 4?
I don't know. We got to figure out the chassis situation. I mean, we had major understeer here with the OTK. We switched to the Maranello 2 sessions before the happy hour. It's better, but I'm not used to the chassis. But we'll work on it, see what we can do for the next rounds, and go from there.
Thanks, Alan.
Cheers, mate.
That's all I got for you guys down here. Back to you boys up in the booth.
Great job all weekend for Alex down there for us, Xander, and some great information from the drivers. So you can see, man, we got 3 drivers here ready to battle. Everybody had a kind of a different feeling on the weekend. You know, you talked about Danny Formal saying, hey, I was in this fight. I'm grateful to be here. Morgano saying it's been a while. I've been in the kart for a little while. I'm always rusty at the start of the season. Same thing with Gavin Bale. To be honest, he jumped into a brand new chassis with the move for TKG to Burial Arts. So his first time in the kart in 2 months as well. So everybody kind of clearing up the cobwebs.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, the start of our season and the start of the winter training season when they're still testing new equipment and like you said, shaking the cobwebs off. So it's somewhat of a read on what this year will look like. At the same point, it's also not. And we know that they're just getting tuned up and ready to really rock out when we head to Houston at the end of March. But we got a lot of racing in between now and then for them all to put some more laps in. And more than anything else, you know, again, this is the first of a big stretch of races at Orlando Kart Center. They've got a lot of on-track activity. You can see they're already switching the barriers over for the rental karts because this track's going to get used again later tonight with a little extra grip. But can't say enough about the racing we got to witness today. And throughout this weekend, 316 entries. That's insane, Rob. That is unheard of.
For me, it was the debut of the drivers moving up, right? The minis to the micros to the minis to the juniors to the seniors. We saw a bunch of drivers who came in and really showed it. Zane Burgess, Ty Fisher, kids that jumped up that next level, and it looks like they haven't missed a beat, right? So I'm super excited with the way that all played out. I love to see what we see with a number of drivers here. And again, it's always just that first look. Even though we're 2 months on from the Super Nationals, it's that first look at the new season 2025. I think we're going to have some great battles. We had a solid field of shifters here. We're going to double it, if not more, when we get to the Winter Nationals in Houston. But the rest of the categories, you said, with a lot of international drivers coming in to be part of the action here in Florida, this is a record-setting event, man. We've never had a SKUSA event outside the Super Nationals as big as this weekend.
Nothing even close. First time over the 3-digit, leading with a triple digit of 3. We've got, obviously, the countdown to podiums. One new thing we'd like to try and do for all of you watching along at home is make sure that you get to celebrate with your favorite drivers. Last night was a long night. We weren't sure exactly how it was all going to shake out. But today, we'd like to make sure that if you'd like to watch along at home the podium ceremonies, we'll be having those. The reason why the extra time is added on, of course, Rob, you can explain a little bit more as well. There's tech and there's the protest window.
Yeah, exactly that. When a tech comes or even a call on the racetrack, once a call has been given and made official, we have a 30-minute opportunity for someone to come and protest that. So we have to wait into that 30. And I'm not sure if that SKUSA does this, but oftentimes, if there's another protest, it can reset that as well. The bottom line is there's a half an hour after the last race ends up being official. Pro shifter, master shifter, you got to give that 30 minutes for anybody to protest a call.
And again, that's also, after the teardown is complete of the engines and the results are made official, that the 30-minute counter starts. So we've got it at 30. We know that's an approximation. They will start maybe potentially the first few classes beforehand, knowing that everyone's got travel plans, trying to get home if they're not staying around. We unfortunately won't be here next week. We will be here in 2 weeks for the Rotex Max Challenge Winter Trophy, back-to-back weekends, and capping off a 3-week consecutive stretch with the season finale of the SKUSA Winter Series and closing the book on the winter season, getting ready to kick things off with the regular season in March. But again, we'll keep the feed on. If you want to step away and just come back for more racing action, we'll see you at the end of the month. If nothing else, I'll see you at the podiums. But Rob, always a pleasure. Enjoyed working with you once again.
Xander, anytime we can get together. It was interesting that I think I sent you that picture. You and I have been working together for a number of years. It was a Daytona race where you made the call for a Manufacturers Cup event, the Kart Week race down in Daytona. It's been a long time, and congrats on all the success, and looking forward to a fantastic year, getting a chance to work with you guys at a couple of events.
Officially, I guess, a decade, technically. That was December 2015. We're January 2025, so we're coming up on it. Showing a bit of history here, and we can't wait to continue to rock out for another decade and beyond. But again, podiums coming up soon. We'll go quiet on the airways while we prep for it. Thanks, of course, for watching all the action. 316 drivers, and we're going to celebrate the top 3 in each division from today's mains later on. All right, everyone, we're going to get started with podiums, kicking things off with Orsalone Racing KA100 Junior. Third place today in your KA Junior main event. Oh, Salamao. P2 and K100 Junior today, Max Christia. And your Orsalone Racing KA100 Junior winner, Augustus Toniolo. All right, next up will be the AKT Racing Team KA100 Senior main event podium. Third place today in AKT KA100 Senior, number 924, Blake Nash. P2 today in AKT Racing Team K Senior on his rookie weekend, Ty Fisher. And your AKT Racing Team K Senior double winner, Frankie Mossman. Now it's time for your Energy Corsa Racing America's Micro Swift Division. Third place today for SKUSA Podium and Micro for Brody Stuffle. P2 for a double podium weekend, number 242, Lennox Lockhart. And a first-time Superkarts USA race winner, Dutch Westbrook. All right, next up will be Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior. Third place today in SCR X30 Junior, Max Weiland. Second place today in Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior, Fion Shi. And your main event winner in SCR X30 Junior debut weekend in Junior. And he's on top, Lucas Palacio. All right, next up will be Pro X30 presented by Rollison Performance Group. A full house in this division, nearly full in X30 Junior as well, and hopefully that'll continue. P3 on debut, number 95, Caden McQueen. P2 today, the national number 1 play, Ryan Norberg. And your double winner on the weekend, Joe Turney. Next up will be the AM Racing Team KA100 Master Division. Third place today in AM Racing Team KA100 Master. Miguel Meir had to board his flight a little bit early, so we'll skip ahead to position number 2. Driving for Velocity Racing, Sodi Rafa Matos. And your AM Racing Team K100 Master main event winner, Franco Crivelli. Next up will be Bennett Kart Mini Swift. First up, third place. First ever weekend in the Mini Swift division for Santiago Orioli. First career Mini Swift podium as well. P2 today for Colton Schniegenberg. And first career Superkarts USA National win in Mini for Liam Nachawati. And finally, for your PSL Karting Velocity Racing by Soda USA Pro Shifter Division podium to wrap up our day. Third place today in Pro Shifter, number 64, Gavin Bailiff. P2 today, your reigning national number 1 plate in Pro Shifter, Mateus Morgado. And your main event double winner in Pro Shifter, Danny Formal. And that will wrap things up here, folks. Under the lights from Orlando Kart Center. Your podium ceremony is complete. Opening weekend complete. The road to Las Vegas is officially underway. We'll be back with the Superkarts USA Winter Series rounds 3 and 4 in a month's time here at Orlando Kart Center. More coverage, of course, live on Kart Chase over the coming weeks in between. And lots of major events all lining up the 2025 calendar. 316 entries. A long weekend racing at night, in the morning, and everything in between. And it was awesome. We'll see you next time.